In a distant dark corner, close to 10 people were gazing at the battlefield. They were the higher-ups of Bei tribe who had escaped. Zheng tribe is done for. Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan sighed. Who would have thought Changshan Yin had a third myriad wolf king? An elder exclaimed in shock, expressing everyone's inner thoughts. They had never expected Fang Yuan to be hiding his strength. In the attack against Bei clan, this myriad wolf king had been hidden all along and never made its appearance. With 3 myriad wolf kings, it is normal for Zhang tribe, a mid-scale tribe, to be defeated even if they have the lightning spear core. However, Changshan Yin is really sinister. He could actually wait so patiently to this degree. Such temperament is terrifying. Hehe. So what? Zhang tribe leader killed Night Wolf Myriad Beast King before his death. Now, Changshan Yin only has 2 myriad wolf kings left. Some of the remnant Bei tribe elders sighed with sorrow while some sneered. Capturing a myriad beast king was not an easy matter. Fang Yuan's loss appeared to be very disastrous to them. But in fact, replenishing the myriad wolf king was only a thought away for Fang Yuan, who could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven. This Changshan Yin is crazy and cruel. He could have made the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King retreat temporarily, but he kept on pushing it firmly, leading to its death. An elder said with a chill in his heart. Bei tribe leader narrowed his eyes, recalling the battlefield that was vivid in his mind. If he had not pushed this strongly, they might not have been able to settle the battle so quickly. Gu tribe is unable to sustain a battle of attrition when attacking a large group with their small group. Changshan Yin's move was very wise. It is a pity Zhang tribe leader also died. He was a rank 4 upper stage expert. If he could have lived. Bei tribe elder sighed. The reason for this was also because Zhang tribe leader was overly fond of battles, using all his strength to fight with the enemy. After a long battle, his primeval essence was greatly consumed. But when he wanted to escape, his path was cut off by Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and in the end, did not manage to escape. And Zheng tribe's lightning spear corps were almost completely exterminated with only 2 to 3 small fry remaining. These 2 matters were fatal strikes to Zheng tribe's morale. Their tribe leader sacrificed himself and the corps was exterminated. Zheng tribe lost resistance and was utterly destroyed. Gu tribesmen charged into the camp and unfolded an unrestrained massacre. Zheng tribe showed no intent to battle and did their best to escape. Cries of agony and pleading could be heard endlessly. There even appeared scenes where a rank 1 Gu master chased after 2 to 3 rank 2 Gu masters. It was not that these rank 2 Gu masters did not want to fight, but their primeval essence had been severely consumed in the battle with the wolf group. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall to the abyss. The remnant Bei tribesmen fell into silence as they saw Zheng tribe's miserable state. They could not help thinking back to the scene where their own camp was attacked. Every one of them gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists, their heart filled with fury and also a bleak feeling. Chaos was descending. Every 10 years in northern plains, a disastrous blizzard would appear, causing great unrest where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. At that time, the unrest would spread to the entire northern plains. This situation was no more than a prelude of it. Human lives would be cheap as grass as tribes wandered around without a home. Small or mid-scale tribes would be like duckweed, being involuntarily swept up by the whirlpool of the battle. They could be crushed if they were in the slightest bit careless. Even large-scale tribes had to be extremely cautious and careful. Only those super tribes who had Gu immortals and possessed blessed lands had the foundation to remain standing for ages. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence is already recovered. Originally, we wanted to rescue Zheng tribe, but they are already defeated now. Why don't we go back and take down the good tribesmen at our camp and save our tribesmen? At this moment, an elder suggested. Right, Changshan Yin's appetite is too big. He broke through our camp, then went on to destroy Zheng tribe. According to his crazy momentum, he might even be going to Pei tribe. We need to take the opportunity to go back and kill them. The people Gu tribe left behind there might be more in number, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters with only 1 rank 3 elder. The elders could not help being agitated as they looked at their tribe leader. Although they had fewer numbers, All of them had rank 3 cultivation while their tribe leader was at rank 4 realm. With such strength they had a huge chance to go back and save their tribe. However, the young Bay tribe leader shook his head and resolutely refused. We cannot. Although good tribe left behind very few people and we can go to seize back our camp. But what happens after that? We are too few in numbers. Information about our return will definitely leak. After Changshan obtains the news and if he returns, would we be able to defend? Can we escape safely with our tribesmen? The group of elders went mute. Bei Chao Chuan was correct. When they had been defending before, they were at full strength, yet they were still broken by the wolf tide. Let alone now. Let them become captives. Relax, you saw that after the battle ended. Good tribe bound the tribesmen and did not kill them. They want to expand their strength. Humph. Their appetite is too big. Bei Chao Chuan snorted and continued. We will leave our tribesmen with them for the moment. In a short period of time, this will cause their rations to be consumed and they will have to use more manpower and divide more energy. An elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Then why don't we directly attack their nest? Good tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now and they have brought out almost all their forces. Their camp definitely has poor defenses right now. We will kill and loot, empty their rations and increase the burden on them, and let them have a taste of being attacked. Good idea. Right, this is a good way. I will definitely let good tribe taste the pain of being homeless. The elders discussed in excitement. Fools. Bay tribe leader slammed the suggestion and looked at everyone with a chilly and sharp gaze. Do you all have pig brains? If we destroy their rations, the ones who would suffer would be our tribesmen. You think they won't kill the captives to reduce the consumption? If someone recognized us, what will we do if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Chao Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining with wisdom as he said in a heavy voice. True revenge is not indulging in quick pleasure. Attacking good tribe camp is a small thing, we can't hurt their foundation with it. Only by killing Changshan, removing Gu tribe's main source of power, can we overturn the situation. We need to fight. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is wise. With Lord Tribe Leader with us, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. The elders looked at Bei Tribe Leader with respect and admiration. Bei Tribe Leader Bei Chao Chuan was also an outstanding person. He had been pushed aside by his siblings when he was young, the most unlikely candidate to the young master position. He took less actions, disguised his strength and showed a low cultivation. Thus he would be taunted and ridiculed by his siblings in banquets and gatherings. Bei Chao Chuan was an expert at enduring silently. He restrained himself from making a move. His brothers had internal conflicts while he silently accumulated his strength. When the old Bei tribe leader was critically ill, he finally got the opportunity. The old Bei tribe leader was injured because of a backlash from a goo worm and required a specific goo to heal. However, the tribe found that this goo was residing in a spirit rhino myriad beast king. The spirit rhino beast group had about 80,000 in numbers. The tribe could do nothing and gave up all hope. But Bei Chao Chuan infiltrated the beast group's dwelling by himself. After several days of observation, he discovered the spirit rhino myriad beast king would occasionally leave his group to roll and play in a mud swamp. After it played to its fill, it would sleep soundly. The mud was as smelly as dung and many maggots lived in it. Bei Chao Chuan buried himself in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. Hard work paid off. The spirit rhino myriad beast king finally came again to play. However, spirit rhino myriad beast king was huge and when it rolled about, it stepped on Bei Chao Chuan's leg, crushing it immediately. Bei Chao Chuan silently endured the pain and did not even let out a groan. When the myriad beast king played to its fill and was sleeping soundly, he quietly stole that wild goo worm from the myriad beast king's body. Bei Chao Chuan obtained the wild goo worm, and he narrowly escaped this dangerous place, moving without stopping, hopping back to the tribe with his one leg and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was in an uproar. Bei Chao Chuan's actions contained shocking filial piety, outstanding courage and meticulous planning, causing the whole tribe to look at him in a new light. His siblings were also extremely surprised when he revealed his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he emotionally shed tears. The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted by my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I managed to escape from death's door, but because I have a son like this. As a father, I am moved by his filial piety, and as the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of my tribe. On the spot, Bei Chao Chuan was appointed as young tribe leader. Bei Chao Chuan did not conceal himself anymore. He started to deal with all the tribe affairs and fought for everyone's approval. On another hand, he suppressed his siblings and fortified his position, not giving any opportunity to his competitors. In the end, he became the tribe leader and made vigorous efforts to gradually expand Bei tribe. After repeatedly overcoming several difficulties, he had finally walked to this day. Although Bei Chao Chuan was only about 30 or so, he had established deep prestige within the tribe and was trusted by all the elders. Oh, Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader and Elders, we have already finished controlling Zhang Tribe Camp and have gained a lot of resources. The elder who was in charge of cleaning the battlefield reported excitedly. From our initial estimations, we have obtained at least 8 million primeval stones. We have obtained thousands of goo worms with 100 rank 3 goo among them. There is also a goo house secret room which we are opening right now. Listening to such spoils of war, goo tribesmen had extreme joy in their face. The gains from Zhang tribe was much more than from Bei tribe. Zhang tribe was a mid-sized tribe, but was a tribe with deep foundation. Even though there were much losses in the battle, the resources that were preserved were still enormous. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, what should be our next course of action? This elder asked after he finished reporting. All the Gu tribesmen looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said expressionlessly, "Continue attacking. Our next target? Pei tribe." The night wind whistled and the wolf group howled. Pei tribe and Gu tribe were fighting an intense battle around the walls. Flames, golden light, lightning, vines. All kinds of attacks converged to become a scene of brilliant fireworks, lifting the veil of the night. Kill, break the walls, then we can destroy the Pei tribe. Fight them. Kill these Gu tribe thieves. The two sides roared with all their might to boost up their morale. Thick blood smell was lingering around the battlefield. Large numbers of cut limbs and bodies were everywhere. The normally respected Gu masters had lives as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more corpses of wolves. Seeing the turtleback myriad wolf king being repelled back again, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Because they had charged through Bei and Zhang tribe one after another, information was inevitably leaked. When Fang Yuan led Gu tribesmen to attack Pei tribe, the other side had already made tight defensive preparations. After losing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, Fang Yuan only had 2 Myriad Wolf Kings left, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King. Originally, the attacks from both kings would pose threat to Pei tribe's defensive formations. But because of one person, Fang Yuan could only send 1 Myriad Beast King to attack. This person was Pei tribe leader Pei Yanfei. He was the focus point of this battlefield, being in even more limelight than Fang Yuan's 2 Myriad Beast Kings. Pei Yanfei was 8 feet tall with a stately appearance. His eyes were sharp and full of power, his back wide and his waist thin. Right now, he was charging through the wolf group, sweeping everything in his path and revealing the demeanor of an unparalleled general. The characteristic that was the most focused on was his black eyebrows that shone with a dark luster. The eyebrows were thick in the middle and sharp in their 2 ends with the tip raised slightly, like a swallow's wings. This was not a natural characteristic but the imprint of 2 rank 4 swallow wings Gu. It was precisely because of this person rampaging around the battlefield with no one able to hold him down that Fang Yuan had to make 1 Myriad Wolf King stay for protection to defend against Pei Yanfei's sudden attack. With this, only Turtleback Myriad Wolf King went to battle in the front line, causing the charge towards Pei tribe to decrease by a lot. Ah! One Gu tribe elder let out a bitter scream before death. Following his scream, his head flew to the air, cut by Pei Yanfei. Another elder died under Pei Yanfei's hands, Gu tribesman's eyes twitched at this scene. Pei Yanfei did not directly attack Fang Yuan, but instead rampaged in the wolf group and had already killed 3 Gu tribes elders. With this way, he was not entangled by the myriad wolf king and had his hands free. He was also indirectly restricting Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King from fighting. One could see his wisdom along with his bravery. Is there anyone else? Pei Yanfei used Swallow Wings Gu to fly in the air and shouted majestically. His voice suppressed the wolf howls and spread clearly to all parts of the battlefield. Gu tribe was silent while Pei tribe's Gu master's morale was greatly increased. Truly a fierce general, Fang Yuan lightly praised. Pei Yanfei possessed extremely strong flying techniques, being an expert in low-altitude flying. Although he was not at master level, he was not too far from it. He was a metal path Gu master. His attacks were very sharp and ordinary Gu masters would find it hard to block them, and he also possessed outstanding movement ability. He was moving all over the battlefield with a very fast speed, like a celestial horse going wherever it wanted. Usually, those that were stronger than him did not have a movement ability like his, while those that could catch up to him did not have a battle strength that could match his. Several times Fang Yuan tried to mobilize Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King towards the front line, but Pei Yanfei would detour and charge towards him. Gu tribesmen were unable to block him, so Fang Yuan could only make Wind Wolf King return. This Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was slightly stronger than Pei Yanfei, but it was a wild beast after all and did not have enough intelligence. Even if it was controlled by Fang Yuan, its flexibility could not match with Pei Yanfei. I have very few Myriad Beast Kings. It is getting so difficult just to deal with one Pei Yanfei. The wolf group scale is also not big. A truly mature beast group would have at least 100,000 beasts. The current 3 enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun, Yang Poing and Jiang Baoye, have beast groups of hundreds of thousands of beasts. They even have a small group of mutated beasts as their trump card. Fang Yuan's mind was on expanding the beast group as he observed the battlefield. His beast group might have had taken shape, but its strength had clearly weakened after repeatedly fighting 3 battles. Most of all, the main battle strength was not powerful enough. The ones that truly decided the war in the Gu Master world were still the high-rank Gu Masters. Fang Yuan pondered while mobilizing 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings to lead the wolf group to form a wave of concentrated attack towards the Pei tribe camp. The wolves howled and charged forward aggressively like a tsunami, causing the Gu Masters on the walls to tense up and hurriedly mobilize everything. The attack this time is really fierce. Bring the reserve troops here quickly to defend. Earth Path Gu Masters, restore the walls fast. Hold on. We must hold on. Don't stint on your primeval essence. Boom, boom, boom. Large amount of flames shot down and exploded towards the wolf group. Golden spears and arrows flew like dense school of fish, striking down on the wolf group, causing massive casualties. Several elders joined hands and created 2-3 small-scale tornado that sent the wolves flying 50-60 feet high. The wolves fell to their death. Let's attack. Gu tribesmen also started their offense. Ghost Flame Gu. 2-3 balls of eerie blue ghost fire smashed towards the wall, hitting a group of Gu Masters. The Gu Masters' whole bodies were covered with the chilly ghost fire. They let out the most tragic shouts. The ghost fire did not injure their body, but directly burned their souls. Such pain was extremely intense. Fist Stone Gu. An enormous stone that looked like a clenched fist whizzed through the sky, producing a rumbling sound like that of a lion or tiger. Then it heavily smashed on the wall. A deep crater immediately formed on the wall and the cracks quickly spread towards all directions. The Gu Masters on the wall could not maintain their balance and fell down. Lightning Net Gu. A large net formed from lightning current flew towards the sky and fell down towards a part of the wall. The Gu Masters on that part of the wall were paralyzed by the lightning. Some stubbornly resisted with their defensive Gu, while some were scorched like coal, dead. The fierce explosions caused huge numbers of casualties within a short period of time, and also quickly consumed the Gu Masters' primeval essence. Thus, after a while, they had to stop. Pei tribes and Gu tribes' Gu Masters stopped attacking and retreated. Some directly sat down on their spot and grasped every second to recover their primeval essence. Now is the time. Fong Yuan's eyes brightened as he saw this while sitting on the white-eye wolf. When the two sides were gasping for breath, he made his move. Wolf smoke goo. Wolf smoke surged, covering the battlefield and quickly healing the wolf group's wounds and recovering their battle strength. Wolf howl goo. Fong Yuan let out a long howl towards the sky, and after the mournful howl, the wolf group also roared, their battle strength raising rapidly. Another portion of wolf group rushed to the battlefield, joining with the remaining wolf group in the battlefield, forming a new wave of attack. This offensive was directed towards a specific part of the wall. This part was already on the verge of collapse after being smashed by the giant fist stone. Howl! The turtleback myriad wolf king also rushed forward. The goo masters on the wall struggled to stand up and used all kinds of attacks, but turtleback myriad wolf king forcibly resisted the attack and smashed the wall into pieces. The wall collapsed. A hole appeared in the defensive line. Countless wolves rushed through the hole and started killing Pei Tribe's goo masters. Pei Yanfei immediately activated Swallow Wings Goo to quickly go back. Rank for Golden Coat Goo. His whole body shone with a golden light which then dimmed down and formed an armor. Rank for Swallow Wings Goo. Another pair of swallow wings grew out from his back, and with 2 pair of wings his speed was doubled. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Goo. Clap, he put his 2 palms together and raised them above his head, his whole body like a straight pencil, then like a golden arrow he made an arc through the air. With the activation of the Rainbow Transformation Goo, his 2 pairs of wings and his whole body gradually turned into a golden halo. 3 Rank 4 Goo activated together to form into a killer move. Pei Yanfei's killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Like a rainbow, his whole body turned into a golden meteor, letting out dazzling light like a fragment of the sun, forcing people to narrow their eyes. Golden Rainbow carved out a stunning arc through the air before instantly striking Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. Under Fong Yuan's control, in the moment of imminent crisis, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King turned its body and faced Pei Yanfei with its shell. Boom! The golden rainbow struck the turtleback, producing a huge sound and also giving off infinite golden light. For a moment, the goo masters on the battlefield had no choice but to close their eyes. But even so, the dazzling light caused their eyes to tear up. The golden rays of light dimmed down, and the goo masters slowly opened their blurred eyes. The turtleback myriad wolf king's shell was unexpectedly pierced through by Pei Yanfei, creating a hole from where one could see the right side of the wolf king from its left. The turtleback myriad wolf king let out a mournful howl. With such injuries, its battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Meanwhile, Pei Yanfei's expression paled as he hovered in the air. Many shocked sounds echoed at this moment. Goo Tribe's goo masters looked stifled, while Pei Tribe's morale soared, shouting the might of their tribe leader. Lord, Pei Yanfei has battled intensely for so long and now has used his killer move to injure Myriad Wolf King. His primeval essence should be exhausted. Now is the time to go in for the kill, Gu Guang excitedly shouted. Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Gu Guang was right. Pei Yanfei had battled for so long. He should not have much primeval essence left. Fong Yuan naturally knew this clearly, but with his 500 years of memories, Fong Yuan knew Pei Yanfei had a mysterious goo called Do or Die Goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that could provide the goo master with large amounts of primeval essence instantly, but its after effect was a decrease in their cultivation stage. Of course, just this point was not enough for Fong Yuan to give up. But, is there any bad news from our camp? Zhang Tribe Camp and Bei Tribe Camp? Fong Yuan asked. Gu Guang promptly replied, Not yet. Fong Yuan immediately knew something was up and sneered, before sending the command. Our tribe's battle strength has fallen and Pei Tribe has suffered even more casualties. We shall retreat. Bei Chaochuan had been observing the development of the battle situation. Beside him there were 11 goo masters. Other than the Bei Tribe elders, there were also several Zhang Tribe elders. They are all summoned by Bei Chaochuan. Their only motive was to kill Changshan Yin, to reverse the outcome of this battle. Gu Tribe is nothing but scattered sand. We do not have to worry about them. The only problem is Wolf King Changshan Yin. As long as we kill him, victory is ours. We can still win. Bei Chao Chuan's eyes shone brilliantly as he observed the battle while raising the morale of the people around him. Zhang tribe elders were all convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right. But when do we attack? Bei Chao Chuan squinted his eyes. We have to wait. Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King to lead the attack, while the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was always near him. He has ample defensive forces around him. Although we are strong, there is only one chance for us to attack him. Once we fail, we can only force our way through. By then, we would be in a hopeless situation. Being surrounded by the wolf group, there will be little chance of killing Changshan Yin. At this moment, the most intense clash happened on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks, in all shapes and colors, filled the battlefield. The loud sound of explosions occurred continually. Seeing this, everyone's hearts shuddered. In such a battlefield, even a rank 3 Gu Master was cannon fodder. Only rank 4 or 5 Gu Masters were the main force. Lord, now is the best time to attack, an elder suggested. No hurry. Bei Chao Chuan waved his hand. After the attack persisted and eventually ended, an elder could not stand it anymore. Lord Tribe Leader, now is the time. While Gu Tribe Gu Masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge in and catch them unguarded. No, our target is only Changshan Yin. Although they had an intense battle, the number of wolves near Changshan Yin had increased in numbers instead. Bei Chao Chuan rejected solemnly. Next, Fang Yuan struck and made good use of his timing to destroy a portion of the defensive wall. This was a crucial development. Pei Tribe's defenses were finally broken. Large number of wolves charged in as the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King also arrived. This is bad. Once the defensive line is broken, the wolf group would carry out a full frontal assault. Pei Tribe would not be able to handle it. This is an emergency. Lord, we have to attack. If not, Pei Tribe is finished. If we strike now, we can still salvage this situation. No! Bei Chao Chuan stood up. His eyes were flashing as he was filled with joy. The long-awaited chance had arrived. As long as Pei Tribe's defenses were broken, Changshan Yin would need to mobilize the wolf group and attack Pei Tribe camp. This way, his defenses would be greatly weakened. It would give Bei Chao Chuan a good chance to kill him. If we strike now, it would only alert Changshan Yin and he would recall his wolves, causing the battle to turn into a stalemate again. After we expose ourselves, we would lose the precious chance to kill him. Our 3 tribes are allied. Why was Pei Tribe's losses so much less than ours? The Wolf King is so vigilant, he is not easy to deal with. Only with Pei Tribe as the bait, allowing him to taste the sweetness of victory, can we kill him at the moment when he lets his guard down. In an instant, Bei Chao Chuan's brain worked intensely as he had several thoughts. But he could not say that out loud. Instead he said, "Wait a bit longer, we cannot be anxious. Believe in Pei Yen Fei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Do you think he is so weak?" The rank 3 Gu Masters heard this and stopped their charging momentum. Bei Chao Chuan had just said that when Pei Yen Fei unleashed his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike, the intense explosion forced everyone to raise their arms to shield their eyes from the bright light. After the light dispersed, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King suffered heavy injuries, while Pei Yen Fei floated above the rubbles of the defensive wall. His expression was pale. So strong. With just one strike, he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yen Fei's famous killer move. It is truly formidable. Bei Tribe Leader is amazing. He understood the battlefield so well. I have learnt much. The elders expressed their amazement at Pei Yen Fei's battle strength, while praising Bei Chao Chuan's judgment. Bei Chao Chuan's lips twitched. He would rather see Pei Yen Fei fail in guarding his camp. There is still hope. We have to wait a bit longer. Pei Yen Fei definitely used up a lot of his primeval essence for such a strong move. Looking at his expression, he must be at his wit's end. As long as Wind Wolf King is near Changshan Yin, he is near invincible. Pei Tribe still had the lower hand. If the wolf group attacks Pei Tribe camp again, I will continue my plan from earlier. If Pei Yen Fei has the advantage, I will make use of the opportunity and cooperate with him, dealing the fatal blow to Changshan Yin. Sparks were flying in Bei Chao Chuan's head. He blinked as he modified his plan. I have a chance, there is still hope. I cannot fluster at this moment. I have to calm down and endure. As long as we kill Changshan Yin, not only will we turn this around, I will also gain fame. After I become Lu Wenwu's subordinate, I can gain important roles and fight for more opportunities for my tribe. Bei Chao Chuan cheered for himself in his heart. But at this moment, his pupils shrunk as he swore, "Oh my God, what the fuck?" The elders sent him a peculiar gaze. All along, even though the battle was tense, Bei Chao Chuan was extremely confident and had the situation in his grasp. Why was he losing his nerves now? Bei Chao Chuan could not care less about the gazes. He stared at the battlefield as he spoke out uncontrollably. Why is this Changshan Yin retreating now of all times? The Wolf King was in an advantageous situation. Although the turtleback myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, it was not dead. He still had another Wind Wolf myriad Beast King. In contrast, Pei Yanfei was at his wit's end. Most importantly, Pei tribe camp's defenses were broken. As long as he attacked following this weakness, Pei tribe's pressure in defending would be many times of before. Most likely, they would not able to hold on. Once the wolf group invades Pei tribe camp, Bei Chao Chuan would have the chance to attack, dealing Wolf King the fatal blow from behind. But now he was retreating. Why was Changshan Yin retreating? Bei Chao Chuan had no time to think about this already. He was extremely nervous now. His confident face started to show some anxiety. Wolf King still had much strength now. Once he retreated, the assault that he had painstakingly waited for would be ruined. The worst thing was, Bei tribe camp and Zheng tribe camp were in Gu tribe's control. Once the wolves retreated, they would bring all these captives and resources away. Bei Chao Chuan would lose his tribe completely. Without even a tribe, only left with several elders, Bei Chao Chuan's tribe leader status would become the biggest laughingstock. Just look at the current situation. Once he goes to Lu Wenwu, he would definitely not receive an important position. No, I cannot let Changshan Yin retreat so easily. Once he leaves, we have no hopes of succeeding, Bei Chao Chuan screamed in his heart. He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Everyone, we cannot wait any longer. Changshan Yin is out of steam. They are trying to retreat. Now is the time we attack and kill the Wolf King. Everyone, it is time to take back our tribe." The elders near him could see the battle situation too. Bei Chao Chuan's words made them energized as their battle intent surged. "Kill! Changshan Yin, don't think of leaving. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." A group of rank 3 Gu masters left their hiding spot and started attacking Gu tribe's army from the back under Bei Chao Chuan's lead. Humph! They appeared as expected. Fang Yuan foresaw this. He did not fluster upon seeing these people. He understood clearly, Bei Chao Chuan and gang did not go back to reinforce their tribes. Thus there were only two possibilities. One was that they were attacking Gu tribe's main camp to exact revenge. The other was that they were reinforcing Pei tribe. Since the three tribes and their camps were intact, these people were definitely hiding nearby. If Fang Yuan continued attacking Pei tribe camp and fought with Pei Yanfei with all his strength, during the crucial moment, he would definitely face an assassination. Thus, retreating was the wisest choice. But these people were really good at waiting. They appeared now after I forced them. It seems they have deep motives. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyes wolf as he thought calmly. Gu tribesmen were anxious. Bei Chao Chuan and the other 11 people were experts. They were unstoppable in their attack. It brought a huge mental pressure to the Gu tribesmen. "Lord Supreme Elder, what do we do?" Gu Guang asked. "Why are you panicking? Listen to my command and retreat." Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Retreating in the battlefield was extremely risky. Often, when retreating, enemies would chase after them and cause them to fail in getting away. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in many battles. He knew that these wolves were good for covering them when retreating. He had the ability to face pressure from two sides and escape. He moved the turtleback myriad Wolf King near him and recalled his wolf group, making the 100 Wolf Kings. 1,000 Wolf Kings gather towards the center of the army. As for those ordinary wild wolves, they were left behind to expend the enemy's primeval essence. As expected, after a moment, Bei Chao Chuan and gang lost their momentum, starting to use the primeval essence in their apertures sparingly. Damn it! Do we just watch Chang Shan in retreat like this? Bei Chao Chuan bit his lips. His eyes had turned red from killing. He was extremely indignant in his heart. Pei Yen Fei, why are you not attacking? If we cannot take the Wolf King's life today, how will we have the face to participate in the heroes' assembly? Bei Chao Chuan screamed. Pei Yen Fei snorted. He was not a brute. He knew that Bei Chao Chuan's sudden assault was after he threw Pei tribe under the bus. He wanted to use them as bait. But Wolf King Chang Shan Yin could not be let off. During this battle, Gu tribe fought 3 tribes at one go. If they retreated successfully, they would shoot to fame, and these 3 tribes would become their stepping stones. Moreover, Pei tribe suffered huge losses. How could he not take revenge for such deep hatred? Thinking of this, Pei Yen Fei resolved himself. Rank 5. Do or die Gu. Swish, swish, swish. Pei Yen Fei's heart felt hollow as large amounts of primeval essence appeared from thin air, filling up his dry aperture. Chang Shan Yin, hand over your life, he howled, rushing over. Gu tribesmen were flustered. Fang Yuan laughed, asking around, who is this? Gu Guang admired Fang Yuan's calmness, and the anxiety in his heart vanished, answering solemnly, Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan. Bei Chao Chuan. Pei Yen Fei. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. Very good. Very good. Fang Yuan praised them loudly as his voice resounded in the air. Next, he jumped down from the White Eyes Wolf, changing his steed to a hump wolf. White Eyes Wolf took a few quick steps, standing together with Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. That is... Bei Chao Chuan's momentum froze, his pupils shrunk. Pei Yen Fei's expression was grim. He was extremely bitter. White Eyes Wolf was a mutated beast with strength equaling a Myriad Beast King. Earlier, they were too focused on Fang Yuan, thus ignoring his White Eyes Wolf. Now that the White Eyes Wolf stood out, its identity was immediately exposed. Damn it! Pei Yen Fei gritted his teeth, stopping his attack helplessly. If Fang Yuan only had the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King left, that would be fine, but with a White Eyes Wolf, he had enough strength to resist their attacks and even fight back. Pei Yen Fei did not dare to take the risk and place Pei tribe in danger again. He chose to give up. On the other end, Bei Chao Chuan had no choice but to stop his steps. He looked at the army retreating. He not only felt dejection in his heart, but also a strong chill. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, just how many trump cards do you have? If only he knew. The noisy night winds gradually stopped. Thick mist started to form near the wild grass on the ground. Gu tribe army retreated along Crescent Lake, moving slowly. Having successfully retreated, these people still had battle intent left in them. Even though they did not take down Pei tribe in the end, they had made a name for themselves in this battle. Gu tribesmen were excitedly talking about it. This battle was amazing. That dogs hit 3 tribe alliance. They dared to find trouble with us Gu tribe. They were simply courting death. Humph, what Zheng tribe, Bei tribe or Pei tribe, they were merely so. Now, Bei tribe and Zheng tribe camps have been taken down by us, and Pei tribe suffered huge losses. After this battle tonight, Gu tribe is going to become famous throughout northern plains, using the strength of 1 tribe to challenge 3. Such an accomplishment and bravery made the Gu tribe Gu masters feel proud and confident of themselves. It was all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. A Gu master exclaimed. The words immediately caused a huge commotion. That is right. If not for the wolves charging ahead and paving the way for us, we would definitely suffer great losses and face many casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu master. No wonder so many tribes want to nurture 1 or 2 enslavement path Gu masters even if they had to curb their spending. Lord Wolf King is our tribe's supreme elder. We are one family. It is really our honor to have Lord Wolf King by our side. After this battle, Fang Yuan's prestige in Gu tribe rose to an absurd level. Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf again, as Gu tribe leader and the band of elders accompanied him. As the supreme elder, Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully remove the tribe leader Gu Guang. Of course, Gu Guang was an obedient chess piece. Fang Yuan had no intention to remove him. The Grand Army first returned to Zhang tribe camp. The Gu masters left behind had already gathered the resources and placed them on the 30 blue farm slug transportation troops. These slugs were known as mucus Gu worms. They were like snails without shells. They were rank 3 with a body larger than elephants. They were blue and had blue water crystals growing on their bodies. These blue farm slug Gu were easy to use. They expended little primeval essence and Gu masters only needed to stuff the items into their bodies. Blue farm slug Gu did not have any attacking capabilities. After swallowing the items, their bodies would expand. These 30 blue farm slug Gu were now 5 times their original size. Even a myriad beast king was not half of their size. But even so, there was still a small portion of the resources in Zhang tribe that could not be carried, and could only be left behind in the camp. The elder that stayed behind handed over the list of gains after calculation. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The profits were huge. "We are rich." Gu Guang saw this and was elated. "This is a huge fortune. And we obtained so many captives as well. Our Gu tribe can quickly become a large-sized tribe. We have to be alert these few days. We have to strengthen our defenses and prevent the surrounding tribes from eyeing our goods. But what do we do with the Gu masters who surrendered? According to the norm, they will become slave Gu masters. But we do not have so many slavery Gu." Gu tribesmen started to feel a headache. Gu tribe was only a middle-sized tribe. They had a weak foundation. If they were a large tribe, they would be able to better digest these gains. They left behind a group of people to defend the place, and instructed them to retreat if Pei tribe's army came over, to preserve their strength. Gu tribe's army brought the 30 blue farm slug Gu and large numbers of captives and continued on their journey. When they reached Bei tribe camp, the troops stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had expanded by several times again. When they finally reached their Gu tribe camp, the returning warriors received a warm welcome from all the Gu tribesmen. The cheers were extremely loud as the first rays of dawn shone on their faces. In contrast, those captives were all either numb or in despair. It was like the two sides lived in different worlds. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air. On the way back, he was afraid of Pei tribe's assault. It seems that Pei Yanfei was concerned with his tribe's safety and wanted to preserve his forces. Thus he did not attack. Otherwise, we will face much greater obstacles on the way. Of course, the main reason for this was because I showed them the White Eyes Wolf, displaying a facade that it had the strength of a myriad beast king. But the truth was, Fang Yuan's White Eyes Wolf had grown because of Third Watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu worm on it. This was the world of Gu. Without a single wild Gu, White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 beast king. If they really fought, White Eyes Wolf was only a giant wild wolf. But if Pei Yanfei and Bei Chaochuan were not deterred and continued attacking, Fang Yuan would be in trouble. He had already exerted 120% of his wolf group strength. In terms of strength path, he had just started, having only 30 June of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My current strength is still too weak. After 3 battles in one night, I can vividly feel all my weaknesses. Now that they were safe, Fang Yuan looked at the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered great losses. Only less than half survived. But his greatest loss was his myriad beast kings. Fang Yuan had 3 myriad beast kings, but after this battle, Night Wolf myriad beast king died in battle, and Turtleback myriad wolf king suffered heavy injuries. Although it has started receiving treatment, it was still unconscious. Wind Wolf myriad beast king was full of injuries. It had lost a lot of the Gu worms on it, and its battle strength fell greatly. But Fang Yuan felt no regrets. Compared to his gains, these losses were nothing. Not to say his immense loot from the 2 camps, Fang Yuan had achieved all his goals from this battle. Taking the initiative to attack and fighting 3 tribes alone, the name of Wolf King Chang Shan-in would spread in Northern Plains again, becoming a widely known topic. This was a testament to Fang Yuan's strength. It would be a great help to his future plans of participating in the Heroes' Assembly and dealing with Tai by Yun Sheng. Furthermore, these dead wolves served a greater purpose. Their souls were kept by Fang Yuan and were used to fertilize Danghun Mountain. After this battle, I have created a name for myself, as well as displaying my ferocity. I'm sure this will deter the nearby forces. With this, good tribe can recuperate and regroup, while I can also take some time to expand my wolf group and cultivate my wolfman soul at the same time, preparing my rank 5 enslavement path goo worms. Lying on his bed, Fang Yuan's thoughts spanned out and slowly faded. Outside the goo house, the cheers were getting louder as the good tribesmen celebrated like no tomorrow. Fang Yuan gradually closed his eyes. He felt tired. 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to participate in intense battle. It expended his mental energy. A form of fatigue originating from his soul spread throughout his body. Just when he was sleeping soundly, a great commotion had expanded all over Crescent Lake. In the morning, almost every tribe leader nearby or their strategist received the information regarding this battle. There were suspicious people, threatened people, fearful people, or furious people. But regardless of their feelings, at once, Good Tribe and Wolf King Changshan Yin became the hottest topic of every tribe. I thought he was just a cat, but he turned out to be a leopard. Wang tribe leader was staring intently at the paper describing this battle. After a long while, he sighed as he was filled with lamentation. He wanted to watch from the sidelines. If the situation permitted it, he would reap some rewards from this conflict. But to think that Good Tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night under Fang Yuan's lead, dealing a huge blow to Pei Tribe. Bei Tribe leader Bei Chaochuan became a vagabond, and Pei Yanfei, a fierce general in northern plains, lost a small realm of his cultivation. He is simply too daring and ferocious. He is overly ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader strategist Wang Dadao looked at this information and exclaimed as his expression changed. Good Tribe attacked without warning, striking first and catching the 3 tribes unguarded. 2 were destroyed while 1 was half ruined. This is overstepping the line. They broke our unspoken rule. Aren't they afraid of being blamed by all of us? Wang Dadao said furiously. Good Tribe's rampant invasion made him feel uneasy. At this time, the Gu master outside brought in another letter. This was a letter from Good Tribe. It was sent to all the forces near Crescent Lake. The letter was written by Gu Guang personally. It detailed how the 3 tribes had ill intentions. In order for Good Tribe to defend itself, they had to retaliate. The letter talked about Yen Tribe and all the reasons and justifications they had, including Changshan Yin's grudges from many years ago. The truth is, back then, Changshan Yin was a victim. This was why he had to face Hatu Gu and the bandits alone. Now that he is back, he wants to exact revenge on his tribe. Meanwhile, Chang tribe was already part of young Master Lu Wenwu's forces. Yen tribe was Lu Wenwu's family-in-law, but they did not know about his grudges and asked Changshan Yin for help. This is how everything started. Wang Dadao looked at this letter and his expression was uncertain. He became more furious. Changshan Yin is involving the innocent with his personal grudges. What kind of Northern Plains hero is this? Wang tribe leader was calm. He got to the point immediately. But this way, Good Tribe has a reason to attack. Although this reason is so forced, they can at least cover themselves with a proper explanation. Good Tribe has Changshan Yin's protection. After defeating 3 tribes, their strength would definitely increase and they would expand. There is little hope of the other tribes gathering to deal with Changshan Yin after seeing the sorry states of these 3 tribes. Wang Dadao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King's actions were too quick. Now that it had already happened, we cannot interfere anymore. I underestimated the Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone outside informed him that Bei tribe leader Bei Chaochuan has brought his band of elders to meet Wang tribe leader. Bei Chaochuan? Why is he here? Wang tribe leader frowned. Wang Dadao reminded him. Lord tribe leader, did you forget? Bei tribe had sent an elder to invite us to join his alliance earlier. That elder is still staying with us. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. Oh, I nearly forgot. I said I would host him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No way, I should not meet this Bei Chaochuan. Go and meet him. Tell him I have an important gu to refine today. I cannot leave my closed cultivation. Bei Chaoshang had been well treated by Wang tribe these few days. But he did not forget his mission. During this time, he had requested to meet with Wang tribe leader several times but was rejected. Seeing Bei Chao Chuan, he was very surprised. Lord Tribe Leader, and all the other elders, why are you here personally? Before he got a reply, Bei Chao Shang said with an expression of guilt, Everyone, I have disappointed you. That Wang tribe leader keeps rejecting my offer, not agreeing to join the alliance. But no worry, with the strength of our 3 tribes, we can easily deal with Gu tribe. Bei tribe elders heard this and some of their eyebrows trembled, while the others' expressions turned grim. Bei Chao Chuan felt bitter in his heart. At once, he did not know what to say, or how to explain the situation to this elder. 8 days later, at night, the stars shone in the sky as the night winds blew. Fang Yuan rode on the white-eyed wolf's back, ready to move out. Gu Guang stood by his side, reporting the situation of the last few days. During these last 8 days, large numbers of small to mid-sized tribes have started on their journey to attend the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only several large-sized tribes are left in Crescent Lake. Bei Chao Chuan, Pei Yen Fei, and the others were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his posture. Earlier when we took the initiative to challenge the 3 tribes, it made many tribes apprehensive. Since the Heroes' Assembly was nearing, it is normal that they decided to leave. But for those large tribes, they have a lot of stuff to settle due to their many enterprises. Thus, they usually attend the second half of the Heroes' Assembly. Supreme Elder is wise, that is indeed so. Gu Guang started bootlicking. Fang Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's aquatic plants are beautiful. We will stay here for the time being. We should be internalizing our gains from the battles now instead of traveling. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang heaved a sigh of relief. They had such intentions in their earlier discussions. Gu tribe was now like a fat man who had eaten too much. They could not walk. These 8 days they had been expanding the campgrounds day and night, recruiting those captives. After calculating their resources, the strength of the tribe was growing day by day. Those water wolves, are they still there? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, I sent investigative Gu masters there many times to check them out. These water wolves amount to about 5,000 at night. They will enter that water den to rest. Lord, do you really not need guards? Fang Yuan snorted, replying arrogantly. Any place with wolves will have me Chang Shan Yin. Why would I need guards? Gu Guang could hear his unhappiness. Thus he quickly bowed and gave way. I wish Lord Supreme Elder all the best in your recruitment of the water wolves. You will have to be careful of the matters in the tribe. Without me around, you have to take note of those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King, bringing the weakened Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and 18,000 wolves, leaving the campsite and starting on their hunt. He first followed the map that Gu tribe investigators had drawn, getting close to the water den. Water wolves lived in the water. They ate fish as food. Often, when they were hungry, they would also come ashore to eat some rabbits or rats. With the arrival of the wolf group, these water wolves were immediately alerted. To defend their homes, the water wolves formed into a tight formation as they left the water den, staring at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Fang Yuan expressionlessly sat on his white-eyed wolf's back. He waved with his hand and countless wild wolves howled as they attacked the water wolves. The water wolves resisted as the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat. Wolf howl Gu. Wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan made his move from the back several times, firmly grasping control of the battle in his hands. His wolf group was larger to begin with. Soon they started killing water wolves. More than 1,000 water wolf corpses were left on the ground, as Fang Yuan used wolf enslavement Gu to subdue more than 2,000 of them. The remaining 1,000 escaped to the deep parts of Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not chase them. Instead, he destroyed this water den and obtained several hundred water wolf cubs. Next, he went to the next location. After destroying several wolf dens, by nighttime, Fang Yuan subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were too fast. They were hard to catch. They often retreated at the slightest danger. Fang Yuan targeted a pack of wind wolves, but they escaped quickly amidst battle. Wolf groups were very crafty. In order to capture them, Fang Yuan had to pay a price as well. If the cost was too high and was greater than the benefits, he would give up on them. Some large water wolf groups had myriad wolf kings. Fang Yuan did not dare to attack them abruptly. But this time, his expedition of hunting wolves was only a cover. Now that he had acted enough, he searched for a secluded spot and surrounded himself with wolves. Next, he activated Moving Perspective Cup Goo and contacted Little Who Immortal. Little Who Immortal got the news and immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Goo, using the Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Goo. Stargate Goo came in pairs, using the power of Black Heaven. They could traverse regions. Fang Yuan waited for a while, seeing the starlight in the night sky descending and gathering on his Stargate Goo. The Stargate Goo was like a blue gemstone as it flew towards the sky. When it reached mid-air, the starlight exploded as a door was formed. This time, Fang Yuan did not enter the Stargate anxiously. Instead, he sent the weak and heavily injured Turtleback Myriad Wolf King in first, as well as large numbers of injured wolves. The large number of wolves entered the Stargate like flowing river water, disappearing. This way, Fang Yuan only had strong and elite wolves left with him. This greatly reduced his pressure of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would reproduce and grow in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy cubs. As time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was faster, they would grow quickly and become Fang Yuan's new source of wolves. After sending these wolves into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan also entered the door. Master, you asked me to check on connecting Heaven Goo daily. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Lang Ya Old Immortal really appeared again and bought lots of materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Little Who Immortal was very happy upon seeing Fang Yuan, hugging his leg as she used her face to rub it, talking about the things that happened while Fang Yuan was gone. Oh? Is that so? What did he buy? Fang Yuan heard this and was energized, quickly asking. Little Who Immortal took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked and browsed through it. These goo worms and materials were very familiar. They were used to refine second aperture goo. What did this mean? Lang Ya Old Immortal was Lang Ya Land Spirit. He was going to refine second aperture goo, thus, he definitely survived the second wave of attacks and had the urge to refine second aperture goo. At the same time, that divine travel goo was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he purchase ingredients so urgently right after the second wave of attacks? Lang Ya Land Spirit was plotted against by Old Man Yen Shi. He should be defending Lang Ya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit is intelligent, he is rigid, and does not possess the ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan thought of this and his heart was palpitating. He immediately left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, returning to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Next, he led the wolf group as he charged to that stone forest without rest. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's entry point again, he entered Lang Ya Blessed Land. There were many new changes to Lang Ya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were attacked. There were much rubble and broken structures, scars from burning flames, lighting strikes, or results of frost. These were traces of a huge battle. Especially outside the buildings on the pure white cloud soil, they were tainted with blood traces. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a mountain was lying on the cloud soil, dead. Even though it lost its life, the skin was still shiny and smooth, glowing with a rainbow-like luster. It gave off a holy feeling. Why are you here? Lang Ya Land Spirit welcomed Fang Yuan grumpily. What happened? Fang Yuan did not answer him. Instead he asked and expressed his shock. Humph. A bunch of daring scoundrels. They set their claws on this blessed land. They have all been killed. Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression was grim as his killing intent surged. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Lang Ya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Unless you open the doors yourself. Get lost. Am I so stupid? The land spirit howled. These goddamn scoundrels plotted against me. They did something to the stuff I bought. I originally bought divine travel goo to refine second aperture goo, but during the refinement process, a passage formed and these little rats came in. The land spirit called them rats, but as Fang Yuan looked at the state of the 12 cloud buildings, he could guess the intensity of the battle. But Langya Blessed Land was, after all, long-hair ancestors' old home. As the #1 refinement immortal of all time, someone who was on equal status with two venerables, he definitely had deep foundations and many trump cards. The second wave of attacks could not take down this deep foundation so easily. At least, Fong Yuan knew there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. Now only one had died. However, Old Man Yenshur was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the last, but the beginning. The show has just begun. Fong Yuan laughed. I guessed right. You are that Langya Old Immortal. You bought divine travel goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It seems you managed to protect divine travel goo. Langya Land Spirit laughed smugly. Of course. Otherwise, that 9-color spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression changed, as he thought of something, staring vigilantly at Fong Yuan. Why are you here, lad? Fong Yuan bowed to the land spirit, replying as a matter of fact. What else? I am obviously here to ask you to refine the second aperture goo for me. What? Land spirit shouted, staring at Fong Yuan furiously, his eyes about to spew fire. Long-hair ancestor had failed to refine an important immortal goo for thieving heaven demon venerable back then. Thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for him without any costs, regardless of mortal or immortal goo. Thieving heaven demon venerable used 6 chances to receive 6 immortal goo. With 3 chances left, he sealed it into his inheritances to leave it to a fated person. In Fong Yuan's previous life, this chance was taken by Ma Hongyun. But now, Fong Yuan came here earlier and snatched this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he had used one of the chances to ask Langya Land Spirit to refine Stargate goo. Now that he was here again, he was going to use the second chance to refine second aperture goo. Langya Land Spirit was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsessions. He could not reject such a request. But in order to protect divine travel goo, he had paid a huge choice. Seeing that the second aperture goo was about to be successfully refined, the result was that Fong Yuan came to take it from him. Langya Land Spirit was furious as he stared angrily, using a grim tone to ask Fong Yuan, "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who planned the attack on my blessed land?" Fong Yuan rubbed his nose, saying innocently, "Do you think that I, a mortal, could mobilize those goo immortals? I only knew you had the second aperture goo's recipe after you bought divine travel goo, and now that you bought a second set of materials, I came over." Langya Blessed Land gritted his teeth angrily, pointing at Fong Yuan. "You humans are all devious and scheming. I killed those goo immortal, but to think that it was all for naught. I still ended up being scammed by you, this little lad." Fong Yuan laughed heartily. "This is not a scam, but a promise that you gave thieving heaven demon venerable back then. So, are you going to refine the second aperture goo for me now?" Land Spirit was angry and wanted to chop Fong Yuan into a million pieces, but he had no choice but to refine the goo for him. "I want to see you refine the goo personally." Fong Yuan had a thought as he asked the question to probe the Land Spirit. The refinement process of goo masters were secretive. If someone saw them, the recipe might leak out or even expose the goo master's unique methods. Of course, this was one of the agreements. Langya Land Spirit agreed immediately, out of Fong Yuan's expectations. Fong Yuan raised his brows, having a slight understanding. Back then, when long-hair ancestor failed in refining space escape goo, he wasted all of the materials that thieving heaven demon venerable had collected for his entire life. Among them, many goo materials were extremely rare, and thieving heaven demon venerable only managed to get them out of pure luck. Thieving heaven demon venerable was a rank 9 demon venerable. To repay his losses, as well as saving his reputation, long-hair ancestor agreed to refine goo for him. Allowing thieving heaven demon venerable to view the entire refinement process was not only to expose the recipe to pay back the demon venerable, it also proved his innocence. "You saw the whole process. If the refinement fails, it has nothing to do with me." But now, there were no such concerns left. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heavenly power, the obsessions of the goo immortals before death. They did not have vile thoughts. They were candid and straightforward. However, Langya Land Spirit was formed from the #1 refinement immortal long-hair ancestor. Even though he lost most of his memories, he retained most of long-hair ancestors' refinement talent and attainments. Observing the land spirit refining goo was a huge benefit to Feng Yuan. I had refined second aperture goo before. This time, I will observe the land spirit's techniques and gain some experience to improve myself. Maybe I would get to see a trace of long-hair ancestors' glamour back in ancient times. Feng Yuan was looking forward to this goo refinement. Lang Ye land spirit waved his hand and teleported him to a huge hall. This hall was really big, the diameter of it was at least 10 li. There were all sorts of equipment. There were green copper cauldrons, red steel furnaces, rainbow water tanks, and even cave houses. When goo masters refine goo, they need the help of their equipment as well. The equipment in this hall was like a comprehensive exhibition. It was a huge eye-opener to Feng Yuan. Although he had 500 years of experience due to rebirth, he spent about 300 years wandering and fighting his way up to the top. He only managed to hold his own and freely roam the world to achieve his grand aspirations in his last 200 years. During that period, although he explored many other goo paths, he had to resist the earthly calamities as well as manage his forces. All while gathering his immortal goo refinement materials, he was very busy and overwhelmed. Although his foundation in refinement path could surpass the mortal realm, among goo immortals, he was only second or third rate. There was no comparison to a legend like long-hair ancestor. This is my Earth-grade Room C goo refinement hall. Lang Ye land spirit introduced, as Feng Yuan's expression changed upon hearing it. The land spirit would not lie. Such a grand hall was only one of the many goo refinement halls in Lang Ye blessed land. Earth-grade Room C. How many of such halls did this blessed land have? At this moment the land spirit waved. At an instant, a few thousand hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over with a stunned expression, but they soon kneeled on the ground, shouting, "The hairy men greets Lang Ye old immortal." They spoke at the same time, as their voices echoed in the hall. Lang Ye land spirit's face showed some affection as he said, "Children, you may get up." He then waved his hand and sent the goo refinement materials over to them. "Today we are refining an immortal goo. Use the goo recipe that I gave you to do it." The hairy men were obviously experienced in such matters. Upon hearing that they were refining an immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred as they showed an excited expression. But immediately after, they calmed down and started researching the recipe in their hands before starting the goo refinement. Several thousand hairy men refining goo at once. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had seen this. Among the variant men, hairy men were most skilled at refining goo. They were born with the talent for it. According to the records back in the immemorial era, the hairy men started to refine goo, even tying up Renzu's first son Verdun Great Son, attempting to use him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refine goo using their talent and inspiration. They worked casually and did not have the trace of toolwork left by human goo masters. At goo immortal stage, having already surpassed mortals, to aid them in refining goo, they would raise a number of hairy men. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he had kept some of them in his blessed land as well. But that was Blood Sea blessed land. The environment was harsh and many batches of hairy men died, causing his interest in raising them to disappear. After Feng Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered a large number of hairy men to refine goo in bulk for his demonic sect. Precisely because of his own experiences, he could tell that the hairy men here were not ordinary. These hairy men were simply too well raised. Look at their hair and skin. They were clear and shiny. Their eyes had spirit and their faces were energetic. It showed that they lived in a good environment and had never been tortured by Lang Ye land spirit. Most importantly, these hairy men were very agile and moved quickly. Each of them were great experts in goo refinement. During the goo refinement process, a few old hairy men even gave their suggestions to tweak the recipe. Looking at their casual movements, Feng Yuan's heart was pounding. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in treasure yellow heaven, they would be the elite of elite slaves. There would be at least 21 meters of treasure light. Those goo immortals would fight for them. These hairy men had shocking attainments. Most of them were refinement masters. Several of the old hairy men who could suggest the tweaking of the recipe were already refinement grandmasters. Right now, Feng Yuan was still barely a refinement master. With such skilled subordinates, the refinement process was faster than Fang Yuan's refinement on Sancha Mountain by more than 10 times. These hairy men made the half-done product and handed it over to the old hairy men for inspection before giving it to Lang Yilan's spirit. Lang Yilan's spirit quickly collected the half-done products, and after checking them, destroyed a few pieces and made the hairy men refine them again. After several tries, Lang Yilan's spirit was finally satisfied and started doing it himself, easily getting the half-done product of second aperture goo. This was the same as the half-done version that Fang Yuan had right now. But Fang Yuan knew that the one in Lang Yilan's spirit's hands was way higher in quality. Eventually, Lang Yilan's spirit took out divine travel goo. This divine travel goo's surface was damaged. It was filled with injuries, and Fang Yuan's heart jumped upon seeing that. "Lad, it is still not too late to change your mind." Lang Yilan's spirit stopped his actions, urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. After thinking through it, he laughed. "No, please continue. Scheming fellow, I couldn't hide it from you." Lang Yilan's spirit cursed, pinching his nose as he teleported several goo worms over along with some precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. He only recognized 2 of them. They were precious items that increased the chances of success in goo refinement. If they were placed in treasure yellow heaven, the treasure light would hit 18 meters. Lang Yilan's spirit's every movement attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were watching in awe as their bodies shivered. Their eyes were full of extreme reverence. Fang Yuan watched with great anticipation. When Lang Yilan's spirit refined the goo, it moved as smooth as water. There were no unnecessary movements or any atmosphere of panic. Lang Yilan's spirit displayed exemplary control. Fang Yuan gained a lot of insights. Although he wanted to continue watching like this, Fang Yuan bit his lips and forced himself to snap out of it, starting to execute his plan. He sat down cross-legged and took out 2 goo that he had prepared prior to this. One was clear mind goo, the other was awakened cloud goo. These 2 goo were rank 4. After Fang Yuan injected primeval essence into them, they started working. Clear mind goo turned into a breeze, entering his brain. The cotton-like awakened cloud goo turned into a small white cloud and floated about Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump that Lang Yilan's spirit was manipulating while bringing out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo to enter treasure yellow heaven, it was easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment, he prepared at least 14 different wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's movement, Lang Yilan's spirit snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in relief. Ignoring the piercing light that made his tears flow, he stared at the light lump intently. Finally, he saw divine travel goo turn into flowing water as it mixed with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly took out the wine vats and gulped the liquor. At the same time, an intense feeling of tipsiness assaulted him. Fang Yuan quickly activated clear mind goo, forcing himself awake as clarity was restored in his mind. At the same time, awakened cloud goo rumbled and ensured that his mind was at its peak condition. After drinking 4 wines, Fang Yuan was still clear-headed, but he realized that nothing had happened yet. The light was still transforming. It had expanded by many times already since the start. It was larger than an elephant. It seems that divine travel goo has not disappeared yet. Immortal goo are unique. I have to continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another vat and unsealed it, gulping the content. The light lump shrunk, as Lang Yilan's spirit's expression became more serious as it held the light lump. A moment later, after Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine, his vision was already turning blurry. At this moment, in Lang Yilan's spirit's hand, the light lump expanded and shrunk in intervals. After 3 to 5 times, it settled, becoming second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo was formed, Fang Yuan's body shuddered as all the drunkenness in his body gathered like the merging of rivers into the sea, condensing into one point. Out of nowhere, a divine opportunity descended as the Tao mark formed, causing this point to explode into one goo. Divine travel goo. Second aperture goo. Divine travel goo. 2 immortal goo obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan became completely sober as he stood up excitedly, laughing heartily. A truly profound scheme. Lang Yilan's spirit looked at Feng Yuan with an expression of fatigue. Its body was also turning hollow and weak. Feng Yuan was the person who obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Although Lang Yilan's spirit wanted divine travel goo, it could not attack Feng Yuan. The hairy men stared at Feng Yuan with furious, disdainful eyes. This vile human dared to plot against our beloved and supreme Lord Lang, ye old immortal. Feng Yuan paid these hairy men no heed. He stopped his laughter as he bowed to Lang Yilan's spirit. It was just a petty scheme. It is nowhere near graceful. Today, I had a true eye-opener, and had benefited a lot. I am shameful of my actions, but I am respectful towards you. I am willing to become your disciple. Screw off. If accept you as my disciple, I reckon one day I will die from anger. My children are the best, giving me no worries. Now get lost. I don't want to see you. Lang Yilan's spirit kept on waving his hand, refusing Feng Yuan's request to be his disciple without hesitation. He could have obtained the second aperture goo, but Feng Yuan plotted against him and made him offer the successfully refined second aperture goo readily along with losing the divine travel goo. Feng Yuan chuckled, not minding the land spirit's refusal. Land spirits were formed from the obsessions of the goo immortals. They were simple and biased. Their refusal now meant they would still refuse in the future. Such a pity. I originally intended to give divine travel goo to you as our apprenticeship gift. Humph, the people I don't like the most are crafty people like you. The hairy men are still the best. I will tell you the truth. I have already taken 18 hairy men as my disciples. In the future as well, I will only take hairy men as my disciples. All right, give me the second aperture goo. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand. Lang Yilan's spirit's expression turned sluggish and glanced at the immortal goo on his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine, and now he had succeeded, but he had to give it up without even getting cozy with it. But the agreement back then had formed a type of will that became a part of the land spirit. He was unable to violate it and also did not intend to violate it. Kid, I will remember you. Lang Yilan's spirit growled and stuffed the second aperture goo in Feng Yuan's hand. This second aperture goo looked like a beetle with two sharp ends and a fat middle body. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist. It was like blue jade and felt soft and cool to the touch. There was a golden eye on its plump back. The golden eye flashed with lightning and had ample spirituality. This is the goo I took the risks for at Sancha Mountain and wanted to refine by all means. I hadn't expected I would obtain this in this way. Feng Yuan sighed, but did not use it hurriedly and stored it in his pouch first. Under the cooperation of Lang Yilan's spirit, this second aperture goo was already Feng Yuan's object, but he was still not a goo immortal and did not have green grape immortal essence, so he could not activate it now. You already have the immortal goo. You can leave now if you don't want to use your final chance. Lang Yilan's spirit wanted to make him leave. Feng Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of Lang Yilan's spirit with a smile. You don't want this immortal goo? Lang Yilan's spirit's brows raised. What? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo and could connect to treasure yellow heaven to buy all kinds of goo refinement materials. Even the human apertures required to refine second aperture goo could be obtained by buying enslaved goo masters and killing them. Second aperture goo was an expendable goo. It would disappear after Feng Yuan used it. Lang Yilan's spirit could completely refine another. Of course, the precondition was that he needed to have divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine second aperture goo. Feng Yuan, however, did not directly answer and instead asked, "Tell me, if I use another second aperture goo, can I have a third aperture?" Humph. Keep on dreaming. Lang Yilan's spirit immediately scoffed. This is the second aperture goo, not the third aperture goo. You want to form a third aperture? Then go refine the recipe for third aperture goo. Feng Yuan nodded and said sincerely, I also thought so. The land spirit would not deceive him just because it wanted the divine travel goo. At the same time, he also knew second aperture goo's recipe, so he had already deduced this. He asked this just to confirm it. With this, the divine travel goo and the semi-finished second aperture goo with Feng Yuan had lost their use. Feng Yuan already possessed a second aperture goo. He was a lone force and did not have any trusted aid to support, so he did not need another second aperture goo. Moreover, when he observed the land spirit's goo refinement process just before, he knew the final step was extremely dangerous. The light ball's inflation and contractions required extremely strong control, which required at least 1,000-man soul to maintain. How could immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Sancha Mountain, Feng Yuan did not set his heart in refining the second aperture goo after rebirth. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would absolutely have had a terrible ending. Just the backlash could put him on the brink of death. Of course, he could also sell them at Treasure Yellow Heaven. But if he did so, he would attract old man Yen Shi's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, the things he got might be tampered with by other goo immortals. Transacting with Lang Ye land spirit was different. At least, the land spirit would not give him shoddy goods, and also had robust financial resources, so he could buy divine travel goo to refine goo. Last but not least, Feng Yuan could also avoid revealing himself, thus it was very secure. Land spirit, take a look at what this is. Feng Yuan thought for a while before directly taking out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined. This semi-finished product had a vague appearance like a semi-finished pottery, with no hints of life. It was like a piece of gray stone that was carved into a beetle. Its big belly looked elegant with sharp head and tail, but no antennas or legs. Although its appearance was similar to the real second aperture goo, they clearly could not be compared because of qualitative difference. Lang Ye land spirit's eyes could not help but brighten when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you had actually reached such a stage. But the most difficult step in refining second aperture goo is the final step. The steps before it can be refined by the refinement path goo masters at master level. The land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Feng Yuan had divine travel goo and also the semi-finished product. If he could get them both, then only the final step would be remaining to refine second aperture goo. To Lang Ye land spirit, this temptation was hard to resist. Speak. What do you want? Lang Ye land spirit removed his burning gaze and looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at the divine travel goo on his right hand and immediately said, Immortal goo are priceless, so of course I want to exchange it with another immortal goo. This is the old rule in transacting immortal goo. Lang Ye land spirit's expression immediately fell. Although it is the old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. First of all, divine travel goo is not practical and can only be used as an escape means as a last resort. In case it teleported the goo master to the depths of a volcano or to the depths of the earth, it would simply be finding one's doom. Secondly, I will be using divine travel goo to refine goo. But what use can second aperture goo be for a land spirit like me? Feng Yuan was happy. The land spirit's gaze was fixed on the divine travel goo when he was haggling over the price. Although he sounded unyielding, his expression betrayed his thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Lang Ye blessed land has many immortal goo. Divine travel goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I won't be greedy and only want to exchange it for a rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook his head repeatedly and said many things, but Feng Yuan did not loosen up. The land spirit gradually felt anxious and fury filled his expression. He looked like he wanted to eat Feng Yuan alive. When Feng Yuan saw that the time was right, he said, Let's do this then. I shall take a step back and exchange for one of your expendable type rank 6 immortal goo. When I have used this immortal goo, you can then refine it again, right? The land spirit's expressions relaxed. Feng Yuan taking the step back first gave him a satisfying feeling of victory. He snorted few times and raised his head, looking arrogantly at Feng Yuan. All right, we shall do it like that. He then spread out his hands and brought 5 immortal goo out of nowhere. Lang Ye blessed land's foundation is really strong. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He was suddenly stupefied when he looked at them. I want this immortal goo. Feng Yuan's expression was slightly strange as he pointed to one immortal goo among them. This immortal goo was none other than immortal goo gruel mud. the perpetrator in causing Danghun Mountain to slowly die. He had not thought Lang Ye Land Spirit would refine it. The two sides quickly completed the transaction. Fong Yuan obtained the immortal goo gruel mud. He did not put it in his aperture, but stored it in his pouch for the moment. I used all my mental and physical efforts for this semi-finished product. You will be saving great expenses by getting it. We are both familiar with each other now. I will sell it to you cheap. I only need 1,000 hairy men. I won't be greedy. You can give me those old hairy men that refined the goo just before as well. Bullshit. The land spirit was fuming with anger. You think I am a 3-year-old kid? Those hairy men are at least of master level in goo refinement. The treasure light, if they are put in treasure yellow heaven, will be at least 70 feet high. Fong Yuan snickered. He really coveted these hairy men. These hairy men would be of enormous help to him. All right, I don't want 1,000. 800 will do. Bullshit 800. All these hairy men are my children. I won't sell a single one. Lang Ye Land Spirit roared in anger. All things have a price. We can still discuss. Not for sale means not for sale. If you mention this again, you can take your semi-finished product with you. I am not buying it. Fong Yuan was inwardly shocked at Lang Ye Land Spirit's firm attitude. He had dropped down the price to the bottom and Lang Ye Land Spirit would clearly have profited. But he still did not agree to sell the hairy men. It seems he really had emotional attachments to the hairy men. This situation was not strange. Many goo immortals raised variant humans in their blessed land like raising pets. They would see their growth and even expend many efforts in raising them. And when they died, the goo immortals would also shed tears because of heartache. Of course, this situation would never happen to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan felt a pity at not being able to buy these hairy men, so he changed his request. Since it is so, then I want to exchange for wolf enslavement goo's recipes. There were large numbers of recipes in Lang Ye Blessed Land. After gathering them from ancient times until now, one could even say they were as vast as the sea. It was impossible for it to not have common recipes like that of wolf enslavement goo. Fong Yuan had been wanting to purchase these recipes all along. But ever since he discovered the existence of Old Man Yen Shi, he had been restraining his actions in Yellow Treasure Heaven. Wisdom Path Goo Masters were experts at deductions, but deductions need a foundation and require large amounts of information. With these information as the base, they could then deduce and predict the outcome. If Fong Yuan wantonly bought wolf enslavement goo recipes from Yellow Treasure Heaven, it was hard to guarantee that Old Man Yen Shi would not be able to deduce something. Take them. These are the recipes for rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo. Lang Ye Land Spirit handed a large stack of recipes to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan skimmed over them and saw that there were 8 types of recipes just for the rank 5 wolf enslavement goo recipe. They used different materials and different procedures to obtain the similar goo worm. And there were even more types of rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement goo recipes. This transaction is worth it. Fong Yuan was inwardly happy. Transaction is finished, you can leave now. Lang Ye Land Spirit impatiently waved his hand. Fong Yuan, however, smiled. No hurry. No hurry. I still have a transaction you will definitely be interested in. Humph, young man, don't talk big. There are not many things that can interest this old man in this world. Lang Ye Land Spirit stroked his beard and said with pride. What I am transacting this time is information. This information is about the time I will use the second aperture goo. Lang Ye Land Spirit's expression turned sluggish and looked dazedly at Fong Yuan. His brows deeply furrowed and looked at Fong Yuan with intense disdain and hatred. You! How can you be so despicable and shameless? Aren't there any limits to the degradation of your morals? Ha ha ha! Fong Yuan laughed loudly. Could it be you are not interested in this information? Lang Ye Land Spirit immediately felt like he had been raped and he still had to bear the humiliation to apologize to the criminal. Could he not be interested? The second aperture goo was an immortal goo and immortal goo were unique. If Fong Yuan never used it, then he would forever be unable to refine another second aperture goo. How do you want to sell it? The land spirit endured the impulse to beat up Fong Yuan and asked, swallowing his anger. Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes, sharp rays of light flickering in them. I won't take advantage of you. so I want to exchange information for information. I want to know all the information about the 88 True Yang building in Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88 True Yang building? You actually know that this immortal goo house has something to do with me? The land spirit was shocked. Thud, thud, thud. A series of hurried sounds came from afar. Soon, a group of goo masters riding terror claw horses came to the swamp. Terror claw horses had bloodshot eyes with fangs and were carnivorous. They did not have any hair on its body. The skin was tight and their muscles were clearly visible, giving a feeling of strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar point was that they did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 long sharp claws. There were also webbings connecting the claws, so terror claw horse were not only suitable for climbing but could also move freely at swamps. Lord Elders, they have passed through here towards that direction. An investigative goo master's eyes flickered with red light as he scanned all around and reported. A young goo master at the side immediately frowned and anxiously said, "Not good, uncle. If we continue along this way, we will reach Rock's Pool over there. Once they cross Rock's Pool, they will be out of Warm Pond Valley. It will be difficult to kill them then. Relax. Fei Qing has been struck by your dad's poison goo and is in imminent crisis. Moreover, he is bringing his child with him. The further he moves with his ghost cloud, the more the poison will worsen. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue our chase." The elders laughed and waved their hand, continuing the chase. After they chased into the sparse woods, the swamp they had been standing at suddenly surged and a yellowish silkworm drilled out. The silkworm was broken from the inside and 2 people walked out, a middle-aged goo master and a child. The 2 looked in a very miserable state and gasped for breath as they dropped to the ground. "We finally deceived them." The middle-aged goo master, Fei Qing, had a purple hue all over his face. The poison had spread deep. His movement goo, the swift ghost cloud goo, had been tampered with. Fei Qing had been feeling something wrong when they were chased all the way. Thus he immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud goo and let it fly away. After that, he took his son and hid within the swamp. But with this, he lost his movement ability and his body was also poisoned. There was no longer any hope to escape. "Fei Chong, you despicable person. For the clan leader position, you actually secretly poisoned me, your own cousin. Damn it, you abomination." Fei Qing got more angry the more he thought about it. Under this desperation and with fury filling his heart, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of green blood. "Father, father, are you okay? You need to hang on." The child started weeping when he saw the blood and threw himself into Fei Qing's chest. "Son?" Fei Qing's despairing eyes showed a trace of hope and resolution. He lovingly looked at his only heir and rubbed the small head. "Little Kai, father can't go on. Fei Chong has plotted deeply. I can only deceive him this one time. Not long later, he will definitely find something wrong and return back. Leave quickly. Father will hold off these people for you. Go along that small path I told you of, and perhaps you can survive on." "No, father, I want to leave with you. Let's run together. Father, I beg you." The son, Fei Kai, wept in grief. Fei Qing was feeling very anxious, so he roused his spirits and grabbed Fei Kai's shoulders. "Little Kai, don't cry. Northern Plains men can shed blood but not tears. You need to have confidence. In your body flows Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline. You are a member of the Huang Jin family. The bloodline in you is thick and rarely seen. You have the qualifications to enter 88th True Yang building." Cough, cough. Green blood continued to seep out from Fei Qing's mouth and nose. "Little Kai, take care of yourself. If you have a chance in the future to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, go to 88th True Yang building and obtain the Grace Ancestor Giant Sun left behind for the later generations. Only then can you avenge me. Father, leave. It will be too late if you delay any longer." Fei Qing pushed his son. Fei Kai took back several steps, helplessly looking at his father with tears-filled face. "Leave quickly," Fei Qing growled. Fei Kai wiped away his tears before tears immediately fell down. He fiercely gnashed his teeth, turned around and ran. "Son, father has done his best. as long as you can escape the evil clutches. Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai's receding figure, but soon his eyes gradually widened. Fool, stop! Fei Qing could not help straightening up his upper body and shouting at his son. F.A. father. Fei Kai had only run a few steps before he heard Fei Qing's shout. He gazed back with doubt. Veins popped out of Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted. You idiot! I told you to run towards northwest direction. Why are you running towards southeast? Are you thinking of going back to the tribe camp to look for your own death? Fei Kai quickly changed direction. But Fei Qing soon shouted again. You dunce! That is southwest direction. Fei Kai quickly changed direction again, moving towards the correct path. And only then did Fei Qing let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh! The middle-aged Gu master helplessly sighed. His son had thick bloodline, but was somewhat of an idiot and moreover had a really poor sense of direction. Could he truly escape to see the day? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep conspiracy, Fei Qing did not have big hope, but he had done what he could do. Now it all depended on the heavens. After a while, like Fei Qing expected, Fei Chong returned with a gloomy face, leading 3 Gu masters on their terror claw horse. Fei Qing, humph! You were sure enough hiding here. Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze as sharp as a knife, not concealing the dense killing intent within. To think I would die by a vile character like you. Fei Qing scoffed with disdain. Right now, his body was already paralyzed and could not budge. Fei Chong snickered coldly, and said with an expression like that of a cat playing with a mouse. I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you noble and aloof? Wait till I capture your son. I will let you witness your son being tortured and killed. He. Fei Qing couldn't keep his calm anymore and stared furiously. Fei Chong, you are his senior. To think you actually can be so vicious. Humph, when you cut grass, if you don't root it out, then it can grow again when the spring wind arrives. Men, bring Fei Qing to me. Fei Chong ordered. The Gu masters beside him immediately moved and bound Fei Qing tightly. Then using a hemp rope, they dragged him on the ground. Fei Qing, get a good taste of the mud. Chase, we must find that kid and kill him. Fei Chong laughed loudly, full of satisfaction. Fei Chong was thinking. Since Fei Qing was caught, catching that stupid kid would be an easy matter. But reality was different. Fei Chong came to the rock's pool, but he did not find anyone besides his men. Fuck! This kid didn't run towards here? Speak! Where did he go? Fei Chong asked in a chilly voice. Fei Qing had been dragged all the way. His body was badly battered and had already lost his consciousness. Fei Chong kicked him awake, but he only got Fei Qing's ridiculing gaze. Fei Chong laughed sinisterly. You think I won't know if you don't speak? Saying so, his eyes let out a weird light that shone on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered, his soul immediately receiving heavy injuries. Soul Search Gu. Fei Chong stretched out his bony right hand and grabbed Fei Qing's head before closing his eyes and agitating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered and started foaming. The 2 Gu masters at the sight kept quiet in fear. In an instant, Fei Chong opened his eyes. His face had paled and his gaze was blurred. This rank 3 Soul Search Gu could search a portion of the memories stored in the soul. But it had a lot of restrictions. First, the memories it obtained would be very disordered, and secondly, it could not be frequently used, otherwise it could confuse the soul and make one have blurred consciousness. Thus could be extremely harmful to oneself. Fei Chong had grievances with Fei Qing for a long time and also knew Fei Kai had a thick bloodline. He could only be at ease when he personally killed the kid. Thus, he did not stint on using Soul Search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Humph! Fei Chong smiled proudly. He was fortunately able to search the memories he wanted. He turned around his horse and immediately moved towards that hidden path. But when they arrived at this place, he could not find any traces of a person. How can this be? That kid is still not of age and has not opened his aperture yet, is only a mortal. It is impossible for him to hide from my investigative Gu. Could it be the memories I plundered is only a part of the crucial point? Fei Chong scouted once more and saw the narrow road in the bushes. His face became very cloudy. Woo-woo! Right at this time, a deep and powerful bugle horn sounded from outside the warm pond valley. Fei Chong and the rest immediately paled. Lord Elders, please go back to reinforce the troops. Ma tribe has brought a huge army, starting a war without any notice. The tribe is a state of emergency. A Gu master hurried over on a flying bird with the information. What? Fei Chong was extremely surprised. Just as the Fei tribe's internal disorder had started, Ma tribe came to invade. This timing was too coincidental. If there is no Fei tribe, then what meaning would there be in taking the Fei tribe's tribe leader position? Defend to death. We must defend. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. Ma tribe's army retreat isn't impossible. Right. I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chong immediately threw Fei Kai off his mind, then hurriedly rushed to the tribe camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been planned in advance. They took advantage of Fei tribe's internal disorder and ambushed. Fei tribe might have the advantage of occupying Warm Pond Valley, but they finally could not resist Ma tribe's strong and huge wave of soldiers. Right as Fong Yuan entered Lang Ye blessed land, a great event occurred in Northern Plains. A large-scale force of the Huang Jin family, Fei tribe that were occupying Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. No doubt this news would create a huge influence in the whole Northern Plains. On a slope, Ma tribe's higher-ups were observing the ruined Fei tribe camp from their war horses. These people were circling around a young man, like the stars surrounding the moon. Seeing batch after batch of goods being stored in the carts and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups had a joyous expression. One rank 3 Gu Master Elder cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. Congratulations to young Master. It was all because of young Master's plan to drive a discord and create internal disorder in Fei tribe that we could so easily capture Warm Pond Valley, swallow Fei tribe and establish great merits for the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Ingjie. He had a wide back with thin waist, sharp brows and bright eyes, a heroic spirit and a cultivation of rank for middle stage. He was an enslavement path Gu master with some fame, also called Little Ma Zun. They won, but Ma Ingjie did not show any arrogance. Instead he said, Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, possessing large areas of warm pools. The great blizzard is about to come and this place is a naturally protected place. By obtaining it, my tribe has a base of operations. We can advance while attacking or defend if we retreat. But the thing I am even more happy about is obtaining over 200,000 Terror Claw horses. With these horses, Uncle can greatly raise his horse group scale and increase my Ma tribe's supreme might in the coming Heroes Assembly. His uncle was none other than one of the current 3 great enslavement masters, Ma Zun. When Ma Zun was mentioned, all the Ma tribe's Gu masters showed admiration. Before we left, Uncle had told me, it was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. Only after several hundred years of accumulation, efforts, and extraordinary fortune were we able to reach this state. But as the tribe grows, defending this foundation is becoming more difficult. Even by striking Warm Pond Valley, we have only obtained a base to preserve the fire. The only way to preserve the whole tribe is to advance a step further. That is to enter the imperial court. Ma Ingjie looked at everyone before continuing. Imperial court blessed land is giant son Immortal Venerable's grace left to his descendants, especially that 88 True Yang building, which has the inheritance of the Immortal Venerable. Uncle said my bloodline has already fulfilled the criteria to enter 88 True Yang building. If I can obtain Immortal Venerable's inheritance and later become a Gu Immortal, our Ma tribe will become the new super tribe of Northern Plains. Super tribe. This phrase immediately caused the Ma tribesmen to show a spellbound look. Young tribe leader, you are a once-in-a-hundred-years genius of our tribe. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders. Lord Ma Zun might be taciturn, but he really cares about the tribe in his heart and has a far foresight. Being able to witness everything and fight with young tribe leader is my lifetime's glory. Young tribe leader, lead us to brilliance. Ma tribe's Gu masters cheered excitedly. Ma Ying-jie smiled. In truth, Ma Zun had never said anything like this, and these words were all his own fabrication. Borrowing Ma Zun's prestige, Ma Ying-jie added light and color to his name. Just think. Even Ma Zun looked so highly of him, so the others would have to be blind to not support him. Ma Ying-jie was also not worried that Ma Zun would tear apart this name after he knew of this. Ma Zun was an eccentric. He spoke extremely few times even as a child. His silence almost made his parents think he was a mute. Ma Zun loved horses and was jokingly called horse maniac and horse fool by the tribesmen when he was young. He had a reclusive nature and never married in his life. He only loved horses and would live with them all year round, with not even a slightest bit of interest and concern towards worldly powers and affairs. Ma Ying-jie's gaze brightened like stars. All of you are the pillars of my Ma tribe, with many outstanding points that are worth for me. Ma Ying-jie, to learn. I am still young. Ma tribe cannot be supported by me alone. In the future, I hope to rely on everyone's help. What is young tribe leader saying? Young lord's words make us blush with shame. Over these years, young tribe leader's performance has deeply entered our hearts. We will definitely follow you. The group of Ma tribesmen quickly agreed. Ma Ying-jie continued. Although Uncle Ma Zun has entrusted his hope on me, we still need to look at destiny to obtain the Immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 True Yang building. But even if I can get it, there are many inheritances left all over the Imperial Court blessed land besides the True Yang building. Thus, all the tribes who have had entered the Imperial Court throughout history had a huge raise in their strength. Every time I think about this, I cannot help feeling excited. The tribesmen laughed heartily. Not just excitement. Even my saliva drips out every time I think of it. Haha, young tribe leader does not need to have too much pressure. If we lose, we can come back again. Our Ma tribesmen are warriors who will never surrender. Imperial Court blessed land was similar to Tianti Mountain in that Gu masters often left behind their inheritances. Northern Plains had a very cruel environment with there being a great blizzard every 10 years. The snowy disaster engulfing the entire Northern Plains. The blizzard would cut through everything like knives. Many inheritances set up in the wild would be destroyed. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court blessed land had gradually turned into a tradition of Northern Plains. Imperial Court blessed land had many other inheritances besides the 88 True Yang building's Immortal Venerable inheritance, waiting for their fated person. Of course, this fated person had to first enter Imperial Court blessed land to be able to receive the fortuitous destiny. Being able to evade the blizzard and live safely, along with the inheritances spread everywhere, was the reason why the struggle for Imperial Court would cause intense contests between all the tribes of the grassland. This contest involved the whole Northern Plains and was of an extremely large scale. Small-scale tribes wanted to survive, mid-scale tribes wanted to advance, and large-scale tribes wanted to defend their foundation. Not only righteous paths, but even demonic path Gu masters wanted to enter the blessed land and seize the Gu master inheritances. For this struggle, the Heroes' Assembly came into existence and slowly took form till it became a firm tradition of Northern Plains people. As the Great Blizzard approached, all the famous regions of Northern Plains would hold a Heroes' Assembly at the same time. We have annihilated Fei tribe this time. It will bring us great benefits in our progress in Tianquan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we can subjugate Chung tribe, our Ma tribe will have a strong lead. Right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts and make many tribes attached to us. This is the first step of the Great Battle of Northern Plains, and also the most important step. We are looking to enter Imperial Court blessed land, so we need to survey other regions too. Yu Tian's, Meng Qiu's and Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly all need to be observed closely. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were passionately discussing, a messenger Gu master rushed in and delivered the newest intel to Ma Ying-jie. Ma Ying-jie's face turned gloomy as he read the intel and shortly after, handed this intel to the group beside him. Everyone read it one after another, letting out small exclamations, gasps or conjectures from time to time. Dongfang tribe has already subjugated Zhao tribe. With this, they are the ruler of Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. In Mengqiu region, New Air tribe has actually sent New Air too. Their momentum is very terrifying. I am afraid Lui tribe won't be able to hold them off. There is also an uproar in Yu Tian's heroes' assembly. The Wolf King of before, Chang Shan Yin, actually appeared. This Chang Shan Yin is really fierce. He actually led Gu tribe and challenged 3 tribes, even defeating Pei Yen Fei. In Yu Tian region, He tribe's He Lulan and Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu are the elites. Now that the Wolf King has appeared, this will definitely have a big influence. It is very difficult to say what will happen in Yu Tian's heroes' assembly. Soon, everyone's discussion focused on Fang Yuan. Chang Shan Yin's identity had already spread for many years in northern plains. Now suddenly he resurrected and was causing a stir. Gu tribe was only an ordinary mid-scale tribe, but with Chang Shan Yin's meddling, they were able to forcibly challenge 3 tribes and even defeat an expert like Pei Yen Fei. Especially when they made inquiries and found Gu tribe's newly appointed tribe leader was only a rank 3 young Gu master. Their evaluation of Chang Shan Yin raised by several layers. Every 10 years, heroes emerge and vie for supremacy with monsters and freaks emerging from every corners. It is only that this time, such a great character jumped out. Young tribe leader. If this Wolf King Chang Shan Yin and our tribe's Lord Ma Zun fought, who would win? Everyone could not help having some worries. Ma Yingjie slightly furrowed his brows. If it was other paths Gu masters, it would be all right. But this Chang Shan Yin was an enslavement path Gu master, an expert in fighting 10,000 with 1. He could change the situation alone with his huge troops. You have all read the intel. Enslavement paths Gu master strength depends on the scale of their beast group. Chang Shan Yin has reappeared only recently, so the beasts he has are only some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves, and also has only 3 myriad beast kings. One has died and another is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Ma Zun? Ma Yingjie coldly snorted and continued to raise the morale. Uncle Ma Zun has a horse group with 300,000 horses. Adding on these terror claw horses, the scale will expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also has a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Now say yourself, can the Wolf King be mentioned on equal terms with him? The surrounding Gu masters took a sharp breath, shocked and happy. I didn't think Lord Ma Zun's strength would be so big. The insignificant Wolf King is like a baby when compared to Lord Ma Zun. 500,000, such huge scale. It is enough to annihilate 7 or 8 mid-scale tribes. Ma Yingjie changed the subject. But Wolf King Chang Shan Yin still cannot be underestimated. My tribe is going to become the master of imperial court. We will run into this person sooner or later. More importantly, in case he joins the heroes' assembly and attaches himself to a Huangjin family, he will definitely receive huge assistance. Large number of Gu masters will help him to subdue wolf groups and urge him forward. The joy on everyone's faces gradually dimmed down. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh and continued. We have swallowed Fei tribe. This is only the first step of our journey. Next, we will be facing even more strong opponents. We need to unite together. Only then can we defeat them and enter the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and powerful. I am in great admiration. With the leadership of the tribe leader and young tribe leader, our Ma tribe will definitely rule the northern plains. Everyone was unconsciously battered by Ma Yingjie's few words and became even more aligned towards Ma Yingjie. This Ma tribe's young tribe leader let out a pleased smile in his heart. On the surface, he showed a light and confident expression. Father, you died such a miserable death. Right at this time, a tragic cry sounded from the foot of the hill. This sound attracted the Ma tribesman's gaze. Ma Yingjie looked at the battlefield where corpses strewed the battlefield. A child had thrown himself on a corpse that was filled with scars and cried very grievingly. Brat, get lost. You are already my Ma tribe's slave. An adult man at the side beat up the child and dragged him forcibly. But this kid struggled with all his might and bit at the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed, loosening his hand. The kid scampered along the way and again threw himself at that corpse. crying bitterly. Sigh. Maring Jie let out a sincere sigh. This misery and suffering is not what I wish for, but in these troubled times, who can live well by themselves? If you don't die, then I die. Human power is so insignificant. I will do everything I can to protect our tribe, to not let the children of my Ma tribe suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding Gu masters also sighed. Maring Jie pointed down. This kid is a loyal and filial person, but is facing this difficulty because of me. One of you, go stop him and bring him here. He will become my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His attendants answered. They did not dissuade it, as adopting servants was a tradition in Northern Plains. Moreover, what threat can a 13-year-old kid who had not awakened his aperture possess to their lord young tribe leader? Kid, get up. A higher-up of Ma tribe stopped the adult man from beating the kid and grabbed the kid's neck. The kid struggled fiercely. No, I want to be with my father. Kid, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My tribe's young leader has noticed you and is taking you in as his personal servant. The Ma tribe's higher-up said with a gentle voice. But the kid did not listen and only kept on crying, Father, father! Suddenly, he stopped and looked sluggishly at his father's corpse. Ah, you are not my father. My father's skin is darker than yours and his nose bridge is higher than yours. He also has some white hair. The kid talked to himself in shock, before furiously kicking the corpse and started crying again. Father, where are you? Dark lines appeared all over every Ma tribesman's forehead. While the chaotic situations converged in Northern Plains, the transaction in Lang Ya Blessed Land also reached the end. You want the information of 88th True Yang building? It is not impossible. Lang Ya Land Spirit muttered before looking at Fong Yuan with a sharp gaze. Lang Ya Land Spirit's obsession was related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away, and Lang Ya Land Spirit was also not the long-hair ancestor himself, but a different living entity. When the Immortal Gu house was refined, only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was there as the bystander. How could you know such a secret? Lang Ya Land Spirit asked. Fong Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered the 88th True Yang building and obtained the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Later, Ma Hongyun was defeated and was chased until he mistakenly entered Lang Ya Blessed Land and obtained the destiny left behind by Demon Venerable stealing heaven. Lang Ya Land Spirit saw his tracks and while discussing, spoke of this secret. Ma Hongyun became a Gu Immortal later on, turning into a cornerstone of the Northern Plains, a great hero who resisted the invasion of the Central Continent. In an intense conversation once, he spoke of this secret which then spread out to the world. Naturally, Fong Yuan would not admit this fact in front of Lang Ya Land Spirit. I have inherited the inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and have many clues regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as well. The reason I know of this secret is from calculations and deductions. Fong Yuan answered with a slight arrogant smile appearing on his face. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at Fong Yuan's expression and suddenly realized something as he asked, Are you? Yes, Junior has some attainments in Wisdom Path. Fong Yuan casually lied with an extremely honest expression. Lang Ya Land Spirit sighed. The gaze he looked at Fong Yuan carried a complicated expression. Wisdom Path appeared long ago. Tracing back its origins, it was created 3 million years ago in ancient times by an almighty rank 9. This person was a rarely seen female venerable. She was called by the world as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled Heavenly Court as the second-generation Immortal King. It was rumored that she had once held Wisdom Gu itself and created the Wisdom Path. Before her death, she deduced heavenly secrets and made 3 arrangements for the 3 million years after that. After her death, 3 demon venerables appeared successively in human race, each charging their way to the heavenly court but were blocked by these 3 arrangements in the end. Being able to calculate the appearance of 3 venerables, one could see some grandeur of Wisdom Path from this. Kid, you are actually able to deduce to this degree. It seems you have indeed obtained the essence of Wisdom Path. After learning Fong Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu master, The land spirit's tone unexpectedly became milder. To this age, there were extremely few true inheritors of Wisdom Path, but even then no one would have contempt for Wisdom Path Gu Masters. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were good at scheming and deductions, and many of their enemies would not even know how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, Refinement Path was closely connected to Wisdom Path. To comprehend the world and deduce Gu refinement recipes, Gu Masters would need to use many methods of Wisdom Path. Many Gu refinement masters and grandmasters would request help from Wisdom Path Gu Masters when they met a bottleneck in creating recipes. Lang Ye Land Spirit was disgusted with Fong Yuan's slyness, but when he knew Fong Yuan had extraordinary achievements in Wisdom Path, his attitude became gentler. Lang Ye Land Spirit liked refining Gu, and naturally also liked researching and innovating Gu recipes. In this process, he would naturally encounter many obstacles which would be hard to resolve with just his wisdom. Maybe I will have to request his help to deduce recipes in the future? This thought emerged in Lang Ye Land Spirit's mind. As the saying goes, one can be austere if he has no selfish desires. Since Lang Ye Land Spirit had some request for Fong Yuan, his attitude naturally turned better. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Gu and held it. This Gu was a rank 4 Gu under Information Path. It was like a ladybug, but its carapace was square-shaped like a window frame and was especially used to store information. Lang Ye Land Spirit poured his thoughts within it and loosened his hand only after a while. East Window Gu opened up its window-like carapace and flew, making a circle in the air before flying towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sent out his thoughts and checked it. His face immediately revealed joy. This is the information you wanted. Now it is your turn. Lang Ye Land Spirit reminded. Fong Yuan chuckled. Since second aperture Gu has formed, I also am somewhat impatient to use such a good thing. I will send you the news before I use it. Slow down. Lang Ye Land Spirit showed its cleverness. How would I know till when you are going to delay it? You are a Wisdom Path Gu Master, you are the top in scheming. Are you still thinking of using this to cheat me again? We have not transacted this East Window Gu yet, with my one thought, the East Window Gu on your hand will self-destruct. Fong Yuan frowned. Could it be you don't trust me? Lang Ye Land Spirit had suspicions all over his face. Humph! Just the fact alone that you are the inheritor of Demon Venerable stealing heaven. I can't trust you. You are so crafty and also have Wisdom Path methods. Once you exit the Blessed Land, can I still be able to chase you? In case you delay and take the chance to extort again, what would I do? Then how about you tell me what should we do? Fong Yuan impatiently said. Of course now. Use this second aperture Gu right in front of me. Only then can I be at ease. Lang Ye Land Spirit stroked his grizzled beard, pleased at thinking of such a good idea. Fong Yuan grinned. Heh! I am only a mere rank 5 now. How can I use this immortal Gu without immortal essence? Wait till I go out of the Blessed Land and ask for Grandpa to help me. Your grandfather can help you, but I can't? Don't speak rubbish. Lend the second aperture Gu to me. I will personally do it. This? Fong Yuan tried to make an excuse. The land spirit saw this and felt that Fong Yuan had really wanted to trick him. Thus his attitude became more firm. Fong Yuan looked like he had no choice and reluctantly let Lang Ye Land Spirit help. Lang Ye Land Spirit received the second aperture Gu and poured immortal essence in it before throwing it to Fong Yuan. This second aperture Gu turned into a bean-sized green light and flew into Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan's whole body shook intensely. The bean-sized green light first poured into Fong Yuan's navel area. But in there, it was rejected by Fong Yuan's aperture and could only hop over to the center of Fong Yuan's chest. Then an explosion sounded like the thunder from the sky. The bean-sized green light exploded and formed into a new aperture that looked both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is second aperture? Fong Yuan felt his chest and mumbled to himself in a daze. Nonsense. What is it if not the second aperture? Lang Ye Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Second aperture has great advantages to cultivators like you, providing even greater advantage when you become Gu Immortal. But, if you are still thinking of having the third aperture Gu, that is impossible. You would have to deduce and infer this whole new third aperture Gu's recipe. Fong Yuan returned to his senses and looked profoundly at Lang Ye Land's spirit. The other intentionally raised this topic. No doubt it meant that he wanted to cooperate and deduce the goo recipe. Lang Ye Land's spirit's face reddened when he saw Fong Yuan's evident gaze. Fong Yuan laughed and said his goodbye to Lang Ye Land's spirit. "We will talk of this later. I will take my leave now. Get lost. Get lost." Lang Ye Land's spirit repeatedly waved his hand. Only when Fong Yuan had completely left did Lang Ye Land's spirit let out a breath of relief, a trace of humiliation appearing on his face for having his intentions seen through. This sly kid. But when he thought of Fong Yuan's last words, which showed the intent of cooperating, Lang Ye Land's spirit's eyes flickered brightly. He stroked his beard and could not help falling in daydream. He had dozens and dozens more of incomplete goo recipes. Since that kid could deduce such secrets, he definitely has extraordinary achievements in Wisdom Path. With his help, I will be able to make some breakthrough in most of these goo recipes, and 13 of them could even be perfected. But just 2 people's cooperation is far from enough to complete the remaining 7 goo recipes. But I need to be vigilant when I interact with this kid in the future to avoid being schemed by him. Fortunately, I was cautious today and made him use second aperture goo on the spot. Otherwise, I might have been blackmailed by him again. Something does not feel right. I wasted Immortal Essence to activate the second aperture goo. After exiting Lang Ye Blessed Land, Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through Stargate Goo. Under his management, Hu Immortal Blessed Land already showed many good changes. In the beautiful western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and small numbers of fox groups were coexisting with each other. Wolf group's arrival might have disrupted the easy life of the fox group, but they did not disastrous casualties. The credit for all this went to the large numbers of iron shellflowers planted on the ground. Countless pink rabbits lived in the sea of iron shellflowers. Pink rabbits could be easily multiplied and became the main source of food of wolf groups and fox groups. At the eastern part, dreamy starlight pervaded the area, covering all the lakes with starry gauze. The wide expanse of dark clouds were planted with star fragment grass. The star fragment grass grew rapidly, and while they could only occupy the central area of the dark clouds at first, now they had already spread to the edges of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting methods are really good. Star fragment grass are the food of starlight fireflies, and at the same time their growth is rapidly increased with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fong Yuan repeatedly nodded his head. It was precisely because of the exchange for the starlight firefly group's breeding insights from Starlord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang and others, that he could avoid many detours and obtain quite a bit of gains. It is only that although the starlight firefly group is also expanding, but the number of starlight firefly goo are instead decreasing. These days, I have been repeatedly using Stargate goo. The consumption of the starlight firefly goo is much higher than the rate of their creation. Fong Yuan then turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were created by him drawing in the water in reverse to quench the fire. Now, many water wolves were living around these lakes. These water wolves made their nests beside the lakes, eating the blue jade crucian carps in the lakes and sometimes going ashore to devour the earth skin pigs who came to drink water. Blue jade crucian carps and earth skin pigs were both animals Fong Yuan purchased before. Now, large groups of them had adapted to the new environment under Little Hu Immortal's control and became a part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land's food chain. Especially the earth skin pigs, its reproducing ability was stronger than even pink rabbits and could eat almost anything, including mud. The pig group scale was gradually expanding. If not for water wolves and poison-beard wolves, the number of earth skin pigs would have been 30 to 40% higher. What Fong Yuan was most concerned about was air bubble fish's situation. The lakes where air bubble fishes were placed on was carefully selected by Little Hu Immortal. Above these 3 lakes were the starry clouds where there was the most dense amount of star fragment grasses and also large numbers of starlight fireflies. The air bubble fishes grew on these lakes where there were no water wolf groups, and even the numbers of blue crucian carps were very few. These 3 lakes were personally protected by Little Hu Immortal to let as much precious air bubble fish grow smoothly from the fish rows and mature. Now, there were many newly hatched fishes moving about these lakes. These baby fishes were similar to goldfish with round bellies, small and pointed head and tail. However, it was not brightly colored as a goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have the wavy fins and tail. Their tails were small and exquisite. Moreover, their swimming method was different from other fish species. These baby air bubble fishes were moving while bobbing up and down. If there is no big change, at around the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be poisoned because of a fight between goo immortals. The price of air bubble fish in Treasure Yellow Heaven will greatly increase. But I don't have enough air bubble fishes for my own use, let alone sell them in a short period of time. Fang Yuan pondered. Whether it was the starlight firefly goo or air bubble fish, they were both long-term investments. It would require at least 100 years for him to start receiving the profits. Regarding the knowledge in breeding air bubble fish, Fang Yuan did not buy it from outside. With his know-hows from his past life, he could increase the reproduction rate of the air bubble fishes by 30%. That is to say, he was at forefront among goo immortals at this. Fang Yuan was satisfied from this inspection. He praised Little Hu Immortal, causing her to feel extremely happy. Her face reddened and her snow-white tail excitedly wagged. However, Danghun Mountain was still in a worsening condition. Standing on Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan could sense a kind of dying aura. This caused Fang Yuan's mood to become grave. Danghun Mountain was the most valuable thing in the whole Hu Immortal blessed land. Starlight firefly goo or air bubble fish could never be able to compare to it. Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace and summoned Little Hu Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo to link up with Treasure Yellow Heaven. Just as they connected, several divine scents were transmitted. Are you selling gruel mud or not? I will add a pair of whole earth goo on top of goo recipe. Although my remnant recipe only has a treasure light of 65 feet, but I can give some hairy men as complimentary. Everything can be discussed. These divine senses were all regarding the transaction for gruel mud. Fang Yuan had put large amounts of gruel mud for sale before, directly requesting Immortal Goo Gruel Mud's recipe as the exchange. As this concerned Immortal Goo, this transaction had attracted many attention. Although gruel mud is one of the necessary materials to refine the Immortal Goo, but the goo recipe's value is no doubt many times higher than gruel mud. These goo recipes they want to exchange for have already reached the highest price. Fang Yuan took a glance and knew the time for the transaction was ripe. The prices everyone gave had reached the maximum amount possible with little difference between them. Fang Yuan looked at the prices but took a fancy upon one side. The other was called Immortal Mud Feet. His Immortal Gruel Mud Remnant recipe had a 65 feet high treasure light. This level of treasure light was a bit lower than the other competing bidders. But the message he left showed he could add some hairy men to complement for this difference. Normally, goo immortals raised hairy men to help them in refining goo. With the help of a large number of hairy men, goo immortals would not lack rank 5 goo, but they would have to keep on trying for Immortal Goo. Treasure Yellow Heaven transacted slaves and hairy men were one of the most popular among them, with price that was often higher than slaves of other races. Rock men could not even be mentioned together with them. Fang Yuan had already intended to buy some hairy men back at Langya Blessed Land. Thus, he had been excited when he saw those hairy men at Langya Blessed Land. Unfortunately, Langya Land Spirit did not yield in selling them, and Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. Now, he required a large number of wolf enslavement goo. He already obtained rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo recipes from Langya Land Spirit. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine them. If it was only him and Little Hu Immortal who refined the goo, they might not be able to refine the amount he required even in 2-3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal conveyed the divine sense. Immortal Mudfeet also happened to be present, immediately replying, I am willing to add in 10,000 hairy men, but Fang Yuan was disappointed when he looked at the goods. Although you are giving a lot of hairy men, they are all young ones and won't be a big help in refining goo. What I need is the old hairy men. Old hairy men? Then the quantity will be decreased. Immortal Mudfeet pondered before replying. In these years, the hairy men's population in his blessed land had reached an excess, so he was trying to get rid of a batch and was thus selling them cheaply. After a round of haggling, Immortal Mudfeet finally agreed to sell over 3,000 old hairy men and over 7,000 young hairy men to Fang Yuan. For this, Fang Yuan had to add in half an immortal essence stone. The transaction was finished. Fang Yuan checked the remnant recipe of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. The recipe was indeed damaged with only 60% of the contents in it. And the contents in it should moreover have been tampered by Immortal Mudfeet many times, which required Fang Yuan to comb through them for the real contents. This was not surprising. Immortal Goo recipe was very precious, and if it was him who sold them, he would also tamper it like this. Although the treasure light would decrease after the tampering, the competition between Goo Immortals was precisely like this. With this remnant recipe, I have a foundation to deduce the complete recipe for Immortal Goo Gruel Mud in future. It will be much easier than deducing it with no foundation. More importantly, Immortal Goo Gruel Mud is with me. As long as I don't use it, no one will be able to refine the goo. I can still keep on selling the Gruel Mud and profit. But he could not bring the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud to Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the moment. After Fang Yuan left Lang Ya Blessed Land, he used many methods to cover the Immortal Goo's aura and bury it. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before he became a Goo Immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the Goo Immortals who purchased these Gruel Mud wanted to refine Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to reach their objective. Fang Yuan continued to put Gruel Mud for sale while checking the wolf groups. Wolves possessed very strong reproductive ability, and most of the blessed lands would get rid of the surplus every once in a while. Thus, there were many Goo Immortals selling wolf groups in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The wolf group suffered a huge loss in the battle with the 3 tribes. I need to replenish the number of myriad beast kings. As someone is actually selling Wolf Emperor. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The structure of beast groups was quite simple. They were separately classified into ordinary beasts, 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, and myriad beast king. Above myriad beast king was beast emperor. Rank 5 wild goo resided in the beast emperor's body. They had the battle strength of a rank 5 and could control myriad beast kings. Ing Ming and Ba Huang, whom Fang Yuan used in the 3 Kings Blessed Land, were dog emperors. These 2 dog emperors were able to help him to hold off the attacks of rank 5 Goo masters. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was later occupied with escaping for his life and could not attend to them. He did not know if they were killed in the battle or were taken in by others. Normally speaking, very few Goo Immortals would sell beast emperors, as the beast emperors were a reflection of the Blessed Land's strength. Fang Yuan looked at the particulars and realized the reason. It turned out that this was an old beast emperor with wounds all over its body. The wild goo on it were badly damaged, with only 2-3 remaining. It seems a new wolf emperor appeared in the night wolf group and fought with the old wolf emperor. This old wolf should have been killed by the young wolf emperor, but the Goo Immortal moved at the crucial time and put this old wolf emperor for sale. Fang Yuan guessed the reason correctly. But even so, this old wolf emperor still got 3 bidders. Divine Sense kept on exchanging, and finally, Fang Yuan used 2 immortal essence stones to buy this old night wolf emperor along with over 18,000 night wolves. Then, Fang Yuan continued to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves and 10,000 wind wolves. Among them, there were 2 turtleback myriad wolf kings and 1 wind wolf myriad wolf king. Adding in the previous wolf group, Fang Yuan's wolf group reached 100,000. This is the benefits of having a blessed land. I can stand on the shoulders of Goo Immortals and casually transact beast groups, instantly recovering their size, and also would not have to worry about feeding or a logistics problem. But 100,000 is still few. Ma Zun, Yang Poing, and Jiang Baoye, these enslavement pathmasters, have beast groups of at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Jiang Baoye, who had over 650,000 beasts in his prime. The Heroes' Assembly was to begin, where heroes rose and vied for supremacy. Fang Yuan knew he was unable to avoid competing with these people with his identity as Chang Shan Yin, so he had to expand his wolf group further. Fang Yuan started to buy again, buying 10,000 water wolves, which contained 1 water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Then he carefully pondered for a while and finally decided on vermilion flame wolves. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from different Goo Immortals. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were quite rare compared to turtleback wolves, wind wolves, and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolf had red fur all over its body which shone like fire. They attacked fierce and quick and had flame path goo worms on them. They could very easily destroy the grassland and create an inferno. If one could use this superiority properly, they could cause enormous casualties to the enemy. Feng Yuan's plan was to have a wolf group of 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. He only got 80,000 after buying from everyone, so the task of buying the remaining 20,000 was given to Little Who Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eye wolf, and 1 night wolf beast emperor. Feng Yuan surmised his wolf group's batter strength had increased by tenfold at once. If it were common goo masters without the methods of goo immortals, they needed the help of a large tribe to reach this stage, and even then would require 6-7 years of searching all over the northern plains. There were all sizes of wolf groups in northern plains. The small wolf groups often only had few hundreds and were not good enough. The large wolf group had tens of. Capturing wolf groups required careful planning, or it was better to not do it. A bitter victory would not work, and only by getting a decisive victory could one get the most harvests. Feng Yuan's current leap to success seemed easy, but actually could be concluded as a goo immortal's methods. This way, the wolf group's numbers have hit 200,000, but this is still not enough. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining with contemplation. I do not need to gather ordinary wolves. By that time, someone will naturally bring them to me. Now, I need to prioritize on my upper-level battle strength. Although there were beast emperors on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally, they would be quickly bought by goo immortals after appearing for a short time. Feng Yuan knew that it was not realistic if he wanted to buy a few more wolf emperors. Thus, he placed his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength equivalent to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path goo master would have a troop of mutated beasts as their trump card and ultimate force. For example, Southern Borders King Quan had a mastiff group, Jiang Baoya had the mountain drilling rat group, Yang Poring had the thunder eagle group, and Ma Zun had the Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, 4 types were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The first was Blood Forest Wolf. This wolf had a huge body almost like a mound. An adult standing beside it would look like a fox standing beside an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf had blood-red fur, and the fur looked dry like wormwood. On each of their backs, there was a white forest. These trees are actually the Blood Forest Wolf's bones. They protrude from the back and grow vertically upwards. The white bone trees have blood-red leaves growing on them. As the trees grow closely to each other, it looked like a blood forest. After a blood forest wolf gives birth, it would send the cub into the blood forest on its back, and the huge space would allow the child to live comfortable. The blood fruits on the trees would provide nutrients for the cub. Blood forest wolf were like mobile fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had overwhelming strength. This was something not even myriad beast kings could do. The second type was shark fin wolf. This was both a land and aquatic mutated beast. It looks like an elephant, but there were smooth and shiny crocodile scales on its body. At the same time, there are sharp, deep blue fins on the side of their bodies. On their backs, there are rows of fins that resembles a shark's. These fins form a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. Shark fin wolves had the greatest defense among mutated wolves. At the same time, they could fight underwater. The third was Frenzy Wolf. The Frenzy Wolf has a silver and gray body. It has 3 eyes and a body that was not large, around the same size as Thousand Beast Kings. But those who looked down on it due to its size would often pay a terrible price. Once the Frenzy Wolf battles, it goes into a berserk state. It moves extremely fast and would not stop until the enemy is dead. Especially after its third eye opens, its battle strength will surge by 5 times. Once the 3 eyes are open at once, regardless of the battle results, it would die. This was a type of wolf breed that disregards their own body when entering fierce battles. The fourth was the White Eyes Wolf. The eyes of the White Eyes Wolf were pure white. They had extremely good eyesight, even during the night. Their vision cannot be obstructed. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there was one blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 frenzy wolves, and 5 white eyes wolves on sale. They were all bought by Fong Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern border's shadow sect blessed land, Old Man Yen Shi squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in mid-air. Fong Yuan bought wolf groups in bulk, even wolf emperors and mutated wolves. It attracted the attention of this wisdom path goo immortal. This Fong Yuan. He suddenly bought so many wolves. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal who had always stayed in the background frowned. He tried using his goo to make a deduction. But the result was that Fong Yuan wanted to rear wolf groups for profit and business. This result did not satisfy him. Who Immortal Blessed Lands environment is most suited for growing fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are different after all. Blessed lands are blessed. They were the land of fortune. But every blessed land was different. They received different blessings. For example, who Immortal Blessed Land was most optimal for raising foxes. Foxes that lived in this area would grow better and breed faster. As for Langya Blessed Land, it was suited for refining goo. The environment was suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow Sect Blessed Land benefited the cultivation of soul path goo masters. The instinct deep within his heart told Old Man Yen Shi that Fong Yuan's actions had much deeper meaning. But Wisdom Path was not all-knowing. It had its weaknesses. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would rule the goo world. There would not be a scene of variety where many paths flourished. Wisdom Path needed evidence to make deductions. The more evidences they had, the more reliable their deductions would be. The Wisdom Path goo master would be guided towards making a more accurate answer. But for Old Man Yen Shi, although he was a Wisdom Path goo immortal, he would never have expected Fong Yuan to be from the future. Old Man Yen Shi had deduced that Fong Yuan used fixed immortal travel goo to go to who Immortal Blessed Land. But he would never be able to guess that Fong Yuan went to Northern Plains. If Fong Yuan had sold divine travel goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he might have been able to make the connection. But Fong Yuan was vigilant. He sold divine travel goo to Langya Blessed Land. Old Man Yen Shi lacked the most critical piece of information. Thus his deduction ended up being wrong. He tried for a few more times, but he still received the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo for this? Old Man Yen Shi thought of this as his pores expanded. As traces of cloud smoke flowed out of him, the white cloud smoke rose up and gathered above his head, forming into a rumbling cloud. The cloud was misty. Once it appeared, a thick immortal goo aura burst out of it. But this rank 7 immortal goo had an indiscernible aura. It was like the stars in the night sky. There was no way to locate it. It was also like the scent of a lotus from 1,000 steps away. The presence was extremely faint. Every time the cloud rumbled, there were infinite changes undergoing inside. There was no way to understand it all. If outsiders forced themselves to comprehend it, they would receive ambiguous answers. This was Old Man Yen Shi's vital goo. Heavenly secret immortal goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the goo immortal did not have any evidences or clues, it could directly lead them to the truth. When Old Man Yen Shi found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was under the slavery goo, he used the heavenly secret goo to deduce that Fong Yuan would one day return to southern border. Thus, Old Man Yen Shi set up this trap and waited for Fong Yuan to come. Right now, Old Man Yen Shi was hesitating. He was wondering if he should use heavenly secret goo. Although heavenly secret goo was powerful, it had a weakness. Old Man Yen Shi would not succeed every time he used it. Out of 10 tries, at least 8 would fail. Once he fails, Old Man Yen Shi would face the backlash of an immortal goo. If this backlash was common injuries, so be it, but it was extremely powerful and caused anyone to feel fear. Old Man Yen Shi's soul and body would be intact. The heavenly secret goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once he faces a backlash, Old Man Yen Shi would lose 10 to 70 years of his remaining lifespan. A goo master's cultivation to raise his rank did not have any effect on his lifespan. To extend their life, goo masters had one way that was the best, that was lifespan goo. Lifespan goo can be used to increase a goo master's lifespan without any consequences. Other than that, There were other unorthodox methods that could increase lifespan. But each of these methods had either weakness or flaws. My current body has around 80 years of lifespan left. Even the most severe backlash will only take 70 years of my life. I will still have 10 years left. It is enough to execute my heaven-defying plan. But these small matters would usually not give a huge backlash. Most likely, I will lose about 13 or 14 years. But is it worth it for me to use heavenly secret goo for this? This act of defying heaven will definitely be noticed by my enemies when I reach the crucial stage. In the future, I will still need to use heavenly secret goo to predict the future. But if I can get the fixed immortal travel goo that Feng Yuan has, it is a great help towards my plan. Just talk about now, if I had fixed immortal travel goo to attack Langya Blessed Land, I will be able to attack or retreat at will. What can Langya Land Spirit do to me? I will not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old man Yen sure thought through it and decided to give up. Although heavenly secret goo was powerful, it was a huge trap. The chances of success was simply too low. Furthermore, the consequences of failure was too severe. Old man Yen sure did not want to waste his lifespan for nothing. Back then, in order to deduce that Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel goo, or where he went, he first spent 70 years and got a result that stunned him for a long time. He was in Central Continent. He was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get there? What opportunity did he get in order to get a visual image of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Okay. Feng Yuan started hiding inside the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old man Yen Shi's plan to take fixed immortal travel goo flopped before it even began. But thankfully, he used heavenly secret goo and expended another 80 years of his lifespan to find the most possible opportunity to strike. In the future, on some day, Feng Yuan will return to southern border and join the Battle of Etian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel goo, old man Yen Shi spent 150 years of his life. Never mind, since I got the results already, I shall wait here for him. The matter of him raising wolves is not a concern. As a wisdom path goo immortal, how can a mere mortal escape from a scheme that I made myself? Hee. Old man Yen Shi snickered as he opened his eyes. His eyes were like the white eyes wolf. There were no pupils, only white color. He stared at connecting heaven goo, his lips becoming more curled as he said, "You are a mere mortal, but you wasted 150 years of my life. In the future, when you die from my plot, it will be your greatest honor. But now, don't think you will have a good time." Old man Yen Shi worked for a while, very quickly. Feng Yuan felt something amiss inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Oh no! Someone is buying the materials for refining wolf enslavement goo in bulk. Feng Yuan wanted to buy these materials, but old man Yen Shi was a step ahead of him. He quickly tried to buy them but faced much obstruction. A number of goo immortal purposely raised the prices against him, causing him to spend a lot more, and the total amount of materials he procured was less than expected. Feng Yuan squinted, his gaze sharp like a needle. Someone is intentionally making problems for me. Humph, it can't be Langya Land Spirit, it does not have such influence. Then, other than Immortal Crane Sect, it can only be that mysterious old man Yen Shi. Hee. Suddenly, Feng Yuan laughed. If it was before, he would be helpless against such a situation. But now it was different. He had a large number of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These recipes ranged from rank 1 to 5, and at every rank there were different types of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These materials that the goo immortals obstructed him from getting were merely materials in ordinary wolf enslavement goo recipes. Many goo recipes had innovative ideas and took different routes, especially Langya Land Spirit's personal recipes. How could these goo immortals understand the use of these materials? A moment later, humph! Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized these goo immortals' names. Jiao So, Great Immortal Zhu Shi, Dian Huang Tianmu. Old man Yen Shi, so it was you. He finally understood who the people finding problems with him were. Because most of these goo immortals were the ones who attacked Langya Blessed Land back in his previous life, according to his memories. These goo immortals mostly come from northern plains, but there are also some from southern borders, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. If I count old man Yen Shi as well, This hidden and mysterious Gu Immortal organization is truly huge. Because of this uncommon clash, Fang Yuan learnt about many secret details. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was it? Who created it? In his previous life, he had absolutely no idea about it. He was kept in the dark. Such a huge force was hiding in the background. They were not a simple poisonous snake, but a ferocious tiger hidden behind the trees. What were they planning? What was their motive? In the future developments, during the Battle of the Five Regions, what influence did they have in all of these events? As for Old Man Yen Shi, what was his role in this mysterious organization? Thinking back about their earlier strife, while it seemed like they were aggressively attacking, they did not use their full strength after all. They had perfect control over their actions. Outsiders would not have sensed anything. They would only think of this as an ordinary contest. Even himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and faced fierce competition when procuring materials. They struck secretly, interfering with him, and found that they could not stop him. Thus they stopped. The entire assault was like throwing a rock into the water. After several ripples, the water surface returned to normal. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart. He could escape from their assault this time because of Langya land spirits recipes. But that was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose themselves or attract any suspicions. Thus they did not go all out. Although Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal in his previous life, he was only a mortal now. Although he had one blessed land, he could not compete against the cooperation of two Gu Immortals, as well as such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted the attention of Old Man Yen Shi is most likely due to fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Back then, he used a mortal body to refine an immortal Gu in front of everyone. It was simply too glaring and attention-catching. Immortal Gu were something not many Gu Immortals had. Not to mention fixed immortal travel Gu, such a top-tier rank 6 Gu. Naturally, it would attract the greed of Gu Immortals. The problem was that high profile he had. But Fang Yuan had no choice. Back then, the situation forced him to do so. This also resulted in the best outcome. There was no better way out of it. After such a long time, I'm sure the news have spread already. Immortal Crane Sect is definitely investigating this thoroughly, but that is a good thing. The clearer they investigate this, the more they would learn about me. I am only about 30 years old. I am a vagabond from a destroyed small mid-sized clan. I am a lone cultivator, or rather, I am a demonic Gu master. As such a person with low aptitude and lacking resources, I actually managed to learn about who immortal blessed land scenery and was able to refine an immortal Gu? How is that possible? This is like an ant becoming a giant and swallowing an elephant, or a pig that grew wings and flew even higher than eagles. Or using a phrase from Earth, this is scientifically impossible. This way, they will definitely deduce that there's an expert behind me. Someone of this level has to be a strong and mysterious Gu Immortal. I am merely a chess piece that this person is using behind the scenes. And because of this, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind me, or the organization backing me up. What if this background organization is a group of people, a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody knows. Any person would want to investigate the unknown, to use all means to learn about their enemies. Before they investigate clearly, as long as I hide inside who immortal blessed land and do not do anything overbearing, they will only try to probe me but would not truly go all out. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like waves, sparked like flint rocks as he evaluated his current situation. Of course, this is only temporary. Paper cannot cover up a fire. Once they find out the truth, or lose their patience, my trouble would come. The moment Immortal Crane Sect attacks who immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan is to self-detonate the blessed land and make both sides suffer a huge loss. Nobody will obtain Danghun Mountain in that case. After losing the protection of his blessed land, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by everyone. Thus, he was using the identity of Changshan Yin as a future backup plan, to leave a way out for himself. A crafty rabbit makes 3 homes. As a demonic lord in his time, Fang Yuan understood this clearly. After collecting his thought, Fang Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly, It would be best if he reached Gu Immortal stage once again before Immortal Crane Sect and the mysterious force struck. But even so, it would still be a great danger. If he could not survive it, he would be smashed to bits and end up in the pitiful state of eternal rest. The pressure is great. Even though Fang Yuan obtained the greatest benefits back at Three Kings' blessed land, because of his actions, he lost the initiative. Spring Autumn Cicada, Immortal Crane Sect, Dang Hun Mountain, mysterious force, earthly calamity of the blessed land. Even though he obtained Hu Immortal blessed land and his strength soared because of it, he was in even greater danger now. All the intense and precarious situations are pressuring him step by step, like a whip or a scythe, driving him to move forward. If he slows down for even a moment, the outcome would be unthinkable. If it were others, they would have exhausted their mind and body, crushed into pulp by such despairing circumstances. Only Fang Yuan, by racking his brain and thinking out of the box, could manage to find a chance of survival amidst looming disaster. But even though he tried so hard, the situation was not taking a turn for the better. Like now, he was facing a new problem. Immortal essence stones were running out. He had first sold large numbers of Immortal Goo recipes and obtained 28 Immortal essence stones. But after some purchases, especially the current bulk purchase, his spending was too high and his funds were running out. Right now, Fang Yuan had 4 Immortal essence stones left. But there were too many areas he needed to invest in. Helpless, he had to stop investing in the wolf groups. But Fang Yuan's original plan was to dual cultivate strength and enslavement path. Now that he had a second aperture, this plan was taking form. 3 things dictated an enslavement path Gu Master's strength. Firstly, it was the size of the enslaved beast group. Secondly, it was the enslavement path Gu worms that the Gu Master had. The third was the enslavement path Gu Master's soul. The deeper the foundation of their soul, the more beasts they could enslave, and the stronger beast kings they could control. The time that they could manipulate beast groups to battle would lengthen as well. After my purchase, my wolf group size is already second-rate in Northern Plains Mortal Plane. The first-rate enslavement masters are still the 3 of them, Ma Zun, Zhang Baoya, and Yang Poring. But my enslavement path Gu worms were all from Changshan Yin. They are only rank 4, I have to get them to rank 5 so as to deal with the great battle in Northern Plains. Thankfully, despite Danghun Mountain's slow death, it can still be used. With Guts Gu, my expenditure is greatly reduced, but other than that, I still need large numbers of Wolf Soul Gu to improve my Wolfman Soul. Facing his cultivation requirements, the Immortal Essence Stones in Fang Yuan's possession seemed lacking. Bulking purchasing wolves only fulfilled one of the 3 aspects in Fang Yuan's enslavement cultivation. Next, he bought a few more Gu recipes in Treasure Yellow Heaven, as well as many refinement materials and the rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu that he desperately needed, getting a total of 18. This way, he spent another Immortal Essence Stone. He only had 3 left. Fang Yuan placed his sights on Relic Gu next. His second aperture Gu was just formed. It is only rank 1 initial stage it had to cultivate from the beginning. But where would Fang Yuan get the time to cultivate? By using Relic Gu to boost the cultivation level, he could bring out this second aperture's usefulness in the short run. Even though he had such intentions, the Immortal Essence Stones were almost used up already. Fang Yuan could only buy the green copper, red steel, white silver, and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose the body modification Gu worm. The body is like a sack, it holds the soul. When the soul is strong, while the body is unable to hold it, it would form a bottleneck and the soul's growth would be halted. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, the one had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If they overexerted themselves, they might break their own bones and tear their flesh before even hitting the enemy. After Fang Yuan finished his transaction, he had only 2 Immortal Essence Stones left. These 2 stones were kept to deal with emergency situations. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the final Guts Gu. On a cliff, Fang Yuan grabbed this Gu. Splat. With a crisp sound, yellow-brown mud flowed out. This was a rotten Gu. Its body was corroded by the gruel mud Immortal Gu. It lost the ability to enhance souls. Danghun Mountain's vitality is falling, the number of intact guts goo is dropping as well. But, after these few days of strengthening, due to the huge number, my soul still managed to reach 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was much more solid than before. It gave off a dense feeling. Almost as if it was stuffed inside Fang Yuan's body. It gave a feeling of almost bursting out. 1,000-man soul was the signature trademark of an enslavement expert. Back then, Chang Shan-yin had 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a thought. He called Little Hu Immortal, and teleported himself into Danghun Palace. Sitting on his cushion, he took out a white-silver relic goo. Through his earlier tests, there was no problems with this relic goo, thus Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. After inspecting the second aperture, he nodded in satisfaction. Second aperture has reached rank 3 peak stage 2. This way, Fang Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, having crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, having snow silver primeval essence. Although snow silver primeval essence could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, it could still provide some help to Fang Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains contest for the Imperial Court, rank 3 goo masters were the absolute vital force. After I use the yellow gold relic goo, I will reach rank 4 peak stage. That would be the best. Of course, the happiest thing is that the second aperture gives me the option for another vital goo. This way, I alone can have 2 vital goo. Throwing aside expendable goo, a goo master's first choice of a goo worm would become their vital goo. The relation between vital goo and a goo master were very close. One could even say their lives were connected. No matter which side was injured, the other side would also be implicated. Vital goo had one advantage which other goo did not have. That was no matter how severe the backlash was after goo refinement failure, the vital goo would still preserved. Thus, most goo masters would regard the vital goo as their core goo. Generally, the goo master's strongest goo worm is their vital goo. Once a vital goo forms, it would be difficult to change it. But that was not absolute. If the goo master found an extremely good goo worm and wanted to cultivate it as their vital goo, they could destroy their original vital goo. But this type of action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital goo was destroyed, the goo master would suffer enormous backlash. At the least, they would suffer heavy injuries, and the worst outcome meant death. After rebirth, Fang Yuan's vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, which had been hibernating in the center of his first aperture with no movement. Now, he had a second aperture and had a chance to choose a second vital goo. He had been able to guess this from the goo recipe, but Fang Yuan was still happy after truly finding that it gave him this chance to choose. Which goo should I choose as my second vital goo? Immortal goo could be taken out of the equation. Fang Yuan's second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture, unable to store immortal goo. Spring-autumn cicada was a special situation. Besides spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan also had 2 other immortal goo, fixed immortal travel and gruel mud. But immortal goo gruel mud was an expendable goo. If he made it his vital goo, after it is used up, Fang Yuan will suffer heavy backlash. Fang Yuan naturally would not do such a stupid thing. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away at the poisonous grassland, so there was no need to mention it. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. It was rank 3 all-out effort goo. He was cultivating strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort goo was a must and was also the most ideal core of the strength path. Previously, Fang Yuan intended to use undefeated 100 battles goo to ensure the safety of the all-out effort goo during goo refinement. But due to many reasons and because of the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles goo to refine immortal goo fixed immortal travel. As long as all-out effort goo became his second vital goo, Fang Yuan would no longer need to worry losing this precious goo worm after goo refinement failure. 2 days passed in an instant. Fang Yuan returned to the northern plains through Stargate goo. The time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but only a night had passed in northern plains. It was crack of dawn. From the edge of the sky, gentle purple and white colors started to appear. As the sun started to rise, The grass started to gradually look glossy green from the previously dark color. The crescent lake reflected the dazzling sunlight and sparkled. The light of dawn shone upon Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked at the side. The sparse wolf group was once again replenished with many white wolf figures. These were water wolves with a size that crossed 10,000. A water wolf myriad beast king led them along with 6,000 wolf kings under it. As for the vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated beasts and so on, Fang Yuan did not bring them. It would be too abrupt and conspicuous if he brought them all out at once. Fang Yuan was disguising as Changshan Yin and wanted to properly manage this identity. Thus he had to avoid such exposing actions. Water wolves were different. This action was proclaiming he was taking in wild water wolves. The water wolves' appearance was easily explained. But if Night Wolf Beast Emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would make no sense. I will have to continue taking in the wild water wolf groups. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the whole wolf group again moved out majestically towards the next destination. 3 days later, on a certain area beside the Crescent Lake, Gu masters from 2 tribes were furiously looking at each other. Zhong Feiyu, your Zhong tribe is too much of a bully. These 5 black-skin fat beetles are clearly our tribe's goods. But you actually dare to seize it out in the open. One tribe's tribe leader Chai Zhang shouted. Bullshit. We have already agreed to our territories with this water wolf nest as the boundary. And this is our Chai tribe's territory. As these 5 black-skin fat beetles have come to our Zhong tribe's territory, they naturally become ours. Zhong tribe leader Zhong Feiyu sneered. Chai tribe's Gu masters were furious at such words. Chai Zhang's face even flushed with anger as he lashed out. Shameless! Our Chai tribe is moving out our camp to hurry to the heroes' assembly, and naturally we need to pass through this place. Zhong Feiyu's eyes shone with a chilly light as he grinned. So this is your Chai tribe's mistake. You could have detoured this place. Why would you walk into my tribe's campground? Chai tribe's Gu masters were raging. Zhong tribe camp was placed at a tricky position, occupying the main road. It would be even more troublesome if Chai tribe was to take a detour. The way around had at least 3 myriad beast groups. Zhong tribe's action was intentionally extorting them. Zhong Feiyu, aren't your actions too unsightly? Chai Zhang gnashed his teeth. Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders without concern, laughing coldly. If your Chai tribe doesn't accept it, we can fight it out. Chai tribe's Gu master's momentum slowed down. Chai tribe was a small-scale tribe while Zhong tribe had expanded into a mid-scale tribe 2 years ago. Zhong tribe was strong. If they fought, Chai tribe would definitely suffer. As the Chai tribe's leader, Chai Zhang was naturally clear of this. He had thought of retreating, but 3 of these black-skin fat beetles were holding their tribe's most precious goods. These goods had been meticulously gathered and were what the Chai tribe wanted to use to side with Lu Wenwu. If he had to give them up, Chai Zhang was of course very unwilling. In the end, should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a stalemate and Chai Zhang was hesitating, from far away wolf howls resounded. Howl, howl. Wolf howls came one after another, endlessly. At the same time, the sounds of a large number of beasts rushing forward were also transmitted to everyone. This lineup? Wolf group. It is noon right now and the water wolf's nest is nearby. How could a wild wolf group come here? Zhong tribe and Chai tribe's people shifted their gaze towards the location of the sound, as if they were facing a great enemy. They soon saw the majestic wolf army rushing towards them like a river, through the sparse jungle. In this wolf group there were strong night wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, outstanding wind wolves and the white fur water wolves, which were the majority. Different from other wolf groups, they were moving harmoniously like an army. There was only one reason for this. Chai Zhang's heart thumped as he immediately thought of a person. Changshan Yin. Zhong Feiyu's expression became extremely unsightly. Their Zhong tribe also wanted to side with Lord Lu Wenwu. Thus they were coveting after these goods of Chai tribe, but they had never thought someone would upset the whole situation at the crucial moment. As the wolf group approached closer, the Gu masters of the 2 tribes became restless. Such a large wolf group, someone could not help exclaiming in shock. Gasp! This scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and the wind wolves are even more than the night wolves. The water wolves are the largest with about 32,000. Someone drew in a cold breath and calculated the numbers with his rich experience. The wolf group size was really too big. They spread open grandly, forming a half-moon-shaped formation and covering the two tribes. Zhong tribe and Chai tribe's Gu masters were instantly surrounded, and with the crescent lake behind them, they were in an unfavorable situation. Didn't they say Changshan suffered huge losses after attacking Pei, Bei, and Zhang tribes? Why does he still have so many wolves left? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The dense wolf group not only covered them. There were still many of them left who were hiding in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Fei could not keep up his relaxed attitude from before. He looked at the large numbers of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings among the wolf group. His heart stuck in his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. They could change the situation with just a lone force. Normal enslavement path Gu masters were already people who should not be underestimated, let alone Changshan. Zhong Fei understood clearly that these wolf groups were enough to annihilate their Zhong tribe 2-3 times over and still have enough strength left. Simply because they were in the wild with no obstacles to rely on. They did not have the walls of their camp, they were not in formation, they did not have time to rest and also no time to recover their primeval essence. One hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan on its back leisurely walked out of the thin forest. Changshan. Zhong Fei and Chai Zhang similarly called out. In an instant, countless eyes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan expressionlessly rode on the hump wolf with his back upright, just like Changshan habit. His sharp gaze swept through everyone. He did not speak, but his closed lips was sufficient to display Changshan proud and aloof aura vividly. Zhong tribe and Chai tribe's Gu masters were silent. They only felt an enormous rock pressing down on their heart. The atmosphere seemed to freeze and made it difficult for them to breathe, especially when they thought of the Wolf King Changshan challenging 3 tribes in one night. Many started to shiver. Pei, Bei, and Zheng tribe had been mid-scale tribe for a long time, while Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe and Zhong tribe had only advanced to mid-scale tribe not long ago. Zhong Fei and Chai Zhang glanced at each other, seeing the graveness and the intent to cooperate in each other's eyes. The two were similarly agonized. Just now they were both about to fight, and now they had the hearts to ally. This play of fate really made one not know whether to cry or laugh. Lord Changshan, your fame is well known to me. Zhong Fei. Zhong Fei gritted his teeth and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that the grand tribe leader Zhong Fei's action was inappropriate. The other was Changshan. But Zhong Fei had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan waved his hand and indifferently said, "All of you get lost. Don't block me." Zhong Fei's eyes widened, his eyes showing an unconcealable humiliation. But he did not retort and instead lowered his head, bowing towards Fang Yuan again before turning around to his Zhong tribesmen. "Retreat." Chai Zhang discerned the situation and also immediately shouted, "We are also retreating." Immediately, both the tribes started retreating far away. Soon, the crowded lakeside only had the wolf groups and Fang Yuan, one person. Of course, there were also those 3 slow-moving black-skin fat beetles. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black-skin fat beetles without interest. The things the 2 tribes were fighting for did not have enough attractive force towards him. He waved his hand and the water wolf group immediately rushed into the water, circling and attacking the water wolf nest here. The water wolf den here had 4,000 water wolves. It was a 1,000 beast group. Although water wolves rarely stepped foot on land, when their homes were invaded, that would be another issue. After sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group approaching, this group of wild water wolves attacked together, engaging with Fang Yuan's wolves. Facing obstruction, Fang Yuan's wolf group stopped their movement. But he snorted, activating Wolf Howl Gu, sending 3 groups of reinforcements to help. The wild water wolves only managed to hold on for a moment before being unable to hold the pressure, immediately overwhelmed as they lost completely. Far away. "Tribe leader, our things are still there." A Chai tribe elder looked indignantly. Chai tribe leader sighed deeply. Never mind. Let it be. It is better than losing our lives. Shouldn't we stay and watch? A person like Chang Shan Yin, he might not be interested in these 3 black skin fat armor worms. Another Chai tribe elder was still hopeful. But Chai Zhang understood the truth. He snorted. If you are not worried about offending Chang Shan Yin and attracting his slaughter, then stay. This Chai tribe elder's face froze. Humph, this idea, do you think Zhong tribe can't think of it? Even if Chang Shan Yin doesn't want them, we will not be able to take these resources. Sigh, with such an expert like Chang Shan Yin here, we can't stay in Crescent Lake any longer. We should set off now and leave quickly. Chai Zhang waved his hand, his tone filled with helplessness, but also anger and weakness. Chai tribe was only a small-sized tribe. They were weak, especially with the 10-year blizzard approaching, as well as the fight for the imperial court. It will be an era of turmoil where Northern Plains is engulfed in battles and chaos. A tribe like Chai tribe was like a tiny boat amidst the chaos, being blown by the winds and waves. They can only ride on weakly. Only by clinging onto a stronger force can they increase their chance of survival. Chai tribe left after packing up, without a bit of delay. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with some afterfear. Lord, Wolf King was victorious. With just a wave of his hand, he exterminated that wolf den. Out of the 4,000 water wolves, he recruited 3,000, yet he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the Zhong tribe higher-ups shuddered upon hearing this. Such loss-to-gain ratio was terrifying. No wonder this Wolf King's wolf group could be replenished so quickly. Lord Tribe Leader, you did not see personally. Chang Shan Yin's manipulation was otherworldly. He is truly skilled. Investigative Gu Master wiped the sweat off his forehead as he added. Zhong Feiyu snorted, refusing to put his own tribe down, shamelessly saying, Chang Shan Yin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this group of wild wolves is only 1,000 beast king. Once they battle, the water wolf group would face great suppression. Their battle strength would be weakened. It is easy to recruit them because of them. What about those 3 black skin fat armor beetles? The investigative Gu Master answered. They were all taken by Chang Shan Yin. Zhong Feiyu's expression turned ugly. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it one. Not only did he fail to get the resources, he even made an enemy out of Chai tribe. Speaking of which, Chai tribe and Zhong tribe were in-laws. They had a close relationship. Otherwise, they would not have moved together, and when they set up camp, they chose to live closely to each other to look out for one another. But the world is cruel. Right now, the imperial court competition was not just about benefits for Zhong tribe and Chai tribe, it was about their survival. Their relationship was only a method to defend their interests. When it was time to abandon the other, they would do so without hesitation. In the main tent, there was a pressurizing silence. Long after, Zhong Feiyu sighed. A person like Chang Shan Yin, even if we gather all our strength, we cannot compete against him. But Northern Plains is not his alone. There are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will note down this battle, and after we go to Lord Lu Wenwu, one day we will take revenge. Zhong tribe elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong tribe set off as well. Using a total of 9 days, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded drastically in size back to Gu tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Gu tribe higher-ups as he went out to welcome Fang Yuan back. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation recovered? When Gu Guang felt Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was shocked and delighted. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, It recovered. It was about time anyway. Back then, Chang Shan Yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Later, he fought a grand battle with Hatu Gu and was injured to the point of nearing death, going into hibernation. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had reached rank 5 peak stage. Even with Northern Plains suppression, he still had rank 5 initial stage aura. His current rank 4 peak stage aura was only due to the effect of breath concealment Gu. As for his second aperture, because it first appeared in Northern Plains, there was no suppression and it was still rank 3 peak stage. Keeping it secret for now and then slowly releasing the aura, Not only could he keep it as a trump card, he could even allow others to gradually accept his improvement without suspicion. Fang Yuan followed the Gu tribe higher-ups back to camp. Gu tribe camp was expanding. Along the way, construction could be seen everywhere. Large numbers of mortal slaves or even Gu master slaves were being mercilessly utilized. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war, and also the beauty of it. Gu tribe higher-ups were cheerful and joyous. After Gu tribe took down Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, they expanded greatly. As they tried to digest this newfound force, the entire tribe's strength had increased greatly. The biggest problem now is the lack of slavery Gu. If we had large numbers of slavery Gu, we could send these slave Gu masters into battle. This will greatly increase our battle strength, Gu Guang exclaimed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control people. But man is the spirit of all being. They were much harder to manipulate than beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong soul. Thus, in general, a Gu master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. As for slave Gu masters, the numbers were fewer. Normally, a Gu master could only control 1 slave Gu master. Any more and the burden on their soul would be too much. As for those slave Gu masters with strong souls, to control them, 1 soul had to be even stronger. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get lots of slavery Gu. But if he did so, he would expose many things. Gu tribe was only a chess piece in his plans. He did not need to worry for them to that extent. Next, I need to continue cultivating in seclusion. You will help me feed this wolf group. Fang Yuan spoke. Yes, Gu Guang quickly replied, but his heart was crying out. Now that Gu tribe was expanding, they were facing a huge lack of manpower. The wolf group was too huge, the burden of feeding them would be great. This would expend a lot of labor for Gu tribe, but Fang Yuan's next sentence made this young Gu tribe leader joyous. I brought a lot of resources back this time. They were obtained when I was hunting wolves. Use them as you wish, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skin fat armor beetles are mine. Safeguard them for me properly. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. For the next few days, Fang Yuan stayed inside Gu tribe camp, cultivating bitterly in seclusion. His second aperture's cultivation level needed to increase. Although he had 1,000-man soul, he still needed wolf soul Gu to strengthen himself, becoming a 1,000-man soul level wolfman soul. At the same time, his strength path also needed improvement. He needed to continue using June strength Gu. When he needed to relax, he would take out the items on those 3 black-skin fat armor beetles and inspect them. These resources that Chai tribe painstakingly gathered were very strange. They were all gray-white stone slabs. But the surface of these stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another. Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. If these stone slabs were real, that would be a huge deal. Tracing their source, they were from the immemorial era. Renzu's 9th daughter, Carefree Wisdom Heart, states that in order to save Wisdom Gu, Carefree Wisdom Heart came to the Qian Kuan crystal wall. Qian Kuan crystal wall was straight from top to bottom. It floated in mid-air like a giant mirror. In the mirror there was a book mountain. On the book mountain there was an ink waterfall, landing on the mountain rocks to form a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow. As it landed on the literature spring, water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into words. This was the origin of the 100-clan writing system in the Gu Master world. After Qian Kuan crystal wall was broken, it turned into numerous gray-white stone slabs. Legends say that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qian Kuan crystal wall and the Gu Master would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, or even Immortal and Demon Venerables collected these stone slabs before. Precisely so, large numbers of counterfeit stone slabs appeared quickly. These fake stone slabs were indistinguishable to real stone slabs, unless the Gu Master was an experienced appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished appraiser Gu Immortal was Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, Taoist Countless Treasure who owned treasure like Gu. But even he could only identify them with an accuracy of 70 to 80%. There were simply too many fake stone slabs. Too many goo masters tried making fakes, even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fakes and scammed many goo immortals. The fakes that he made were very convincing, they could even surpass the real deal. Fong Yuan had never thought of collecting all the stone slabs and restoring Book Mountain. Even a rank 9 goo venerable did not succeed. Fong Yuan had no such drive to waste his effort. He was only resting now, and tried appraising these stone slabs. In his previous life, he had trained his eyes to be discerning. He had also once sold and created these fake stone slabs. Right now, he tried appraising these stone slabs. Removing the fakes, it was a form of relaxation. But unexpectedly, just when he was playing with one of the stone slabs, something happened. This stone slab that he had evaluated to be a fake. After Fong Yuan injected his primeval essence, the ink lines started to move mystically. The ink lines changed and morphed randomly. After a long while, it settled and formed a terrain map. At the center of the map, there was a heightened land. There were no cliffs as the slope was very gentle. There was an opening that resembled a tunnel. On this place, 2 words were indicated: Dichio. All around Dichio, there were swamps and forests. At the southwest corner, there was a river. At the lower area of the map, there were 4 lines. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Fong Yuan muttered it silently, but after a long time, he had no idea what it was saying. These 4 lines were like poems or not. They sounded like goo recipes, but unlikely. But Fong Yuan was sure about one thing. These 4 riddle-like lines were definitely clues left behind on purpose. More amazingly, after the map formed for a while, it faded from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Fong Yuan's hands turned white. There was nothing left on it. But when Fong Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail on this map, at an extreme clarity. This was not his outstanding memory, instead, painting idea goo. A painting idea goo was once used on this stone slab. This goo can turn into scenery images and etch itself into a goo master's memory, so that they will never forget it. Light of comprehension flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. Evidently, this was an inheritance that a goo master left behind. In order to appraise these stone slabs, Fong Yuan had taken many crystal-clear goo, sunshine goo, moonshine goo, etc. from goo tribe's inventory. Just earlier, he had used these goo worms and injected his primeval essence skillfully to test them. These methods were unique ways to appraise gray-white stone slabs. In the end, these methods became the key to activating the secret of this stone slab. The goo master who created this stone slab counterfeit not only used painting idea goo, he also used other goo worms to form this effect. This is an inheritance from a goo master. In order to find the inheritor, he spent quite a bit of effort. Fong Yuan smiled, to think that under such a situation, he obtained the clues to a goo master's inheritance. Inheritance was one of the cultural identity of this world. Be it righteous or demonic goo masters, they would choose to create an inheritance, to leave behind an imprint unique to them in this world. Although he was lucky to receive clues about this inheritance, Fong Yuan did not show much joy. In his previous 500 years, he had encountered many of such situations. He was used to it. Most goo masters would leave their inheritances behind. Therefore, inheritances were always in ample numbers. There were goo immortal inheritances, rank 4 or rank 5 goo master inheritances. These were the truly valuable ones. But there were also many rank 2 or 3 inheritances, even those made by rank 1 goo masters. With the passing of time and natural or man-made disasters, many goo masters often leave disappointed when exploring an inheritance. Some inheritances were destroyed long ago. Others were already taken by the time someone found it. For some inheritances, they were demonic inheritances, traps created by someone meticulously, those mentally twisted goo masters who wanted to take revenge on the world before dying. I am too busy right now. I cannot abandon my plans for such a vague inheritance. Moreover, with just this map, where am I going to find that Dichio place anyway? Getting Dichio inheritance map was only a tiny accident. Fong Yuan quickly forgot about it. In the following days, he continued cultivating while refining goo. From what he gained from the two tribes, he saw an improved recipe and found it interesting. Taking out a few goo worms from Good Tribe's warehouse, he spent a few days, and after failing twice, he refined the rank 3 eagle wings to the rank 4 eagle rise goo. Speaking of which, this eagle wings goo was nearly unused in his hands. After Fong Yuan left Poison Grassland, he came to Hong Yen Valley and reached Goo Tribe camp. When he walked around the few markets that were set up during his stay, he bought it. Wolf King Chang Shan-in was not a flying expert. Fong Yuan would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. Once he used it, it would shock the world. Chang Shan-in went missing for more than 10 years. It was easy to make an excuse. Who knows what opportunities and inheritances he came across during the years? Why couldn't he become a flying expert? A few days after refining Eagle Rise Goo, Gu Guang visited Fong Yuan personally and brought the latest news with him. Ma Tribe had completely absorbed Fei Tribe and became Tian Chuan Heroes Assembly's main character. At Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air Tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu Master New Air Tuesday. Chao Fu's Zhao Tribe? That Zhao Lian Yun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the wondrous woman who became a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the future, is only a young innocent girl now. No matter what, Ma Tribe gained so much attention now, they definitely planning something big, to fight for the coveted throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is the same as in my previous life's memories. But will Ma Hongyun appear? Fong Yuan thought about it as he recalled. He could vaguely remember that during this contest, Ma Tribe showed outstanding strength. Especially during the start, they had strong troops and high morale. They defeated many strong foes. But a tall tree is the first to face destruction. Soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. Ma Tribe gained too much attention. They were targeted by experienced tribes of the Huangjin family. After several tough battles, although they won, they had great losses and were weakened. Eventually, Ma Tribe was forced by He Lulan, facing encirclement. He Tribe had a great number of people, but Ma Tribe had fortified defense. They were able to protect themselves. He Lulan brought his troops personally but was unable to gain victory. Seeing the approaching blizzard, he had to relent. After Ma Tribe submitted to He Tribe, they gained the rights to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun, with his absurd luck, also managed to get in. Precisely because he used this opportunity, he obtained the partial inheritance of an immortal venerable inside the 88-edge treasure building, which became the foundation for his rise in the future. At this moment, Gu Guang spoke, asking Fong Yuan, Lord Supreme Elder, most of the Heroes' Assembly are taking place fervently now. Our Tian Heroes' Assembly also has many experts and competitors, engaging in fierce competition. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the two tribes with the greatest strength. The other forces cannot compete with them. Right now, only our tribe is still left in Crescent Lake. Even the large-sized tribes have set off for Yutian to attend the Heroes' Assembly. After these days of recuperating, we have already digested most of our battle spoils and stabilized the situation. If we don't set off now, we might not make it in time. Fong Yuan nodded. The Heroes' Assembly was a place where forces probed each other and created powerful alliances. Although Gu Tribe gained strength quickly, they were only a mid-sized tribe. If they did not attend the Heroes' Assembly and detach themselves from the rules of the game, they would be ostracized. That had a huge impact on them. Although Gu Tribe leader was Gu Guang, ever since Fong Yuan took the role of Supreme Elder, his decision was already the #1 priority of Gu Tribe. During these days, Gu Guang and the other higher-ups were starting to get anxious. They did not have Fong Yuan's memories. They did not know that during this Tian Heroes Assembly, there would be a huge contest, and thus it ended the latest. Fong Yuan had made his arrangements in light of this. He waved his hand, saying to Gu Guang, although the tribe has stabilized, that is only on the surface. In the dark, there are still many people whose hearts are not with us. If we really went to battle, even with a mid-sized tribe scale, we would not be able to unleash the corresponding strength. Gu Guang lowered his head, listening to Fong Yuan's teachings patiently. Fong Yuan continued, Tian Heroes Assembly's contest has just entered the climax. We are in no rush to get there. For now, we are going to Onion Valley. Onion Valley? Guguang showed some confusion. Onion Valley was a place like Crescent Lake. It was a wide valley overgrown with green onions. It was a unique habitat. There, large numbers of beast groups lived at a larger scale than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were countless wild goo worms. Among them, there was the extremely famous rank 2 goo onion explosion goo. This goo looked like an onion, but it was not green or white. Instead, it was red like fire. Once activated, it would emit an intense odor. When wild beasts smell it, they would turn irascible, showing their wild nature. They would be more likely to attack people. Thus, Onion Valley was much more dangerous than Crescent Lake. Why did he want to go to such a dangerous place instead of attending the heroes' assembly? But soon, Fong Yuan said his reason. Very long ago, I bred some wolves in Onion Valley. After these years of growing, they should have matured and expanded. So that's it. Guguang's eyes shone. It was very resource-expending to nurture an enslavement path goo master. Just the food needed to feed their wild beasts daily was an astronomical figure. These days, in order to take care of Fong Yuan's wolves, Gu tribe had expended a lot of their resources, causing Guguang to wince in pain and have a clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path goo master would choose to let beast groups grow on their own. They would choose some appropriate locations and leave some beasts behind as the seeds. Once in a while, they would go to check their growth. If the beast group expanded, they would have profited. Of course, the chances of having gains was low. In most situations, the beast groups would shrivel or even get exterminated. But even so, most enslavement path goo masters would choose to do so. After all, enslavement path was a huge burden on resources. How many moral goo master could be like Fong Yuan, sending their beast groups into the blessed land? After Fong Yuan said that, Guguang immediately understood. After so many years, the Wolf King is still around, but I do not know how many wolves there are left. But this time when we attend the Heroes' Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is for us. We will have greater authority and voice if our wolf group is larger. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Guguang nodded, agreeing. Lord Supreme Elder is right. Then when do we set off? Today, Fong Yuan said. The sky was pure and azure, and the ground was like a sea of jade. The soil here was especially fertile with water plants growing lushly, reaching up to a man's knee. This was the famous Yution of northern plains, reputed as one of the most abundant pasturelands. Now, people were gathering here with their banners fluttering in the wind. Yution's Heroes' Assembly had already lasted for half a month. In the first week, every tribe was shouting their own slogans, causing clamor and disturbance. But gradually, all the forces began to join up through alliances. And now, the two strongest forces remained. One side was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu and another was He tribe's He Lu Lon. At this moment, the two sides were valiantly confronting each other. In the center of the people was built a spacious battle stage. In the battle stage, two Northern Plains goo masters were having an intense battle, both of them with rank 4 cultivation. Outside the stage, everyone was looking at the battle intensely. Battles at tribe leader levels were not something they normally had a chance to observe. Especially the two people on the stage. One righteous and another demonic, both were famous characters and had deep hatred against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. The middle-aged goo master in the battle stage shouted and stamped his foot, jumping into the air. In the air, he took a deep breath, then breathed out a basket-sized dark flame towards his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart gave warning signs. His eyes flashed with blue light as he crazily poured his yellow-gold primeval essence into water wall goo. Rise! He raised his two palms from bottom to top. His movement looked heavy, as if he was lifting a weight of 10,000 caddies. Following his movement, boundless water vapor formed into a blue waterfall that rose up from the ground. The waterfall charged up in reverse and then came down, forming an arch of thick water wall. The dark flames slowly fell onto the water wall and was immediately extinguished. Ha! The spectators were stunned. They were just about to ridicule Water Demon for making a big fuss over nothing, when suddenly the spark with only a bit of light left in it suddenly exploded. Boom! The deafening explosion was like the crackling of the thunder. Great amounts of flames rushed forth and evaporated the thick water wall into water vapor. The strong impact created a frantic wind that rapidly spread everywhere. But the storm could not get out of the stage. There were goo masters standing around the battle stage, activating their defensive goo to form a round barrier that firmly guarded the stage. Such terrifying skill! Such intense explosion has already neared the effect of a rank 5 goo. This killer move has all along been concealed by fire prodigal Chai Ming. Although Water Demon detected it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. As the shocks from the explosion started to dull down, everyone started discussing and making a din with their gaze concentrating on the battle stage. Even He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were unable to take their eyes off. But within the round light barrier, water vapor caused the stage to become a scene of white, making people unable to see clearly. Everyone patiently waited, and when the water vapor dispersed, Chai Ming was still standing tall on the stage while gasping and looking at the body under his foot. Water Demon, did you think a day like this would come when you killed my father that year? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu spurted out mouthfuls of blood, showing a pained expression under Chai Ming's step. Ha ha ha! It is our win! Lord Chai Ming is mighty! The spectators were dazed for a while before the side belonging to Lu Wenwu burst out with extremely loud cheers. On the other hand, on He Lulan's side, some onlookers were silent, while others had twitching mouths. Brother Lulan, you let me win one. Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat and cupped his fists towards He Lulan with a smile, showing an elegant demeanor. He Lulan looked like he had not expected this result as he coldly snorted. Just as he was about to say few words to keep up with the formalities, whoosh! A soft sound sounded out, and Chai Ming looked towards his chest in shock. A sharp water blade protruded out of his heart. He looked back slowly to see his enemy Hao Ji Lu malevolently smiling towards him with his face full of blisters from the fire. This is the real body. Then under my foot is... Chai Ming was full of doubts. Bang! Coincidentally at this time, the Hao Ji Lu under his feet turned into a pool of water and dispersed. It is water image goo! Someone exclaimed. Water image goo is a rare rank 4 goo. But Water Demon clearly used many other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The sounds beside his ears allowed Chai Ming to understand the reason for his defeat. Despicable! He said the last word of his life and died with an extremely indignant heart. Lord Chai Ming! Many people cried out in sorrow. Brother! Chai tribe leader cried out with tears rapidly flowing down his eyes. Ha ha ha! He Lulan threw his head back and laughed loudly without concealing his joy in the slightest. He raised his thumb towards the Water Demon. Hao Ji Lu, you did great. Come, drink this wine. Many thanks for Lord's reward. Water Demon walked off the stage while grimacing in pain from the burns that were all over his body, but still accepted the cup of wine and drank it in one shot. Great wine! He gave a flattering smile and returned the wine cup to He Lulan. Although everyone disdained his shamelessness, his strength was displayed in front of them, and with adding in his evil reputation, no one ridiculed or mocked him. He Lulan waved his hand and spoke with his coarse and boorish voice. Take this cup as a reward too. Yen Shui Air. Come, bring me a new cup and pour me the best wine. Following his beckoning, a beautiful young girl in gorgeous attire obediently walked forward and places several wine cups in the table in front of He Lulan, then gracefully poured wine. She was the eldest daughter of Yen tribe, Lu Wenwu's fiancée, kidnapped by Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. She was offered to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan hurriedly brought Yen Shui Air with him to the Heroes' Assembly as an attack against Lu Wenwu. Young Master Lu, you can't win against me. Why not admit defeat and I shall return your fiancé to you? He Lulan drank the wine in one shot and boorishly wiped off the wine that dropped to his beard. Hee, why does a man have to worry about having no wife? This girl is beautiful. But how could she replace the ambition inside my heart? Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the old saying that women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet? Since Brother Lulan likes her, feel free to have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, showing not even a bit of anger. Young Master Lu is really ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. Right? Only such a person is worthy for us to follow. Lu tribe's side spoke one after another in support of Lu Wenwu. Since it was a woman, they were not moved and did not have any thoughts of retorting. This was the tradition of northern plains, regarding men as superior to women. Women are like clothes and brothers are like hands and feet. This saying was said by none other than Giant Son Immortal Venerable. The bloodlines that Giant Son Immortal Venerable had passed on was collectively called as Huang Jin family. Huang Jin family held the supreme authority in northern plains and also followed the old ancestors' tradition. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan on equal terms, he was naturally not somebody easy to deal with. His words were instead secretly ridiculing He Lulan's lustful and unambitious nature, giving him an appearance that he was not infatuated with the mortal affairs. He Lulan furiously snorted. Your Lu tribe has always been able to talk well, but so what? Come. We will send our people on the stage and have a match. Lu Wenwu's expression immediately changed a little. Rather than Yen Chui air, this was his greatest weak spot. In the previous 9 matches, he only won 3 matches and lost many experts. In the battle just before, he even lost the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming. Now, He Lulan was inviting him for battle again, and he had no choice but to accept. If he did not accept, it would show his cowardice. The men of the northern plains despised a cowardly master the most. But if he accepted, he was sure to lose more than win. Damn it! This bastard is intentionally challenging me to weaken my elite battle forces. But I cannot show weakness in the heroes' assembly. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu inwardly gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping beside him. There were people from both righteous and demonic path who had sided with him, with no lack of famous characters. But at this moment, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze and either lowered their head or gazed far away. Right as Lu Wenwu's subordinates were feeling awkward, a loud voice came from a distance. Big brother, no need to worry. Send me. Third brother has come. Lu Wenwu was very happy at the voice. The crowd parted and created a passage. The person who walked through the path caused everyone to be surprised. This person was tall with a beefed-up body, a fierce mouth and wide nose, skin as dark as ink, with snowy white lush hair and beard that seemed to blend together like a lion's mane. The white hair and black skin was such an unusual appearance that caused the crowd to be dazed for a while before someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity? This person is an Inkman. Rockman, Eggman, Hairyman and Inkman were not Renzu's descendants but variant men. Inkman was also recorded in the legends of Renzu. Their homeland was the Book Mountain. The Book Mountain had an ink waterfall which would crash down on the literature spring, and the raging ink would fall on the rocks, forming Inkmen. Big brother, little brother is late. This Inkman walked to the center of the site and bowed deeply towards Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. You came at a good time. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. Everyone. This is Mo Shi Kuang, whom I have sworn brotherhood to at my early years. Mo Shi Kuang. Young Master Lu really has good vision. Fooling around with an insignificant variant man. All right. Let my Viper Prince exchange moves with your brother. From He Lulan's side, a male Gu Master with triangular eyes walked out. Come. Viper Prince walked to the battle stage and beckoned Mo Shi Kuang with his finger. Mo Shi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately jumped to the stage in fury. Die! He clapped his 2 palms. Boom! An invisible force swept everything, crushing towards Viper Prince without any obstacle. What? Chi Path? Rank 4 peak stage. Shit. Viper Prince could not even finish speaking before he was crushed into minced meat which then splattered everywhere. The result was decided with 1 move. Gasp. The sounds of sucking in cold breath resounded in the air. He Lulan looked at Mo Shi Kuang with a gloomy face. He had a bad premonition when Mo Shi Kuang stepped on the stage, but when Mo Shi Kuang smashed Viper Prince into minced meat with 1 move, He Lulan's heart turned heavy. Mo Shi Kuang was a rank 4 peak stage expert and cultivated Chi Path. Humans were the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their aperture through hope goo. Since variant men had the man word on them, they naturally had higher spirituality than beasts. But this spirituality was much less than humans. Thus, only few variant men could achieve such accomplishments in cultivating. The absolute majority of the variant men would never awaken their aperture in their whole life. Only a few fortunate ones could. Only the fortunate among these fortunate ones could achieve success in cultivation. This Mo Shirkwang was one such special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu made friends with Mo Shirkwang. If it were me, I will also be willing to make friends with such a rank 4 peak stage expert. Realization dawned upon many people. Hey, the black-skinned fatty over there. Is it you who wants to oppose my big brother? Come. Send your experts. Let me slap your lackeys flat. Mo Shirkwang patted his chest and shouted loudly. A heroic aura showed in his boorish manner. Black-skinned fatty. He Lulan's eyelids twitched and was extremely angry. Although I am fat, am I as black as you? This black boar is really hateful. Hey Xiaoyi. He Lulan lightly called, his calm voice holding within a burning rage. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Xiaoyi agreed expressionlessly and unhurriedly walked. His gaze was as indifferent as ice. As he walked, a black light blossomed over his whole light. The black light condensed and formed an armor that firmly covered him. Next, a dim green halo flew over his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and hovered beside him, completely shielding him. Similarly, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces whimpered and hovered around him. By the time he stepped on the stage, he was completely armed and protected. The crowd was in a clamor. He Lulan's words were very imposing, but he actually sent a defensive Gu master to bring out Mo Shirkwang's trump cards. Ahahaha. Mo Shirkwang was instead very happy. You are a guy asking for a beating. Come, eat my punch. The moment he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely punched at He Xiaoyi. Instantly, his fist strength condensed into a thick fist chi which fiercely slammed at He Xiaoyi, who was dozens of steps away. If it was someone else, just this punch would leave them handicapped if not dead. But He Xiaoyi forcibly took on this punch. His upper body shook a bit, but his lower body did not move in the slightest. Good. Mo Shirkwang was very happy at this. He was different from ordinary Inkmen, and was extremely addicted to fighting. He became thrilled at this moment and shouted, Again! He slowly took off to the air, his snow-white hair swaying loosely with the air. After pulling open a distance from He Xiaoyi, he started to punch rapidly. The punch shadows rained down like a torrential rain, the translucent fist chi shooting towards He Xiaoyi. Aura! The fist chi exploded on He Xiaoyi's armor, producing a sound like that of thunder crackling. But He Xiaoyi was like a giant reef that would stand tall no matter how many sea waves struck it. The 56 flying bone shields dispelled most of the force on him. Some bits and pieces of fist chi struck at his black iron-like armor, but it was of no use. The scattered chi flow was absorbed completely by the 9 ghost faces. When Mo Shirkwang's crazed attack stopped, the halo above He Xiaoyi let out a dim green light and shone down upon the flying bone shield, completely repairing the cracks in the shields. Let me return this to you. He Xiaoyi sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths together and spurted out dozens of fist chi. Shockingly, Mo Shirkwang's attack was returned back to him in full. Mo Shirkwang was dazed at the dozens of fist chi. The fist chi exploded on him one after another and he crashed down to the ground. Ha ha ha! Rank 4 peak stage is nothing outstanding. Immediately, someone shouted outside the stage. Young master! A person beside Lu Wenwu nervously shouted. He Xiaoyi is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops. A rank 4 upper stage Gu master specialized in defense. Should we call Mo Shirkwang back? Don't worry. Lu Wenwu was not worried and instead had a joyful smile as he looked at He Lulan, then at He Xiaoyi at the stage. My third brother is extremely addicted to fighting. The stronger the opponent is, the more excited he becomes. Hee. Watch the show unfold now. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. So refreshing. Emo Kwang suddenly let out a crazed laughter and jumped up from the ground. His eyes turned as red as fire and he looked at He Xiao-yi with a burning gaze. You are somewhat interesting, worthy of me using half my strength. Emo Kwang said earnestly. He Xiao-yi was naturally not happy. Humph, boastful guy. Give me all you've got. Hiya! Emo Kwang's body shook. An intense inhuman aura like that of lions or bears erupted from his body, oppressing everyone's hearts. Whoosh! He rushed to the sky with overflowing might like that of a demon god, and lifted his right leg. Here it comes! He excitedly shouted and kicked his right leg towards He Xiao-yi. Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly whirled and boundless air condensed into an enormous foot. This foot was nearly transparent and was as big as a small hill. It crashed down rapidly with an incomparably violent momentum. Such an attack! For a moment, not only He Xiao-yi, but He Lulan and others all stared with their eyes wide open. Defend! Use all your strength! The several rank 3 Gu masters who were in charge of defending the site shouted one after another. The enormous foot stamped down. He Xiao-yi gritted his teeth and immediately sent his 56 flying bone shields to take it on. But the flying bone shields could not last for even a second and were smashed by the foot. Next, the enormous foot smashed down like a mountain. The green halo was instantly broken. The 9 ghost faces did their best to absorb the force, but could only weaken 1/10 of it before dispersing. The chaotic airflow could not even scatter before it was suppressed by the enormous foot. He Xiao-yi felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but was powerless and within a few breaths of time, was pressed down to the ground. The black iron armor which had made him famous was crushed to pieces by the huge force. Crack! The sounds of his bones breaking continuously entered his ears and large amounts of blood flowed out of his 7 facial orifices. The huge force was still spreading towards the surroundings. Several defensive Gu masters had to sacrifice their lives to maintain the light barrier and not let it collapse. After the dust dispersed, He Xiao-yi was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless and at his last breath. He Lulan's expression paled as he stood up immediately. He Xiao-yi was part of his direct family line and was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner troops. Without him, Black Banner troops' battle strength would fall by at least 20%. At the same time, He Xiao-yi was He tribe's supreme elder's grandnephew's son, so this was a matter of utmost concern. He Lulan had never expected Emo Kwang to be so strong. His strike could almost jump realms and challenge rank 5 Gu masters. He Xiao-yi could not be lost. He Lulan immediately sent orders. Bring back He Xiao-yi. Immediately, 2 rank 3 Gu masters rushed forward. The defensive Gu masters hesitated but not wanting to offend He Lulan. They did not block the way, instead loosening up the barrier. Lord, this He Lulan is extremely shameless. Actually is trying to break the rules. Let me go too. A Lu tribe elder shouted in indignation. Lu Wenwu, however, just chuckled. Nothing to worry. Let them experience the power of my sworn brother. A group of scoundrels. Emo Kwang shouted in fury before waving forward with his right fist. He seemed to be dragging 1,000 June of weight as he moved his hand, giving a feeling of slow exertion of power. An enormous arm made of chi 50 feet in length and 10 feet wide, rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze. Whoosh! The chi arm produced a sound like that of a roaring dragon or tiger and also seemed like a hurricane that would blow away everything. The enormous chi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner. If it came across mountains, it would break them, and if it came across seas, it would split them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters that came to rescue He Xiao-yi were like flies as they were swept flying by the enormous chi arm. The chi arm then swept outside the stage, causing sounds of shocks and screams to resound. Many spectating Gu masters who were not able to dodge in time were smashed into minced meat by the chi arm. He Lulan and his group hurriedly retreated to avoid the brunt of the attack. Courting death. Kill him. He actually attacked us. Let's attack him together. He Lulan and his group who avoided the brunt of the attack made their moves one after another and immediately shattered the chi arm. Ha ha ha, more. Mo Shi Kuang did not show a hint of fear in facing so many Gu masters, and instead became even more happy, his battle intent burning high. He advanced instead of retreating like a tiger that had came out of the mountain, his beard fluttering as he charged towards He Lulan and the group. Not good. Third brother has gone berserk again. Lu Wenwu could not remain calm anymore. He waved his hand. Everyone, follow me to reinforce third brother. Lu tribe's side also entered the battle. Heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess. An unprecedented large chaotic battle suddenly unfolded. Mo Shi Kuang rampaged here and there in the battlefield, and He Lulan along with his group smoothly grabbed He Xiuyi and retreated. Chai tribe's Gu masters charged towards water demon Hao Ji Lu, and the heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee here and there. It was chaos. Shit. This is only the heroes' assembly. We absolutely cannot have such a battle and suffer huge losses. If so, how will we vie for the imperial court? What to do? Even if our side wins, it will be a miserable victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt the situation was far from good. They tried to stop it, but it was in vain. Howl. Right at this moment, an intensely desolate wolf howl spread from far away, manifesting the presence of a beast emperor. Howl. Countless wolf howls followed soon after. The howling merged into a grand and majestic howl that resounded all over heaven and earth. For 99 turtle jade wolf skin Gu, is there a wolf tide coming? So many wolves. There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves. Wait, there are water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. The shocked voices called out as the people stopped fighting, turning around and focusing their attention on the wolves. But what they saw was a grand wolf army approaching from all directions. All sorts of northern plains wolves gathered together and charged over collectively. The black and nimble night wolves, the elegant wind wolves, the defensive turtleback wolves, the pure as snow water wolves, and the ones coated in blazing flames, vermilion flame wolves. These wolf groups came together, each had at least several tens of thousands in number. At once, the Grand Wolf Army filled everyone's field of vision, causing people to feel suffocated as a chill grew in their hearts. A group of people moved slowly under the protection of the wolf groups. Large numbers of farm slug Gu, black skin fat armor beetles carried huge amounts of resources, while lizard house Gu moved their four limbs forward. There was a grand tribe flag carried by one of them, symbolizing the main tent's location. On the blue flag, there was a huge word written as Gu. It's Gu tribe. That means, this is Chang Shan Yin's wolf army? Didn't Chang Shan Yin battle 3 tribes consecutively? How did his wolf groups expand by so much? Suspicion and questions filled everyone's hearts. According to our intel, the Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get all these water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's face was grim. Big brother. Mo Shi Kuang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The huge wolf groups caused his heart to jump secretly. The water wolves can be explained. After all, good tribes stayed in Crescent Lake for such a long time, and water wolves are most common there. But can anyone tell me where these 80,000 vermilion flame wolves came from? Vermilion flame wolves are much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. They have the strongest attack power among wild wolves. We have to check clearly. Where did Chang Shan Yin get such a powerful force suddenly? Can anyone tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders cursed the intel-gathering Gu masters in their tribes. Forget the vermilion flame wolves. Look at that largest night wolf. Is it a wolf emperor? Zhong Fei Yu pointed as he shouted. The truth is, once the night wolf emperor appeared, numerous gazes were already assessing it. It truly is a night wolf emperor. The authority of a wolf emperor was absolute. After Bei Chaochuan clarified it, he said dryly. Everyone gasped. Wolf emperor. This was equivalent to the strength of a rank 5 Gu master. Chang Shanin was only a rank 4 Gu master. He actually had control of a wolf emperor? As expected of an established character, the hero of Northern Plains, the one who had once single-handedly taken down Hatu Gu and his band of bandits. This legend. Damn it! How did his strength rise so much? With the Wolf Emperor, he is already on par with Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye, and Yang Po Tian. Pei Yanfei, who wanted to take revenge, clenched his fists. The Grand Wolf Army made him feel a strong sense of helplessness and defeat. Seeing the Wolf Army approaching them, everyone showed a grim and fearful expression. The chaotic battle had stopped. Everyone was gathering around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan's side, getting into their formations. Soon after, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the White-Eyes Wolf as he followed Gu Guang and the rest and came to He Lulan. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, I've long heard of your name. He Lulan first greeted him. He Lulan's body was bulky like an angry bear. His uneven shiny white teeth were like daggers, giving people a ruthless feeling. His triangular eyes shone with threatening brilliance. This person was extremely lecherous. It was a well-known fact in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan laughed lightly as he turned to look at Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu wore white clothes, having a scholarly aura, looking like a perfect young master. His eyes were mild and his face was like jade. Beside him, there was a 9-feet-tall ink man. His body was black and he had white hair, standing like a guardian. He was the #1 fierce general in this imperial court competition. Mo Shi Kuang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel amiss. Chang Shan Yin and Chang tribe's enmity had already been spread to the world by Gu tribe during the battle in Crescent Lake. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Chang Shan Yin wants revenge on Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Looking at He Lulan, he said with a plain tone, but his voice resounded in everyone's ears. The reason why I have returned is to exact revenge. Coincidentally, the competition for the Imperial Court was undergoing. This will also allow me to meet all the grand heroes in Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we team up? He Lulan's pupils shrunk as he happily stood up, walking towards Fang Yuan, grabbing his shoulders as he laughed. Gaining Wolf King's help? It would be my greatest honor. At He tribe, the people suddenly exploded as they cheered loudly. Your defeated opponent, Hao Ji Lu, pays respect to Lord Wolf King. Water Demon paid respects to Fang Yuan with trepidation. He Lulan frowned, immediately turning around. Although Hao Ji Lu had gained some merits, if he offended Chang Shan Yin, He Lulan would have to kill him to express goodwill towards Chang Shan Yin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. No matter, just do your best from now on. Hao Ji Lu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. The Wolf King truly has a big heart. Such magnanimity. I am in awe. He Lulan's laughter became louder. Hao Ji Lu was a rank 4 upper stage Guaster, an absolute expert. Now that he got the best of both worlds, he was overjoyed. While He tribe rejoiced, Lu tribe sank into solemnness. Although Lu Wenwu had predicted this, his mood still turned terrible. If I had known this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can a Chang tribe compare to Chang Shan Yin? Sigh, but now that the deed has been done, I cannot salvage it further. He sighed in his heart. Yan Chui Er was his wife-to-be, but he could discard her. Not just because of the patriarchal traditions, but also because Yan tribe had been exterminated. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that subdued to him feel disheartened and fearful. He, Lu Wenwu, could not do such a thing. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe would like to join you. What do you think? Hey Lulan, my Fang tribe will be betting on you this time. Yi tribe is willing to submit to He tribe. At once, several of the undecided large tribes immediately chose to side with He Lulan. Although Lu Wenwu had fierce generals like Mo Shi Kuang, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin had allied with He Lulan. With such a huge wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many people's lives would be saved in the future. This way, all of the tribes at Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choices. A large portion joined He Lulan, while the rest went to Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's lad. We will meet on the battlefield next time. Brother Lulan, till we meet again. Now was not the time to fight. There were still several powerful forces outside of Yutian. The two groups were vigilant as they moved away from each other, towards their main camp. On the way back, Lu Wenwu called the Intel tribe elder and chided him in public. Where did Chang Shanyin's wolves come from? Investigate. Investigate it clearly. Yes, young master. I will definitely make up for my mistake. The tribe elder left with a forehead full of sweat. Brother, don't worry. Regardless of how many wolves he has, I can directly attack and kill that Chang Shanin. Mo Shikuang consoled him with a fearless tone. But Lu Wenwu was deep in thoughts. Against an enslavement pathmaster, one would definitely choose the beheading leader tactic. But now that Chang Shanin has gone to He Lulan, when they meet in battle again, He tribe would definitely keep him protected. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But he could not ignore the concern of his sworn brother. Lu Wenwu smiled lightly, patting Mo Shikuang's shoulder. Third brother. You are an unparalleled warrior that can easily take the enemy's head. Of course I trust you. Big brother, you forgot about second brother. As long as he comes out of his closed cultivation, us three brothers would be able to work together. What's there to fear in the entire northern plains? Mo Shikuang laughed. Second brother? Lu Wenwu's eyes shone, the pressure lifting in his heart. That's right. When second brother comes out, Chang Shanin is not our match when we work together. But now, we should not bother with He tribe, this is a troublesome tribe. We should take down the west area and gather our strength, and strengthen ourselves. Just do what you want, brother. I will follow behind you. At the same time, at another group, He Lulan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, Tian Heroes Assembly's news will spread. All the forces around here will feel a great headache. Brother Shanin, your wolf army will definitely make them suspicious and scared. Fang Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had paid attention to him long ago. Now that he joined him willingly, this He tribe leader definitely had to build a relationship with him. Not only did he treat Chang Shanin as an equal, when they talked, he even started calling him brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew this was a secretive inquisition. Thus he laughed plainly. To speak the truth, I did not expect such gains. Back then at Onion Valley, I left some wolves behind. To think that after these years, they would expand to this extent. Gu Guang beside him also said, That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, the endless number of wolves stunned us all. The truth was, after Fang Yuan went into Onion Valley alone, he opened the Stargate and connected it to Immortal Blessed Land, bringing out most of the wolves inside. When he led the wolf group back to Gu tribe, almost everyone was speechless. This way, the entire Gu tribe was his witness. At the same time, he covered up his tracks on Onion Valley. Right now, the evidences were solid as a mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Shanyin's luck is truly admirable. Letting the wolf groups develop on their own is a helpless measure. One rarely gained anything. Brother managed to get some gains. You truly are a fated individual. Even heaven wants you to come out of seclusion once more. To speak the truth, after you disappeared, the entire northern plain went silent. Heaven did not want to see this. It did not want a grand character like Brother to end up being secluded in the mountains. He Lulan's words were all flattery. It sounded like the entire northern plains only had Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan gave a mild smile purposely, laughing arrogantly. This time, I want to exact revenge, but I also want to spar with Ma Zun, Yang Poring, and Jiang Baoya. Finally, I want to make use of Imperial Court blessed land and improve my cultivation further. Saying so, he acted as if the entire Imperial Court was his own. Hearing such arrogant words, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu bit his tongue. Good. This is the aspiration of a true Northern Plains man. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan, taking out a goo worm as he handed it to him. Good goo belongs to heroes. Since Brother Shan Yin came to me, that is my honor. This rank 5 goo is our meeting gift. Please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look. This was a turtle jade wolfskin goo. It had great defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this goo's recipe back in his previous life. The rank 5 turtle jade wolfskin goo was made using a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather it be part of his force than sacrifice it and turn it into a goo. Although Fong Yuan could use Treasure Yellow Heaven to get rank 5 goo as well, this Turtle Jade Wolfskin goo suited his enslavement path. It would take him a lot of time, effort, and most importantly, immortal essence stones to get such a goo. After all, Fong Yuan only had 2 immortal essence stones left. Now that this goo was given to him for free, that would be the best. All right then, I will happily receive it, Fong Yuan said, as he really grabbed this goo without hesitation. 12 days later, in the secret room, Fong Yuan was seated above a cushion with both eyes closed. His whole body was tense, and his mind was in placid tranquility. His attention was solely focused on the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo that was within his aperture. Currently, the goo floated atop his primeval sea within his first aperture. Primeval essence was continuously poured onto it, which caused the goo to emit a jade-colored light. The light radiated from his aperture and illuminated Fong Yuan's entire body. Gradually, the rays of light dimmed. The entire Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo dissipated into tiny fluorescent particles, thoroughly destroyed. Fong Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo needed to be consumed and would leave imprints on the goo master's body, similar to the bronze skin goo and iron bone goo. These past few days I've been in constant seclusion. My body has finally been refined to Turtle Jade Wolf Skin. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes and pulled back the cuffs of his sleeves to examine the skin on his arms. His skin still retained the natural color of flesh, but when Fong Yuan took out a dagger and ruthlessly slashed at his arm, immediately, the effects of the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo activated. When the dagger made contact with his skin, the skin immediately turned to a jadish green, while the faint lines of turtle shells pulsated outwards. Cutting the skin was similar to a collision with iron or possibly jade, but the skin still retained a degree of flexibility. Fong Yuan gave a satisfied nod. The Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo is rank 5. Its defensive power is truly remarkable. Most importantly, it does not require active use. As long as one is attacked, the defensive properties would activate. It is extremely practical as no primeval essence is expended in the process. It wasn't difficult for a goo immortal to acquire rank 5 goo, though for mortal goo masters, they were quite rare. For a large number of rank 5 goo masters, they only possess 1 rank 5 goo. Some do not even possess rank 5 goo, but instead resorted to rank 4 goo as substitute. Upon meeting Fong Yuan, He Lulan immediately used Turtle Jade Wolf Skin goo to entice him, which, in the eyes of bystanders, was a huge investment. In the eyes of Fong Yuan, a rank 5 goo wasn't much, but it allowed him to sense the sincerity from He Lulan. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin's modification is done. The next step is to improve my strength. Fong Yuan sat still upon his cushion, seizing the most of every minute, diligently improving his strength. He sent out a strength of 10 Jun goo. This goo was like an iron weight. After being infused with primeval essence, it suspended itself above Fong Yuan's head, and afterwards blossomed with a glorifying radiance, covering his entire body while engraving a particular strength path Dao mark onto his body. As time passed, the strength of Fong Yuan slowly and steadily grew. For quite some time, he cultivated his strength non-stop. He had already used up the 5 strength of 10 Jun goo he purchased earlier. Now, he would have to use He Tribe's inventory to acquire more strength of 10 Jun goo. By now, Fong Yuan's body contained the strength of 60 Jun, stored in the very depths of his body. 10 Jun was the strength of 300 Jin. 60 Jun was equal to 1,800 Jin of strength. On Earth, Green Dragon Crescent Blade 1 weighed merely 82 Jin. I have already refined this body with Turtle Jade Wolf Skin. Thus, it can hold about 100 Jun of strength. 100 Jun of strength or more would be within the range of rank 5 realm. Jin Strength Goo and Jun Strength Goo's recipes were the invention of a rank 7 goo immortal. Compared to traditional Beast Strength Goo, they were easier to refine, while simultaneously costing less, and thus were widespread in the north. Fong Yuan abandoned his Beast Phantom Goo and picked up the Jun Strength Goo, not only to keep up with current developments, but also to make his path more convenient, allowing him to disguise his own identity. However, Jun Strength Goo could not solve the fundamental problem of strength path. Fong Yuan had 60 Jun of strength within him, but in practice could only exert a small portion of it. To solve the problem, he would have to rely on all-out effort goo. All-out effort goo could allow a goo master to make use of their whole body's strength, allowing them complete liberty to exert strength. It was truly the core goo of strength path. Therefore, Fang Yuan decided it would be his second aperture's vital goo. But this all-out effort goo was a mere rank 3 goo, and being in a foreign land resulted in it being suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan had the recipe for rank 4 all-out effort goo. Thus, so long as he is in northern plains when he refines the goo to rank 4, it will not be affected by the suppression. But it would be hard to continue accumulating. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin helps in bearing the weight of my strength, but does not benefit enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I merely have 1 body. In this world, there were few things that could satisfy all of one's needs. While advancing strength path, he could not simultaneously advance enslavement path. If he wanted to advance enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have employed Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Goo, but rather a different rank 5 goo known as Wolf Totem Goo. This goo could be used to store wolf packs. They would be stored in his skin, and for every wild wolf he keeps, a wolf tattoo would also form on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path goo masters would choose their corresponding totem goo and keep their elite troops in their own bodies. In critical moments, goo masters would reveal the power of their elites, summoning them and making them fight. Like before, Fang Yuan used rank 4 impermanence bone goo, which allowed him to further strengthen his soul. But impermanence bone goo did not benefit strength path. Fang Yuan may be a goo master of both the strength and enslavement path, but it was not simple. It was easy to cause a disaster for both paths. Fang Yuan's problems were far from just this. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, once again putting him under the pressure of death. His frequent entering and exiting of Immortal blessed land caused his supply of starlight firefly goo to dwindle. Immortal crane sec's great desire towards Immortal blessed land, the mysterious force's attention due to the fixed immortal travel goo, the problem of recovering fixed immortal travel and gruel mud immortal goo, Immortal blessed land's earthly calamity, the crisis concerning the death of Danghun Mountain, and constantly pretending to be Chang Shan-in, and the mental pressure of making sure I do not show any weakness or flaws. His situation was terrible. It could even be said that he was beset on all sides. But because of the crisis, I can look forward to the moment when I cut through the thistles and thorns and break free of worries. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, organizing his state of mind, and left his secret room. Outside the secret room stood 2 rank 3 goo masters, standing like guardians. The Wolf King's identity was the main reason for this situation. After arriving at He tribe camp, they immediately decided to strictly protect him. "Greetings, Lord Wolf King." When the 2 goo masters saw Fang Yuan come out, they immediately saluted and reported to him. Lord He Lulan invited the other lords to attend the banquet to conduct important business. After returning to He tribe's compound, He Lulan won large feast for almost 3 days and spent 5 days at a smaller feast. Several invitations were sent to Fang Yuan, but he was busy cultivating. Every sent invitation was completely rejected by him. Fang Yuan was in a race against time to increase his strength, which was also in accordance with Chang Shanyin's hot and lofty disposition. Though this time the banquet was extraordinary. There are important matters to discuss? Fang Yuan's footsteps halted, and he changed his usual attitude towards banquets. Let's go. The secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan exited his secret room and arrived above the ground. The curtain of night already enveloped the sky, stars scattered about. Rushing to the banquet, as he had expected, it was the matter of the blood oath. These days, the banquet did not have He Lulan's usual decadence. Rather, it focused on talks between leaders negotiating the contracts of an alliance. This heroes' assembly was only the preliminary stage to establishing the genuine union, which would unite the forces of all parties into one alliance. The contract of the alliance already agreed on various things, and the leaders were now working on their individual tribes' interests. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and saw no issues, so along with everyone else, he used the poison vow goo. Poison vow goo had the power to restriction, and was also the foundation of building mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was the exception. He possessed eating one's words goo. In 200 years, this goo would be developed by a Western Desert chief. When he was in Shang Clan City, he used it to break his poison vow with Bai Ningbing. And now that he could link with Treasure Yellow Heaven, if he wanted to remove the poison vow, he would merely have to refine it again. The main tent was brightly lit, with each tribe having their own seat. He Lulan held the central seat, and the first to his left was Fang Yuan, with Guguang standing behind him. It was difficult for the young tribe leader to hide his happy expression. Holding second seat in the alliance was a result of clinging to Fang Yuan. Their benefits surpassed that of any ordinary medium-sized tribe. Sitting after Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large tribes, Wang tribe, Fang tribe, and Yi tribe, while down the line were the leaders of the medium-sized tribes, and finally the small-scale tribe leaders, as well as the rank 4 demonic path experts. Now, the alliance began its preliminary aggregation, before they were merely like loose sand. Ha ha ha, now everyone is family. According to conventional tradition, after having established our alliance, we need to hold a large feast. But these traditions and conventions are total bullshit. I've already thought of something better. Rather than annexing those weaker powers, we should instead collect wild wolves. He Lulan began his speech. Soon, all eyes concentrated on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's complexion was indifferent. His eyes darted across the room. Within his heart he understood that by joining in, he had already altered history. He vaguely remembered, 500 years ago in his previous life, after He Lulan's alliance was formed, he immediately assaulted the east, launching a bloody war with the Dongfang tribe. But this is good, although He Lulan prevailed over Dongfang tribe, he suffered huge losses in the process. He Lulan is obviously taking consideration of my Night Wolf Emperor, which was expected. With the Night Wolf Emperor, he could incorporate myriad beast groups into his army. The expansion of the wolf group will be a great thing for me. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment, and gave everyone a nod. Since this is the case, I will do my part. No one in the camp gave an objection. The larger the number of wolves, the more they would benefit while suffering fewer casualties, preserving the strength of their tribes as much as possible. He Lulan was relying heavily on Changshan Yin. Everyone understood and agreed. It would be a shame to have such a great master of the enslavement path and not put him to use. As for the sharp rise in strength of the Wolf King, they did not have to be too concerned. They were not aware of the eating one's words goo, and had complete trust in the poison vow goo. Since the covenant had already been formed, they did not have to worry that the Wolf King would take advantage of their interests. Soon after their discussion, the entire He tribe alliance began to work actively. Goo masters from tribes both large and small dedicated themselves to expanding Fang Yuan's wolf pack. In the grassland shrouded by the night, Sang Yi was running for his life. The bone-chilling wind pounced on him, but he, however, was perspiring greatly. Fast, faster, he screamed in his heart, pouring his primeval essence frantically into his movement goo. Howl! Behind him, a night wolf group was charging towards him. The reason for that was the corpse of a night wolf's cub in Sang Yi's hand, leading to this pursuit that had continued for several minutes. If it was before, these few minutes would be gone in a blink of an eye to Sang Yi. But with the myriad wolf group closely chasing him, Sang Yi felt every second of time passing very slowly and unendurably. Finally, I've arrived. Seeing the small ravine in front of him, Sang Yi burst forth with newfound strength, rushing towards the ravine. Rumble, close to 20,000 night wolves followed him into the ravine like a dark flood. They have entered. The goo masters lying low in the ravine shouted in joy. Collect the net quickly. Don't miss it. A rank 3 goo master who was the leader of this group sent the command immediately. Earth wall, rise up. A group of rank 2 goo masters simultaneously activated rank 2 earth mound goo. With so many earth mound goo activated together caused the stones on the entrance of this narrow ravine to rapidly rise up, forming into a barrier like that of a rank 3 earth wall goo. At the same time, on another side of the ravine were dozens of goo masters who activated falling stones goo. Large numbers of stones fell down and firmly blocked the entrance. The exit to this ravine was already sealed before. Now with the entrance blocked as well, the night wolf group that had entered was like a turtle trapped in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast king saw the situation turn bad and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the ravine and cross over it. However, at this time, a desolate and magnificent wolf howl resounded through the skies. Feng Yuan was riding on a night wolf emperor, commanding large numbers of night wolves to attack from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes turned red and howled furiously, but they hesitated because of the wolf emperor's presence. Clear mind goo. With a thought, Feng Yuan summoned a clear mind goo. This was a rank 4 goo. After the primeval essence poured into it, it immediately changed into a cool wind. The cool wind blew gently over the area. The night wolf group that was starting to turn frenzied due to the effect of onion explosion goo immediately came to their senses when this cool wind blew over them. The wolf emperor howled again, turning this wild night wolf group to fall into a chaotic mess. Their formation crumbled and their will to fight received a huge impact. Feng Yuan laughed and commanded his wolf group to attack for real. There were already goo masters who were tangling up the wild myriad wolf king. Feng Yuan first mobilized his wolf group to divide the wild night wolves before nibbling away at them. The whole situation was in his firm control. Then he approached the wild myriad wolf king and then, at the opportune time, used rank 4 wolf enslavement goo. In the end, he only had to pay the lives of few hundred night wolves to smoothly take in this myriad wolf king and close to 20,000 wolves. After this great success, the goo masters remained behind to clean up the battlefield, while Feng Yuan led the increased wolf group towards the next destination. There, another large group of wild night wolf group was waiting for him. You did good. A rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 primeval stones along with a rank 3 goo. This is your well-deserved reward. Sang Yi wiped off the sweat off his forehead and looked at these primeval stones and the goo while breathing heavily. He then looked at the distance, looking at Feng Yuan's receding figure with envy and admiration. Although I am a rank 3 goo master and have some fame in the demonic path, I cannot be compared to Wolf King. This is a true big shot. When will I have such an accomplishment? In this night, Feng Yuan wandered thousands of li and took in 70,000 wild night wolves. Only by dawn, when night wolves would not go out to hunt and had all returned to their nest, did Feng Yuan lead the wolf group back to He tribe camp. After He Lulan established the alliance with the concept of safety in numbers, 5 enormous camps were stationed nearby. Feng Yuan's wolf group was divided among these 5 camps for the specialized people to feed them. These few days, he had taken in large numbers of night wolves. The night wolf group that was only about 30,000 originally had now expanded to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the greatest force in Feng Yuan's troops in one go, adding in the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and others. Feng Yuan's wolf group had reached a huge size of 530,000. It is thanks to the night wolf emperor that I could incorporate the night wolves so easily. Settling down the wolf group, Feng Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. With the increase in the night wolf group, the numbers of myriad wolf kings Feng Yuan had to control also increased by several times. These large numbers of night wolf myriad beast kings created a burden on his soul, causing him to feel an increasingly heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for hours, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on a cushion and continued to cultivate wolf soul goo. He used the wolf soul goo, slowly converting his 1,000-man soul into wolfman soul. Previously, he had 100 soul-level wolfman soul which had a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail, and wolf claws. But afterwards, he used large numbers of guts goo in Danghun Mountain, and his soul rapidly expanded to 1,000-man soul. This instead caused the wolf soul goo's effect to thin out, and his soul recovered the appearance of a normal soul. The wolf soul goo's effect was not clear at all. After more than 2 hours, it only slightly lengthened the wolf ears on Feng Yuan's human soul. But to Feng Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lifted by a lot. With Wolfman's soul, controlling wolf groups would become much easier because the wolves would acknowledge the goo master as one of their own kind from the depths of their soul. Unfortunately, I do not have rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo and can only use the rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo. Its effects are clear on 100-man soul, but the effects have great weakened as I progress through 1000-man soul. After using it for a long time, Fang Yuan stopped it while feeling some regret in his heart. However, rank 5 Goo were never easy to obtain. Refining rank 4 Wolf Soul Goo required an intact soul of a myriad Wolf King. But to refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo required the soul of a Wolf Emperor. Moreover, even a refinement master would only have about 50% chance to successfully refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo. Fang Yuan had thought of purchasing it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he recalled he only had 2 Immortal Essence Stones left and the mysterious force hiding in the dark, he dispelled this plan for safety purposes. Although I can't directly buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I have already mentioned this request to He Lulan. He tribe is part of the Huangjin family, and their supreme elders are Gu Immortals. Thus they have extremely deep foundations. 2-3 days have already gone by. I might as well ask him now. With this thought, Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and met He Lulan, but he expressed that his hands were tied. Brother Shan Yin, truth be told, I have already written a letter to request it from the supreme elders. But they thought it would be better to give a live Wolf Emperor instead of rank 5 Wolf Soul Goo. And the Wolf Emperor cannot be given casually as well. Their intention is to use battle merits to exchange for it. After all, I need to convince the masses as well. He Lulan was very cunning. Ever since Fang Yuan took the poison vow, his attitude was no longer as cordial as before. Together with the fact that he had used large amounts of manpower and physical resources over these days to help Fang Yuan incorporate the Night Wolf group, he felt he had done more than enough for Fang Yuan. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000 in number. Such a large force also caused him to inwardly feel fear. Despite the restriction from Poison Vow, He Lulan was subconsciously guarded. Fang Yuan nodded and expressed his understanding. He had also commanded Little Hu Immortal to keep a close watch on Treasure Yellow Heaven to get any wolf emperors native to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, beast emperors were rarely sold. A beast emperor had been put for sale in these days, but it was a boar emperor and not a wolf emperor. Fang Yuan realized from He Lulan's words that he was already unable to hold back and was already preparing to start a war campaign. Over these days, Tianchuan, Mengqiu, Chaofu and every other region of Northern Plains were already engaging in battle. Among the popular candidates for the ownership of Imperial Court this time, only He tribe had been holding back and growing the wolf group. Now they had already accumulated enough wolves. He Lulan, who was full of hope, had already been impatient. Then Brother Lulan, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lulan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Little brother is really sharp. I won't hide it from brother. I want to attack Chaofu and eradicate Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe has lot of beauties, especially that Dongfang Qingyu who is a famous beauty in Northern Plains. I want to kill all their men and capture all their women. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was slightly stupefied. History was still steering in the same direction. After making a detour, the focus still returned to Dongfang tribe. But with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dongfang tribe, hee. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Reaching this stage, he could already influence the development of the future. But so what? Let history be completely changed. As long as there are prophets in front of him, so what if the sky and earth collapses, or if the floods reach heaven? Who cares if his reputation stinks for 10,000 years? The next day, He tribe completely pulled out the camp and began a majestic expedition towards Chaofu. This news immediately attracted the attention of all kinds of forces. The situation was changing crazily and Chaofu was preparing for a great battle. Different from Yu Tian's Heroes Assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe occupied the greatest dominance in Chaofu's Heroes Assembly, suppressing the heroes and incorporating large numbers of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was barely resisting the pressure, not willing to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. The news of He tribe large expedition attracted almost all the attention of Dongfang tribe. Zhao tribe got space for a breather and showed signs of moving their tribe towards a corner. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master Dongfang Yuliang. After making deductions and forecasts over a night without resting, he immediately changed the stiff stance and changed the conditions for joining the alliance to become extremely lenient and generous. Dongfang Yuliang personally traveled to invite Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader hesitated. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmities between them, and this enmity had gotten deeper over the years. But Dongfang tribe's sincerity could be clearly seen right now, and the conditions they offered were also very attractive. Maybe this was a rare opportunity to resolve the old hatred and grudges with Dongfang tribe? In the study room, Zhao tribe leader placed down the document wearily. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. Due to handling the tribe affairs for a long time, this 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master already had white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale expedition and the personal invitation from Dongfang Yuliang, the tribe was divided into 2 factions. These 2 factions argued endlessly. One side wanted to side with Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudges, while another side wanted to side with He tribe as He tribe was much bigger. Could siding with Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudges? When he thought of the deep hatred that had accumulated over the generations between their tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader could not speak with certainty. And siding with He tribe was also not right. Zhao tribe's main headquarters was after all in this Chao Fu region, while He tribe represented Yution's tyrants and had already gone through the vow with their allies. As a tribe who joined later, Zhao tribe would unavoidably be bullied, and how much profits could they even obtain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader was deeply conflicted. Especially these days, the tribe higher-ups were always busy arguing. Zhao tribe leader had to guard against that cunning Dongfang Yuliang scheme, while also needing to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. He was already very exhausted. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh and leaned back on the chair, gazing at the dust that was floating in the sunlight. In this dazzling sunlight, the tiny dust could be clearly seen, and Zhao tribe leader felt he was like one of these dust, hesitating back and forth. Now it was floating in the air, but who is to say that it will not fall down to the ground when wind blows over? The battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was precisely a violent wind that would sweep away everything. Facing such a wind, what path should his tribe take? Right as Zhao tribe leader was feeling frantic, a weeping sound suddenly came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Zhao tribe leader's brows slightly furrowed and revealed a concerned look as he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The guard outside the door immediately replied, "Lord tribe leader, Big Missy slipped on the stairs and knocked her head while running here." Ah! Zhao tribe leader stood up with a pained expression. "How could my little darling fall? How much blood did she lose? Quick! Bring her here." Zhao tribe leader had several sons, but they were all schemed and killed by Dongfang Yuliang, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter was only about 5 or 6 with a very mischievous nature, but her appearance was extremely similar to his late wife, and so Zhao tribe leader doted on her very much. Soon, the door to the study room was pushed open. The guard supported a little girl to the room. The girl looked like she was carved out of jade and looked extremely cute with her embroidered clothing. Right now, she, however, was sobbing, covering her forehead with her hand. "My little darling, my little Yunyun. Where did you get hurt?" Zhao tribe leader quickly walked over and hugged the little girl, asking her with concern, "Father, did you go blind? The injury is on my forehead." The little girl furiously shouted inwardly, but on the surface, she smoothly leaned on Zhao tribe leader's chest and acted like a spoiled child. "Father, Yunyun's head hurts? Oh, let father take a look." Zhao tribe leader softly parted the hair that covered the little girl's forehead and saw a small scrape on her forehead. The scrape had slightly reddened but was still far from bleeding. But even so, Zhao tribe leader's heart hurt very much. He comforted his daughter with warm words before berating the old caretaker that had hurried over. "Nanny Wu, what are you doing? I told you to look after her closely and protect her at all times. Look, her forehead is wounded. This old lady should die. Please forgive me, Lord tribe leader." The old caretaker immediately kneeled with fear, cold sweat filling her face. But her heart was full of grievances. This child was the most crafty child she had seen in her whole life, and the most troublesome little demon. Normally, if she lost her concentration even a bit, the child would disappear somewhere bizarrely. The child was extremely crafty, toying with this adult woman until she wished she was dead. But in front of the tribe leader, the child showed an obedient and pitiful expression. Her acting was so brilliant that it seemed she was innately born with it. The old caretaker could not find the least bit of evidence on this little demon. "Father, don't blame Nanny. It is Union's fault for carelessly running around," the little girl said in a soft voice, adding in a sentence inwardly, "This old woman is too annoying, always following me the whole day. I had to self-harm myself to enter this study room. Was it easy for me, huh?" Zhao tribe leader heaved a sigh and stroked the little girl's soft dark hair with a gratified expression. "Daughter, you are as kind-hearted as your mother." The old caretaker, however, roared inwardly, "Tribe leader, you have been deceived, your daughter is absolutely a demon." But she could only shout in her mind because she knew very few people apart from her would be willing to believe this fact. She naturally did not dare to tell it. If she said it, who knew how this girl would tease and abuse her later on? Useless thing, if it were not for Yun asking for leniency. "Humph, leave." Zhao tribe leader waved his hand towards the old caretaker to order her to leave before looking at his daughter with a gentle expression. "Little darling, why did you come here to play?" "Father, Yun was worried about you. I heard others say those elders were arguing with father these days and that you were upset and locked yourself in the study." The little girl looked concernedly at Zhao tribe leader with her large gleaming black eyes. But in truth, she was shouting in her mind, "Rubbish, if I did not come, my life would be in danger. Convenient dad, you are too indecisive. With the situation as it is now, you are still not immediately escaping? What on earth are you dilly-dallying for?" Zhao tribe leader felt a twinge in his nose. His eyes reddened, almost letting out tears. "Good girl. You finally know to care for your father. Father's love for you all this time was not in vain. Don't worry. Father's health is quite good and my mood is much better now after I saw you. Convenient dad. It is a matter of life and death now and you are still so optimistic, so intolerable. For my future happy life, I need to show off a bit regardless of consequences." The girl roared in her mind and said with a couldn't-care-less expression while waving her small delicate hands, "Father, Yun thinks those people who quarreled with you are idiots. Our Zhang tribe is like a sheep, Dongfang tribe is a wolf while the tiger from Yutian is coming over. Wolf can't beat tiger, so it wants to find the sheep to help, but whichever side the sheep helps, the tiger or the wolf won't let it go in the end." The little girl's words shocked Zhao tribe leader's mind. The person on the spot is baffled, while the onlooker sees clearly. Sometimes the person involved needs to be enlightened by such words from the onlookers. That's right, whether we side with Dongfang tribe or He tribe, it will be like taking favors from a tiger. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of this? No, the blizzard disaster every 10 years has already decided there is no utopia in Northern Plains. The struggle for the imperial court is very significant. As long as one can enter imperial court-blessed land, they can receive astonishing benefits. But which side should Zhao tribe take? The little girl had been observing the tribe leader's expression all this while, and when she felt the time was right, she added, "Father, I heard Ma tribe is very strong and also treats its people well. Sheep and horse are both vegetarians, but tiger and wolf are carnivorous. It will be better for us to ally with Ma tribe." Zhao tribe leader's body shuddered. Right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had immortal ancestors and the support of blessed lands. They had long-lasting history and were super tribes with deep foundations. Ma tribe was also part of the Huangjin family, but they did not have immortal support and was advancing towards the level of a super tribe currently. Ma tribe leader and its young tribe leader were outstanding heroes. They would definitely welcome Zhao tribe. Except that to go to Tianchuan it would be a long journey. Convenient dad. Why on earth are you still hesitating? Decide quickly. The little girl who had been observing her father's expression changing frequently felt very anxious inwardly. But Zhao tribe leader was thinking of the long distance they had to travel to Tianchuan to side with Ma tribe. This distance was filled with danger which caused him to hesitate. Helplessly, the little girl could only add on, "Father, we should leave right away. This is the best time to leave. Tiger and wolf are confronting each other. They don't have any spare strength to care about us." Zhao tribe leader's heart trembled. Right, why am I still hesitating? If I hesitate any longer, even the best chance to escape will be lost. Whether it is He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are both not kind. If my tribe wants to get some profits in the battle for the imperial court, laying a bet on them is not a good thing. Good girl. You are extremely correct. Our Zhao tribe cannot meddle in such a huge battle. Also cannot throw ourselves in this whirlpool. Right, we shall leave. Zhao tribe leader made the decision. The little girl leaning on his chest was almost sobbing tears of joy at this moment, as she sighed inwardly. Old man, you finally opened your eyes. Ah, it was not in vain that I took so much trouble to run over here to persuade you. But Yun, did you think up all these things? Did someone tell you to say so? Who was it? Tell father. Zhao tribe leader finally sensed something amiss and gazed at his daughter. The little girl's heart thumped. She promptly blinked her large eyes and showed an innocent expression. No one taught me. Father, this was all thought by Yun. Father works so hard every day. Yun does not want father to be so exhausted. So Yun wanted to help father. She then carefully said with a pitiful expression, Father, was Yun wrong? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a pleasantly surprised look. He did not think this little angel before him would deceive him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. Since she was so intelligent at such a young age, her cultivation talent might also be extraordinary. Seeing his daughter afraid of being scolded, an affectionate feeling rose in Zhao tribe leader's heart. He stroked the little girl's hair. Yun, thankfully I have you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter. Sai, it has to be like this, since I've transmigrated here already. In life, friends can be chosen, but parents are predestined. Seeing how you have treated me well, I will naturally return the favor. The little girl said so inwardly, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck and kissed this convenient dad's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. Ha ha ha. Good girl. You are really father's darling. Zhao tribe leader laughed loudly. Zhao tribe tore down their camp and left. He Lulan glanced at the information report before casually throwing it on the table. Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but it did not have elite troops and not even a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was at rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged and defeated by Dong Pekong with his rank 4 peak stage cultivation 3 years ago. Thus, he did not have high prestige and also did not make too big of a contribution in his long years of being in power. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have given them some attention. After all, even a weak rank 5 Gu master could not be underestimated. However, Zhao tribe had fled in a sorry figure which caused He Lulan to be filled with contempt towards them. Northern Plains men admired the brave and looked down upon such cowardly conducts of escaping before even fighting. Congratulations to Alliance Leader. We have not even truly attacked, and yet we managed to scare off a large-scale tribe of the other side. Dongfang Yuliang should be bursting with rage. He had personally invited Zhao tribe, but the other directly ran away. Ha ha ha. In my opinion, Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but they are nothing outstanding. They were actually such cowards. Humph. The Gu masters in the main tent commented one after another, not concerned about Zhao tribe's stance. Fang Yuan, who was sitting by the side, swept his eyes through the information report on the table. Zhao Lian Yun. He remembered this name. A mysterious woman who would become one of Ma Hongyun's wives, and also a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, however, she was only a little girl. Looks like the famous persuasion of tiger, wolf and sheep has already utilized. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. In his past life, after Zhao Lianyun became wisdom path Gu immortal, someone made a biography on her. This cultural tradition could be traced back to. This first classic of Gu was polished by many Gu masters spending their effort and time. For many outstanding Gu masters and Gu immortals, people would write and spread their biography to remember and praise them. In the contents of the biography of Zhao Lianyun, Zhao Lianyun displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom since she was young. In the huge battle where Black Tyrant He Lulan fought for the ownership of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was sandwiched between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. When Zhao tribe leader was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the comparison between tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade her father and made him decide to travel far away to side with Ma tribe. In the end, this allowed Zhao tribe to not only be protected, but also received extremely high importance and cordial welcome. His 500 years of memories of his past life was all in disorder, but this information was still fresh in Fang Yuan's memories. Simply because in the Battle of 5 Regions, Ma Hongyun, Shang Ling-er and Zhao Lianyun would not only become Gu immortals but also become the symbols and cornerstones of Northern Plains in resisting the invasion of Heavenly Court. In the 5 regions, the biographies of such people would be widely spread and reviewed. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will send them to their deaths before they grow sooner or later. But there's no hurry at the moment. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, while showing a tranquil expression on the surface. Whether it was Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who rode the tides of the 5 regions battle, right now they were still a long distance away from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had plenty of time to deal with them. But Ma Hongyun, Fang Yuan had to keep him around to deal with the 88 Truyang building. As for Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, he was hindered by his identity and the situation. After all, Fang Yuan was currently playing the role of Chang Shan-yin. The great Chang Shan-yin, how could he attach such importance to a girl that was only a few years old, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the matter of importance right now is to handle Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and concentrated on the discussions again. After having ridiculed Zhao tribe for a while, everyone put their attention on their opponent this time. Dongfang tribe was the same as He tribe, a super tribe with deep foundations and was preeminently a huge force in Chaofu region. Dongfang Yuliang was this generation's tribe leader for Dongfang tribe, young and promising. Relying on his wisdom path cultivation, he not only handled all the tribe affairs cleanly, the tribe was even showing the trend of becoming more prosperous. Although He tribe's military strength was superior, their opponent was a wisdom path Gu master who was an expert in planning and deductions. Such strength could absolutely not be underestimated. If we talk of the greatest threat in this battle, it definitely is Dongfang Yuliang. Right, this kid is young but has great experience and knowledge, accomplished in the 4 arts as well as astronomy and geology. He lost his parents at 11, and he had to not only maintain his livelihood, but also care for his then 6-year-old little sister Dongfang Qingyu. His parents had left him an enormous inheritance, but this kid knew clearly about the nature of men and that he could not protect the inheritance, so he gave these family assets to an authoritative elder, leaving only a small portion for himself. He performed extremely well during his time at the academy. After graduating, he became that elder's trusted aide. Afterwards, he made many contributions which got him the appreciation and recommendation from the elder, unexpectedly obtaining pointers from their Gu immortal ancestor, finally obtaining his current status and power. Everyone knew about Dongfang Yuliang in detail. Each of them said a few words about his origins. Fang Yuan carefully listened. He had not heard of these in-depth things in his past life. Now that he was experiencing this, he immediately realized this Dongfang Yuliang was not simple and needed to be given importance. History is vast and profound. Great waves sweep away the sand. Who knows how many heroes it will sweep away? At the same time as everyone was discussing their focal point, Dongfang Yuliang was also planning for this extremely important battle in the study room. Dong dong dong. 3 soft knocking sounds were heard. "You can come in, sister." Dongfang Yuliang knew who was it without even raising his head. The door was pushed open and a gentle, graceful, and extremely beautiful girl wearing a light yellow dress came in with a bright appearance. She had soft and glossy skin with eyes that were clear and transparent. Her soft voice was full of concern. "Big brother, the jade apricot blossom we got from Central Continent should have blossomed. Big brother, accompany me to go look at them. Dongfang Yuliang smiled. He knew he had worried his little sister by sitting in the study for a day and a night, and she was using this excuse to let him loosen up. All right, let's go, Qingyu. The brother and sister walked out of the study together and arrived at the courtyard. Right now, light rain was falling down and dark clouds covered the sky. Far away, the rainy curtain and the horizon had merged into one, forming a gloomy green color. Coming closer, from the courtyard walls, one could see countless banners and the densely packed tents of Dongfang tribe. People moved to and fro in the camp. It was a clamorous scene as they were preparing for the coming battle. In the small courtyard, there were only the Dongfang siblings. The outside clamorous sounds were separated by the rainy curtain, making the small courtyard appear serene and quiet. Especially the jade apricot blossom with its delicate and exquisite petals, which appeared moist and glossy from the rain, and its soft yellow color, gave a comforting feeling to the siblings. Big brother, I heard Zhao tribe has moved? After a while of silence, Dongfang Qingyu cautiously asked. Don't worry, little sister. Big brother had already anticipated this. Dongfang Yuliang smiled and softly held his little sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu slightly raised her head and looked at her big brother standing in this light rain with his white clothing, jade-like face, deep eyes along with his strategizing aura, carrying gracefulness and calmness. Dongfang Yuliang continued. The reason I invited Zhao tribe was to gather all the strength I could, but them leaving is also of no great matter. With my current force, we can still win against He tribe army. Dongfang Qingyu's worries disappeared by over half. Nothing can escape Big Brother's deductions. But the opponent this time is not a small character. Not only is there He Lulan, I heard the previous hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Changshan, has also sided with him. Big brother, you need to be careful. He, little sister. Do you still not believe your big brother? But Dongfang Yuliang softly comforted his little sister, a radiant light flashing in the depths of his pupils. We first met He Lulan when we went to adventure. This person harbored unkind thoughts towards you and was taught a good lesson by me. But now, it seems this person has still not given up. This time, Big Brother will teach him a lesson that he will never forget in all his life. As for Changshan, Big Brother has a plan to deal with him. All these are within my plans, you just need to recuperate at ease. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you become ill, it will only distract me. Dongfang Qingyu lightly nodded with her mind completely relieved. Since young, it was Big Brother who cared for her, worried for her and looked out for her. She was like a young, delicate flower that was sheltered by this big tree, her big brother. All these years, she and her brother had gone through all kinds of difficulties together. This time too would be the same. Because since young till now, Big Brother has always been calm and collected like this. It is only that, if I didn't have this illness, if I had the aptitude to cultivate, it would have been much better. Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The siblings quietly stood there, looking at the jade apricot blossom. Little sister, standing in the rain for too long is not good for health. You should go back to rest. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang spoke. Big Brother don't work too much. Dongfang Qingyu answered with her lovable voice. Looking at his little sister leaving and disappearing at the corner, Dongfang Yuliang could finally not hide his expression. His brows furrowed and revealed a worried expression. This battle was absolutely not as easy as he made it out to be. He Lulan himself is not an easy opponent. Now there is Changshan as well. 500,000 wolves. Really worthy of being an enslavement pathmaster. Just him alone can change the situation, causing this slightly superior He tribe to jump far ahead of my tribe. For this coming battle, our side must first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, the hopes for victory will be extremely uncertain. I cannot lose. It was not easy for me to make Gu Immortal Old Ancestor agree. If I can complete this secret mission, the Old Ancestor will personally solve the source of the illness in my little sister. For my little sister, I must become the master of Imperial Court and enter 88 True Yang Building. Before this, anyone who dares to block my path must die. So, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, why don't you die in this rain before the battle? Dong Fong Yuliang looked at the dense dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a very cold expression. The weights-like strength of Tenjun Gu was quietly hovering above Fong Yuan's head. Fong Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body shrouded by the light from strength of Tenjun Gu. A long time passed. Fong Yuan opened his eyes. The light slowly dispersed and the strength of Tenjun Gu only was half of its original size. I can still use it twice. Fong Yuan silently evaluated. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. After completely using this one, Fong Yuan would possess 70 Jun of strength. This strength could only be said to be just passable even among rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu masters. All-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2, and if it was not resolved, there would be no possibility for a qualitative change in Fong Yuan's strength path cultivation. That is to say, his strength path battle strength was not useful in this short period of time. He checked his first aperture and second aperture again. The vital Gu of the first aperture was Spring-Autumn Cicada, which was still in a concealed state and was recuperating. The 90% purple crystal Primeval Sea was gleaming with light, dyeing the rank 5 peak stage crystal walls with purple color. Above the sea was Wolf Smoke Gu, which looked a lump of dark clouds in the shape of a wolf. The completely repaired Battle Bone Wheel was afloat on the surface along with the spotless white willow leaf-like Snow Wash Gu. Rank 5 Hints and Clues Gu was diving like a cuttlefish, playing occasionally with the Wolf Swallow Gu. At the bottom was large numbers of Wolf Enslavement Gu, many strength of Tenjun Gu and some Wolf Soul Gu. At the same, the most important Gu to Fong Yuan currently, Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu, East Window Gu, Soul Burial Gu and Instant Success Gu, were lurking around. As for Wolf Howl Gu, Wolf Care Gu, Eagle Rise Gu, Wolf Sprint Gu and Breath Concealment Gu, they were residing in different places on his body. As the time Fong Yuan spent in Northern Plains increased, his body was also gradually adapting to the Northern Plains environment. His first aperture's cultivation had already recovered to rank 5 middle stage, but Fong Yuan had all along been using Breath Concealment Gu to suppress his aura to rank 4 peak stage. It was a different scene in the second aperture. The crystal membrane of the second aperture shone brightly. 90% true gold Primeval Sea rippled and gleamed. After these days of cultivating, Fong Yuan's second aperture had grown to rank 4 peak stage from rank 3 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Besides this, there were rank 3 strength Chi Gu, which could condense beast phantoms into solid form, rank 4 bitter strength Gu, which could increase strength the more one got injured, rank 4 charging crash Gu, rank 3 Tusita Flower Primeval Elder Gu, rank 4 expend strength Gu and the healing Gu rank 3 self-reliance Gu. As for Vajraster Gu, Turn Gold Gu, Pitch Black Gu, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, Yin Yang Rotation Gu and others, they could not be used at the moment and were thus left behind in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Fong Yuan appeared in Northern Plains first from Langya Blessed Land, his second aperture was approved by Northern Plains and its rank 4 peak stage cultivation did not receive any suppression. Second aperture's cultivation could increase so rapidly because of those relic Gu Fong Yuan bought before. But due to the limited immortal essence stones he was unable to buy purple crystal relic Gu. So now the second aperture's cultivation would depend on Fong Yuan's own effort. Rank 4 to rank 5 is a process of qualitative change. There is a huge gap between them. I might as well raise my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage tonight. Seeing there was enough time, Fong Yuan continued to sit cross-legged, deciding to break through to rank 5 realm. Second aperture's cultivation was already at rank 4 peak stage and already had sufficient foundation. Its aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but with Langya Land Spirit personally refining it, its aptitude also reached 90%. For normal Gu masters who fulfilled these two conditions, they had enough capital to break through to rank 5 realm. Normally, they would gain enough experience after some failures and then successfully advance. But experience had always been a strong point of Fong Yuan, and this obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, first aperture and second aperture's primeval essence could be mutually used. There were no two leaves that were completely the same in this world. Similarly, primeval essence was unique to each Gu master. If goo masters transferred primeval essence to each other without the use of goo like bone-flesh unity goo, the foreign primeval essence would mix together and the aperture would explode eventually. However, whether it was the first or second aperture, they both belonged to Fang Yuan. Their essence was the same, so the primeval essence could be mutually transferred. Rise! Fang Yuan silently willed, and the purple crystal primeval essence in his first aperture charged towards the second aperture in the center of his chest. A rank 5 peak stage primeval essence charging at rank 4 crystal membrane was bound to cause an intense reaction. At the crack of dawn, Fang Yuan had successfully broken through to rank 5 initial stage. The breakthrough to rank 5 this time was the easiest one in all the attempts he had ever tried. But because I used first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture has also received the region's suppression now. Fang Yuan could perceive that the second aperture right now had light purple primeval essence, but activating it would only give the effect of the previous true gold primeval essence. In just over half a month, the suppression on the second aperture will fade while the first aperture will completely blend into Northern Plains environment in 3 months and will no longer receive suppression. It will also be the time when the struggle for the imperial court reaches the climax. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stood up to stretch his body. A night of cultivation without rest gave him a slight feeling of tiredness. He pushed open the secret room's door. The 2 rank 3 goo masters guarding in front of the door immediately greeted him. One of the goo masters gave good news to Fang Yuan. Lord Wolf King, our goo masters were fortunate enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. We have locked it within a cage. Tribe leader has told me to inform Lord, when you finish your cultivation, to go to the supply camp to subdue it. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast with the battle strength of a rank 4 goo master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not bring them out due to the lack of a clear explanation. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side guarding him, Fang Yuan would no doubt be much safer while battling. After a while, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp. Tubo greets Lord Wolf King. A rank 3 goo master hurried over to welcome Fang Yuan. He was short and fat, his chubby face shining with a glossy light. He spoke with a flattering voice. Lord Wolf King, I have already been waiting for a long time to receive you. At Tubo's lead, Fang Yuan and others soon saw that shark fin wolf in a wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as huge as an elephant and was lying in the cage at this moment. Its whole body was covered with firm carapace like a crocodile's. On its back, a row of shark fins extended from its head to tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf was closing its eyes, its consciousness lost under the effect of slumber goo. Congratulations to Lord. Shark fin wolf is the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. With this wolf's protection, Lord will be like a tiger that has grown wings. What's rarer is that shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, but has even more battle strength underwater. The 2 rank 3 goo master guards looked at this divine steed shark fin wolf and commented while congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at this shark fin wolf. His eyes slightly narrowed as he absent-mindedly asked, how many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf? Tubo knew Fang Yuan was asking him, immediately replying, we had to sacrifice 4 rank 3 goo masters and at least over 200 rank 2 goo masters. If not for Wang tribe leader and Fang tribe leader's timely reinforcement, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes squinting to a slit. This shark fin wolf is riddled with injuries, but it looks like it had old injuries? Yes. If not for its old injuries, the investigative goo master might not have been able to escape alive and hurry back to report. I can see that Lord Wolf King has obtained the blessing of longevity heaven, sending you an injured shark fin wolf before the great battle. Tubo flattered. Fortunate? Fang Yuan muttered, a feeling of uneasiness becoming ever stronger in his heart. He was not clear on how this feeling arose, but it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. He asked several questions but did not find anything wrong. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, having battle strength of a rank 4 goo master. Because it had old injuries, it could be held back and captured alive. Everything was reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan placed utmost importance on this instinct. He did not have this feeling when he had just crossed over in his previous life. It was an intuition that was born from the accumulation of his plentiful experience after enduring hundreds of years of trials and countless deadly situations. People became astute as they aged. No matter how stupid someone was, after experiencing many losses and trials, and seeing many things, they would naturally gain some wisdom. In truth, not only humans, even ordinary beasts would have a type of intuition and sensitivity towards danger. Under the surrounding Gu Master's anticipating looks, Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, take it. Subdue this mutated wolf. What was unexpected was Fang Yuan did not personally make a move, instead gave the wolf enslavement Gu to Tubo. Lord wants me to use it? Tubo was astonished. But I am only at rank 3. Speak less nonsense and use it quickly. Fang Yuan impatiently shouted, forcibly handing the wolf enslavement Gu to Tubo. Tubo was helpless. He did not know what eccentric temperament a lord like Wolf King had. But due to Fang Yuan's prestige, he could only start pouring primeval essence into the wolf enslavement Gu. He poured his primeval essence for a long time, and only when he was starting to sweat profusely from the exhaustion did the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu slowly activate. Wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light and descended on the shark fin wolf's body while flickering. Sigh. A regretful sigh of a female suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. At that instant, the warning sign in Fang Yuan's heart suddenly soared, and he immediately retreated without thinking. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the souls of everyone present. Almost at the same moment, Tubo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry before dying on the spot. The 2 rank 3 Gu Master Guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tubo lost his life. Subconsciously, they followed Fang Yuan and quickly flew back. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered, losing all life while still in midair. Soul explosion! A light flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out, Lord Wolf King sure enough has extraordinary insights. A woman's soft sound echoed beside his ear, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping over one another, and suddenly opened up like a peacock fanning its feathers before binding Fang Yuan's body incisively. Rank 4. Multiple Sword Shadow Gu. Cling clang. Immediately, concentrated sounds echoed, blending into one. Multiple sword shadows struck Fang Yuan's body, producing dazzling sparks like gold colliding with iron. Fang Yuan's skin turned dark green, and if one carefully observed it, they would see patterns over his body like that on a turtle shell. Rank 5. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. Female Scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu Master roared when he saw Fang Yuan being attacked, and changed his direction to help out. The female Gu Master, who was mounting a sneak attack on Fang Yuan, snorted, ignoring him as she made the multiple sword shadows go more berserk. At the same time, she spat out a thin snake. The snake was like a black thread that passed by the sword shadows and directly moved towards Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an icy mountain. He suddenly moved his right hand and grabbed the rank 3 Gu Master Guard who came to assist him. Lord Wolf King. The rank 3 Gu Master was startled. He had come to protect Fang Yuan and had never imagined Fang Yuan would actually grab him. While he was astonished and dazed, Fang Yuan pulled him towards his right side, right in between Fang Yuan and Shark Fin Wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 Gu Master gave a short pained groan. His whole body twitched, his eyes rolled, and he foamed from his mouth. The thread-like snake took this chance to slither into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a stuffed snort. He then let go of the rank 3 Gu Master and started to pound the sword shadows. The female Gu Master could perceive the enormous strength contained within these punches. She softly chuckled and did not receive the punches forcibly, instead called back the multiple sword shadow Gu. Her body then turned into a black shadow as she swiftly retreated 20 steps away. The black shadow landed on the shadow of a tent and turned back into a woman. This woman looked exquisite. She wore black clothing and her face was covered with a black gauze, only revealing a pair of narrow red phoenix eyes. From top to bottom, her body let out a gloomy and solitary aura, adding a demonic charm to her beauty. One look at her and it would be hard to forget. Junior Shadowless Sword Bien Si Xian greets Lord Wolf King. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy camp with enemies surrounding her, but she looked calm and at ease. Fang Yuan snorted and questioned, "What gu did you assault me with?" Bien Si Xian smiled. "When Junior went on an expedition once, in a certain ruins, I unexpectedly discovered a strange goo worm. When activated, it would pierce into the ear and enter the brain. As long as the person thinks faster for even a bit, this goo will rapidly expand till the brain bursts. Thus Junior has named it Brain Explosion Goo." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Bien Si Xian bowed once more, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior could actually perceive Lord Dongfang's meticulously planned fatal trap and even avoid most of the force of soul explosion. Junior is truly in admiration. Taking Senior's life will be Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Immediately afterwards, she turned into a black shadow and ran through the shadows of the buildings. She's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it! Block her. Many Gu masters who had hurried because of the noise shouted furiously and attacked at the shadows. But Bien Si Xian's black shadow had already disappeared. She left? Or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. "We came late. We ask for Lord Wolf King's forgiveness." "Lord Wolf King, are you all right?" The worried crowd quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body did not suffer heavy injuries, but his skin and hair were slashed by the sword shadows, making him look quite miserable. "What could happen to me? A group of incompetent trash." No one realized that the other party had infiltrated the camp. "All of you get lost." Fang Yuan shouted in anger, but he was secretly joyful. He had not thought that in this assassination attempt, a clue to one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances would become his. Brain explosion goo? Did you really think I could not have blocked it? Humph. Inexperienced Junior. In Fang Yuan's past life's memories, this shadow sword expert Bien Si Xian was an important character. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become rank 6 Gu Immortal in the future. It was because of her brain explosion Gu that Ma Hongyun could obtain one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances. It was only that Ma Hongyun had always avoided mentioning what this inheritance was or the concrete details of it, so Fang Yuan was also not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this brain explosion goo. Ma Hongyun always avoided talking about it. One could see how big of a harvest he had gained from this inheritance and was afraid of others coveting it if he told the truth. Fang Yuan looked extremely furious on the surface, but his heart was calmly analyzing the event. "We did not succeed after all." Dongfang Yuliang looked at the rain outside the window with his arms behind his back, sighing. This shark fin wolf was captured from the wild intentionally. He paid a hefty price. After that, he made some secret markings on the shark fin wolf, and as he was afraid of his enemy finding out, he purposely chose a rank 5 soul explosion goo and planted it inside the shark fin wolf. Finally, he sent an assassin in the demonic path who was famous in Northern Plains, Shadow Sword Expert, and gave the corresponding goo needed to activate the soul explosion to her, instructing carefully. This assassination that he planned meticulously, in order to not waste his efforts, he made several simulations, until all the flaws and loopholes were removed. Be it the shark fin wolf's body, the location or time it appeared, even the attitude of the goo master who discovered the shark fin wolf was considered by him. But even so, he did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Changshan Yin found something amiss and ordered someone else to strike. Seeing that the chance was slipping away, Shadow Sword Expert had to activate Soul Explosion Goo. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless. It could not be seen with the naked eye. But Changshan Yin was able to escape at the first moment and reveal the truth. As he was restricted by Bien Si Xian's attacks, he only managed to get to the furthest range of the soul explosion. But in the moment of crisis, he was extremely calm, using the reinforcements as a shield and blocked most of the soul explosion's strength. His reputation matches his abilities, as expected of the Wolf King who shook Northern Plains. Dongfang Yuliang heard Bian Si Xian's report and raised his evaluation of Fang Yuan. With a mutated beast before him, he managed to control the temptation. With his vigilant nature, he made the correct judgment in the face of danger, and immediately spotted the soul explosion's range, the callousness of using his own alliance mate as a shield, as well as the calmness to not chase after the perpetrator after being assassinated. Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Dongfang Alliance leader does not need to worry. Although Changshan Yin used a meat shield at the last moment, he was still obstructed by me and was within range of the soul explosion. Furthermore, he was afflicted by my brain explosion goo. Even if this goo didn't take his life, his battle strength would be greatly affected. We can say that Wolf King is basically crippled now. At a corner of the study room, Bian Si Xian wore black clothes as she stood among the shadow, saying in a cold voice, "Brain explosion goo?" Dongfang Yuliang was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this goo. Bian Si Xian laughed lightly, explaining to him the origin of this goo. "So that's it?" Dongfang Yuliang heard this and his eyes shone. He sighed as he thanked Bian Si Xian. "It was all thanks to Shadow Sword experts' help this time, but you lost a great trump card in the progress." Bian Si Xian did not speak. Actually, her heart was bleeding too. Ever since she had tested the effects of brain explosion goo, she had kept it as one of her trump cards. Many of her assassinations succeeded because of it. But when she assassinated Changshan Yin, the situation was urgent and she could not kill Changshan Yin on the spot. Thus she could not retrieve it. When the enemy forces came, she had to retreat to protect herself. "This is the reward that you were promised earlier." Dongfang Yuliang took out a goo worm from his aperture. This goo's body was black. It had a horn and square shell. It was fist-sized but gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping shadow goo. Bian Si Xian's gaze landed on overlapping shadow goo, showing some desire and anxious emotion. Although she had multiple sword shadow goo, the attacks were dispersed and she would face a tough battle when fighting against a defensive opponent. If she could have overlapping shadow goo, she could overlap the sword shadows together and form a strong attack. It would be a huge boost to her battle strength. But quickly, Bian Si Xian retracted her gaze, not taking the overlapping shadow goo. In the shadows, her cold voice could be heard carrying some arrogance. "This overlapping shadow goo will be kept by Alliance leader for now. After the Wolf King dies, I will come and take it." Saying so, she fused into the shadows, vanishing. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned. He kept the overlapping shadow goo back into his aperture. This shadow sword expert is truly a person of her word. No wonder she can gain such success among the large tribes despite being a demonic path goo cultivator. Many righteous path goo masters would spend a heavy sum to hire her. It seems that she is very confident in brain explosion goo. If this can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less threat to worry about. That is the best case. But what if she fails? What if brain explosion goo was successfully resolved by Changshan Yin? At the crucial moment, he had chosen to deal with the soul explosion goo and instead allowed the brain explosion goo to enter his ear. That shows he had some confidence and countermeasure for this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze dimmed. But Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion. There are more variables now. I have to make new deductions. Thinking of this, he moved beside the bookshelf and turned the incense holder, opening up a secret tunnel. Walking in the secret tunnel, he came to a deep area. Here, he had planted an earth bacteria king goo. This goo was a type of goo house. The space was cramped inside, but it was enough for a person to cultivate. Most importantly, the earth bacteria king goo had strong defense. It could ensure Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After he entered the goo house, Dongfang Yuliang closed the exit. The entire earth bacteria king goo curled into a ball and went further down by a few meters before stopping. The earth bacteria king goo's internal walls were soft and thick, like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat down and closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture, activating his rank 5 primeval essence and injected it into his star thought goo. He started to think, if Wolf King manages to deal with brain explosion, how do I deal with him? The moment this question emerged in his mind, under the effect of star thought goo, it formed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and without matter, it could exist in the brain. But this thought gave off a blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could also leave his brain and head, flying above Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang quickly thought, to deal with an enslavement pathgu master, there are 3 ways. The first is the supreme method, pitting enslavement pathmaster against enslavement pathmaster. The second thought shining with starlight flew out of Dongfang Yuliang's brain, flying together with the first star thought. The second is the domination method, using the beheading leader tactic, charging forward and taking his life from within the army of defense. The third star thought spun around the first star thought as well. This third is the peculiar method, assassinating Chang Shan Yin, using bribes or kinship against him. The fourth star thought flew out as well, coiling together with the previous thoughts and collided at times. But no matter how they clashed, the 4 thoughts remained as 4. There were no changes. Soon after, Dongfang Yuliang recalled, our side's military force, the enemy's military force, both sides' rations, Chang Shanyin's personality and motive, all of our expert Gu Master's information, all of the enemy's expert Gu Master's information, the recent weather prediction and changes, the terrain of the battlefield, how many mounds, lakes, how many beast groups nearby, whether any forces will intervene. Poof! In an instant, thousands of star thoughts formed at once, gushing out of his brain towards Dongfang Yuliang's head. At once, starlight was shining brightly. Dongfang Yuliang's expression paled as his primeval sea level fell drastically. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. Orbs of star thoughts, big and small, the biggest were toe-sized while the smallest were thumb-sized. Within this crowded space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some star thoughts collided and formed into 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 new star thoughts. Some fused instead, while others split themselves into smaller orbs. Hundreds and thousands of thoughts filled the air. They were densely packed, circulating around Dongfang Yuliang. The primeval sea level continued to fall. Dongfang Yuliang's mind was completely focused, manipulating these star thoughts to fuse and collide, or split into new ones. Due to his hard work, or through the help of his other wisdom path Gu worms, the star thoughts continued to decrease in number. After 4 hours, from the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were fist-sized, shining with starlight as they contained a complicated thought. As these star thoughts entered Dongfang Yuliang's brain, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He had successfully deduced several methods to deal with Wolf King. These methods were organized and clear, with proper steps to be taken. If it was a normal person, they would have to think for a month or 2 to clear out these thoughts. In fact, it would be difficult to get the solution from among these messy thoughts. But using his wisdom path method, Dongfang Yuliang spent only 4 hours and got his answer. But these answers were not the only ones. Taking out primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, Dongfang Yuliang rested for a while before starting to analyze the same question again. This time, he only spent an hour and obtained 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his brain, and he got some answers after reading them. These answers were very similar to the ones before, but there were minute details that were different. Dongfang Yuliang breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopping. After a while, he relied on his primeval stones to recover his primeval essence back to its peak condition. But in the depths of his soul, there was a strong sense of fatigue circulating around him. He could not get rid of it. The deductions of Wisdom Path not only expended primeval essence when activating Gu worms, it also expended the soul's energy. The more deductions made, or the grander the scale of the thoughts, the longer the deduction would take, and the greater the burden on the soul. Feeling a sense of weakness was normal. If the difficulty of the deduction was higher, the soul might get damaged, or he might even die. Of course, as a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master, Dongfang Yuliang, who had received guidance from a Gu Immortal naturally, had a complete set of Gu worms. Rank 4, Refine Essence Spirit Gu. Dongfang Yuliang's body became thinner immediately, as the vitality in his body was converted by the Refine Essence Spirit Gu into resources for his soul. The soul was nourished, and his fatigue faded quickly. But a strong sense of hunger soon assaulted him. Dongfang Yuliang rubbed his tummy, laughing bitterly in his heart. Refine essence spirit goo. A secretly passed down goo in my Dongfang tribe. It can heal the soul well, but it does not treat the core of the issue. Soul path and wisdom path are closely related. If I can get the legendary guts goo, I would be able to make deductions as I wish. Even if my soul gets damaged, I can easily heal it. What a pity that guts goo can only be found on Danghun Mountain. After a few days of ominous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed in the sky, as pillars of light shone through the clouds, landing on the wet grassland. The sky was wide and huge, a truly grand sight. He Alliance army formed into a current as they flowed towards Chaofu. Looking ahead, there were people all around. Looking back, the dark troops looked like a tail extending beyond where one could see, but this was only the middle troops. Other than this, there were the vanguards, support troops, left and right defense troops. This displayed He Alliance's grand army perfectly. A huge twin-headed rhino's body was covered in steel armor as it moved like a small astle. With 16 pairs of pillar-like legs, it moved forward, stepping on the grass causing a dent in it. This was the rank 4 strength huge beast twin-headed steel rhino. It was being manipulated by an enslavement path goo master as it gave off an imposing aura. He tribe's main tent was on its back. As He Lulan sat at the center of the main tent, the tent was propped up highly and their field of vision was very wide. He was black and fat, his face was full of hair. He lay down on the tiger skin chair, raising his head to gulp some wine in one mouthful. Ha ha ha, looking at my army's formation, there is no reason to fear that Dongfang Yuliang lad. He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in him, as his laughter revealed a brutal and violent aura. Lord Alliance leader is right. I'm afraid that Dongfang lad is already peeing his pants in fear already? Haha. With all the heroes present here, our army can definitely take down the opponent swiftly in this battle. In the main tent, the higher-ups present were mostly rank 4 experts. There were few rank 3 peak stage goo masters. They were laughing and optimistic, agreeing with He Lulan's words. Only one person was seated right beside the main seat. He was expressionlessly resting his eyes, like an outsider, paying no heed to the conversations. But this did not make anyone unhappy. In fact, this felt natural to them. He Lulan filled his wine cup as he toasted this person. Brother Shanin, let's have a drink. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, raising his cup as he toasted He Lulan, drinking the delicious wine together. Brother Shanin, still thinking about that assassination? Ha 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 ha, that shadow sword expert is indeed a beauty. I have sent my men to deal with her already. That Dongfang lad is shameless. He dared to carry out an assassination, but we cannot show any weakness. After we win this battle and capture that woman, she will be yours to deal with. He Lulan urged with his rough voice. Everyone laughed. With Lord Wolf King's assistance, any defense line can be broken. A goo master immediately bootlicked. Extremely true. I heard that Shadow Sword expert is beauty as a flower. She would definitely be fun in bed. A male goo master winked, showing an expression that all men can understand. What assassination can take our Lord Wolf King's life? Humph, it is but that Dongfang lad's wishful thinking. No matter how many assassinations they carry out, we are not afraid. The goo master in charge of the camp's defenses laughed. Fang Yuan snorted, looking at this person coldly. How many assassinations do you want? Letting someone sneak in here and leave as they wish? Aren't you ashamed at all? The tent turned quiet. He Lulan quickly soothed the atmosphere. Sigh, don't be angry, Brother Shanin. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. Never mind the rest, but hey tribe leader, where are the materials and goo worms that I wanted? Using the opportunity of the assassination, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and demanded some fright recovery fees. He Lulan's eyes flashed with unhappiness for a moment, as he laughed. I have sent them to your tent, brother. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, standing up. In that case, I shall go and cultivate. When the battle begins, call me. Saying so, he did not wait for He Lulan's reply before jumping off the twin-headed rhino, leaving everyone's vision. Humph! He Lulan snorted with his nose, slamming his wine cup on the table. After he succeeded in making the alliance, he became the alliance leader, The authority of controlling tens of thousands of people made him feel great satisfaction. He could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The tent was still silent. But quickly, an ominous voice spoke. "This Lord Wolf King. I understand now why Chang tribe could not tolerate him back then." Everyone heard this and did not say anything, but agreement could be seen on their expressions. Chang Shan-in was arrogant, but any organization had its chain of commands. Any person in power would not allow a subordinate's disregard for the system. "Oh, it is cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan." He Lulan turned his gaze over and saw the person speaking. He pointed at Fang Yuan's seat. "Come. Since Chang Shan-in left already, you shall sit here." Sun Shirhan was overjoyed. He made bad remarks about Fang Yuan in order to please He Lulan after all. He Lulan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was the closest to He Lulan. But this was the reason why not anyone could sit there. Sun Shirhan was called cunning gentleman. He was a cunning and devious person, adept at using schemes and plots, but he always had a good excuse for what he did, using the banner of righteousness to abide by the rules of the game. Although he was extremely shameless, no one could do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. He knew he had no qualifications to sit on Fang Yuan's seat, but he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed to He Lulan. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, but there cannot be reward without hard work. For this battle, I have thought about it for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 ideas to offer to you." "Oh!" Sun Shirhan immediately said his 23 ideas, each sentence cut to the point. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance army, especially all the expert Gu masters that they had. He evidently put in great efforts for this. At once, everyone's attention was on him. After he finished, He Lulan clapped as he laughed. "As expected of cunning gentlemen, that is a good plan." Sun Shirhan laughed as he continued. "Reporting to Alliance Leader, just earlier, I have thought of a new plan. It is called expression weakness to the enemy. That Dongfang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Chang Shan-in. The Wolf King was affected by soul explosion Gu but did not die. Dongfang Yuliang would definitely plan again and make many moves against Lord Wolf King. Why don't we make do with this and order the Wolf King to stay put? Only after we tear down Dongfang Yuliang's methods in battle will we call the Wolf King to strike, to put an end to the enemy. What do you think about this, Alliance Leader?" Everyone heard this and raised their brows. Some were silent. He Lulan's gaze shone for a bit. He thought about it and said solemnly, "Sun Shirhan's plan is not bad. We will see about it." This answer was very vague, but Sun Shirhan showed a happy expression. "Sit." He Lulan pointed at the seat again. "Thank you, Lord, for the seat. I am honored." Saying so, Sun Shirhan really kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to He Lulan. Many of the Gu masters present showed a look of disdain, while some old tribe leaders had an expression deep in thought. Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshang, and Wei Xian pays respect to Dongfang Alliance Leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 males and 1 female, greeted Dongfang Yuliang together. Although there were no enslavement masters like Fang Yuan in Dongfang Alliance army, there were quite a number of enslavement Gu masters from the different tribes, and among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yuliang sat as he moved his head slightly at the 3, immediately getting to the point. "The reason why I called you 3 here today is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chang Shan-in." Wolf King Chang Shan-in. Hearing this, their expressions changed. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. This was an enslavement pathmaster, having shook Northern Plains decades ago. Now that he had returned, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. Not only did his strength increase, he even had the Night Wolf Emperor. With the help of He tribe, he controlled 500,000 wolves, and could affect the entire battle single-handedly. Such an expert, how could they be his match? These 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other and saw the solemn fear they all had. But at this point, there was no use being afraid. The 3 said collectively, "We will listen to Dongfang Alliance Leader's instructions." Dongfang Yuliang laughed, but he changed the topic, asking them about the details of enslavement path cultivation. "Enslavement path requires the most resources. Although we have our tribe's support, my crocodile group is only about 50,000 in numbers." "I am ashamed," Yi Xianming said. I'm sure Alliance leader knows my circumstances. I was not an enslavement path Gu master from the start. I started halfway when I found Blood Sea Ancestors' small inheritance during an expedition, and obtained quite a number of the Bladewing Bloodbats group. These years, I have been gathering the relevant enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress is slow. Jiang Wanshan side, Wei Xian side 2. In my opinion, the hardest part about enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has too low efficiency. I worked hard for 20 years, almost cultivating daily, but now I have only reached 800-man crabman soul. Among the three, the oldest and strongest person was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, and wisdom path, the three paths had a deep relationship. After Dongfang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words, he thought about his own cultivation, and he showed an understanding expression. He slowly spoke. Soul cultivation is very difficult indeed. Ample patience is needed to accumulate your growth. Although I used the Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu to gain 1,000-man soul, it expended 10 years of my precious time. The three heard this and their expression changed when they looked at Dongfang Yuliang, turning into a look of admiration. Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu, the former could strengthen the soul, but once a Gu master uses it, they would experience the most bitter taste in the world. Eating anything would be a painful torture to them. If they used this Gu for a long time, they would be unable to eat anything, and the Gu master would become extremely thin and weak. Meanwhile, slow slicing Gu could refine the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, but in the process, the Gu master would feel extreme pain, like their flesh was being sliced away piece by piece. Dongfang Yuliang had outstanding talent, reaching rank 5 at this young age, but this was also due to his hard work, achieved through an uncountable amount of tears, blood and sweat. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned serious. Do you know about our Dongfang tribe's combination killer move, used by 3 people, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. The three's pupils shrunk. Dongfang tribe's famous triple combination killer move. Who in the world would not know about it? Red, green, and black, 3 colors intertwined in the air violently. A flickering light was reflecting in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was extremely focused as he concentrated on the half-finished product in front of him, trying to stabilize the situation. G3. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing erupted. The sound waves vibrated in the air, forming a violent wind as it overturned the table and chairs in the room. Even the flower vase fell and smashed on the ground. Ink on the table fell on the ground as writing paper flew in the air. The 3 colors vanished, and the half-finished product exploded into a pool of blue blood traces, splattering on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining Gu. This Gu was called Nauseous Crying Baby Gu, used mainly to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow 3 Gu Master Soul to fuse into one temporarily, going into a state where all 3 work as one, regardless of defending, attacking, or retreating. With Fang Yuan's experience these few days, his unclear memories started to become more vivid as well. He vaguely remembered that He Lulan suffered greatly in this battle against Dongfang Yuliang, only winning by a margin. Because of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, He Lulan's side suffered great losses. After that, Ma Hongyun rose up, and when he was dealing with Dongfang tribe, 3 Hearts Combination Soul caused great problems for him. Once, he was set up by some people and lost terribly against this killer move, getting captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun thus became a prisoner, and met with Dongfang Qingyu by accident, gaining her affection. Not only did Dongfang Qingyu let him escape secretly, she even told him all the secrets regarding this killer move. Ma Hongyun returned safely, and together with his wife, Sheng Ling Er, who was a refinement pathmaster, created the Nauseous Crying Baby Gu, specifically to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseous Crying Baby Gu had great effects on the battle. Using this, Ma Hongyun obtained a great victory, while Dongfang tribe lost consecutively. After they failed too many times, the killer move 3 Hearts Combination Soul was slowly phased out of use. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, chaos was everywhere and 3 Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent Gu Masters. They improved upon it and it became a powerful move again. Ma Hongyun thus released the recipe of nauseous crying baby, and after everyone learnt it, they modified it based on the original goo recipe to deal with the improved 3 hearts combination soul. Thereafter, 3 hearts combination soul finally lost its use and was left behind in history. Fang Yuan rebirthed with 500 years of memories. He naturally knew the recipe of nauseous crying baby goo. But nauseous crying baby goo was rank 4, while the refinement materials were not rare. The refinement difficulty was extremely high. Even with Fang Yuan's near refinement master level skills, he attempted it more than 10 times but failed them all. Sighing, Fang Yuan got up and walked to the window. This window was destroyed by the goo refinement failure. The air blast broke the glass as a huge hole was created. The wind from outside carried the smell of the grass as it flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan pressed his hand on the window as he sent his primeval essence over. Quickly, the new window panel started growing, forming and blocking all the wind outside. The walls moved like intestines. The earlier crevices and holes created were all filled, while the broken vase fragments on the ground as well as the blood traces were devoured. This was the convenience of the large lizard house goo. Large lizard house goo was rank 3, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house goo. The lizard house goo was already large as a bus. It looked like a 4-legged lizard on the outside, with a pathway inside the lizard that splits into rooms on both sides. The large lizard house goo was like a 2-story building. Its body was 5 times the size of a lizard house goo. It was split into 2 stories. There were more rooms and a larger space within. This was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan personally after he joined He tribe. His daily cultivation was all done inside this room. Aside from Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 goo masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns as sentries, paired with their investigative goo that could deal with all hiding and lurking goo masters. If Shadow Sword expert attacks again, before she even gets close to 100 steps, she would be discovered by goo masters, and her traces would be exposed. This was a measure set up after Fang Yuan's assassination. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window, seeing large numbers of mortals and goo masters anxiously setting up their defenses. Some of them were digging canals, some were growing trees, erecting arrow towers, or building mud walls. A tight defensive line was starting to form. This was the 3rd line of defense. Northern Plains terrain was mostly flat grassland. There were little obstacles and horses could run freely. Thus, since long ago when 2 forces in Northern Plains engage in battle, the moment one side loses, they would not be able to escape. The winner would definitely be able to chase them down. Once a battle is lost, it would mean that it was the end. A tribe would quickly weaken or even face its demise. But with a defensive line, the results would be different. Once a battle is lost, be it retreating and escaping, or avoiding the enemy temporarily, waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would have great use. Battles were a matter of life and death. It decided the fate of the tribes. It was dangerous and hard to predict. One tiny accident or a mistake from either side could result in failure. At this time, when a tribe retreats and defends according to their defensive line, they would stabilize their footing and would be able to regroup. This was the world of goo. An individual had mysterious powers. It was not difficult to construct a long defensive line that was longer than the Great Wall on Earth. People soon realized the benefits of these defensive lines. Because battles in Northern Plains were not decided quickly, defense battles were much more advantageous than offensive assault. According to our intel, Dongfang tribe is already starting on the growth defensive line. There are still about 3,000 li of distance between us. According to their habits, every 800 to 1,000 li would have a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. These days, he had been cultivating in closed doors, but he had a firm grasp of the outside information. He was a higher-up of He Alliance army. Every day there would be goo masters coming to give him information. Looking at the time, tomorrow our vanguards will meet and begin the battle. But there is still some time before I strike. Fang Yuan was guarding the central camp now with He Lulan. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to convey the message of the showing weakness tactic. In all, they wanted to make use of the opportunity to lure Dongfang Yuliang to make arrangements that he had prepared so that Fang Yuan could deal with him. Fang Yuan laughed coldly towards this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor. The Night Wolf group was easy to replenish. But He Lulan refused to use these cannon fodder, while he wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. He also wanted to suppress Wolf King Chongshan Yin. Fang Yuan had displayed Chongshan Yin's arrogance perfectly. This made He Lulan unhappy. As the alliance was newly formed, all the different tribes were contesting against each other secretly, especially when the current situation was He tribe's dominance. Thus, all the Gu masters were competing for battle merit, suppressing others to vie for more benefits. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood in front of the main tent for 3 days without moving in order to compete for the vanguard's general position. He blocked the door for 3 days and made a din requesting to participate in battle, and after defeating over a dozen competitors, he got his wish. Cunning Gentleman used his schemes to emerge victorious, gaining He Lulan's favor by showing his allegiance. Now he was the #1 strategist in the Alliance army. This was the internal strife. Any organization or political system had no lack of internal strifes. Chongshan Yin was a loner and also had 500,000 wolves. Thus he was ostracized by everyone. Since he is so strong, if he strikes, all the battle merits will be his. What would become of our benefits then? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan because he had to stabilize his position as the leader and also to defend the hierarchy. Wolf King is way too strong now, it gives me great pressure, there has to be balance, he has to be suppressed. Towards these issues and these people's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear as day. His situation was different, the fight for the imperial court was just a jumping board. His motive was greater, much more than anyone could imagine. With the blessed land in his possession, he had little need for these battle gains. Since they do not want me to strike, I would use this time to cultivate. Isn't that more advantageous for me? What Fang Yuan lacked now was not these ordinary resources, but precious resources and large amounts of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard troops and engaged in battle with Dongfang Alliance army. When the generals were fighting, Hao Ji Lu displayed great strength as he killed the enemy's general as well as 3 subgenerals. The enemy troops were without a leader. They lost their morale and were overwhelmed by Hao Ji Lu's army, allowing him to gain a great victory. But in the process of chasing them, he was attacked by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and got heavily injured. Hao Ji Lu had to stop the attack and make a base there, nursing his wounds while waiting for the main troops to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the central army and entered the front lines. 5 days later, the 2 armies converged. The 2 camps were only several hundred li apart. The tribe flags were erected all around the camp as battle was around the corner. The atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the bright moon shines in the sky with few stars. In the room, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as his eyes were shut, activating Space Thought Goo. Space Thought Goo, rank 5, was bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, Fang Yuan obtained it from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Goo, Fang Yuan had half-transparent thoughts that appeared like bubbles, getting closer to the Brain Explosion Goo in his skull. Brain Explosion Goo was only rank 4. Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it back then. But the Brain Explosion Goo still remained in his head. These days, the Brain Explosion Goo had been absorbing his brain matter, while being corroded by Space Thought Goo. It had finally reached a qualitative change. In an instant, the Brain Explosion Goo scattered into a lump of black light, a lump of white smoke, and a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan breathed out heavily as his heart was filled with joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, as they formed into 2 rank 3 Goo. These Goo were ordinary. Fang Yuan casually placed them at the side. The important thing was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his brain and read the details in it. Soon, his body shuddered as his pupils expanded, his face showing an undeniable joy that could not be concealed. This particular thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance leads to Luo Pavali, the pioneer of Soul Path, the legendary Goo Master at the apex of rank 9 peak stage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, the best option for soul strengthening is Danghun Mountain, and for soul refinement, the best choice is Luopa Valley. 1 mountain and 1 valley. With both, one can obtain great success in soul path and sweep every obstacle in this world." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley became known as the Soul Cultivator's sacred lands. Fang Yuan was well aware of how huge a help these two sacred lands could provide since obtaining Danghun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated through the Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain. Guts Gu was the #1 Gu in increasing the foundation of the soul. It had no side effects and its efficiency was extremely high as well. Normal Gu masters would usually require about 20 years to cultivate their soul to 1,000-man soul level. Some geniuses with the help of their clans or the guidance of their seniors could cut down this 20 years by half. But for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. This was coupled with the fact that Danghun Mountain was slowly dying from the immortal Gu Gruel Mud's corrosion. With Danghun Mountain, the speed at which Fang Yuan was able to raise his soul to 1,000-man soul level was like charging to the sky with a rocket. But apart from strengthening soul, the cultivation of soul required tempering to purify it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul tempering speed was as slow as a tortoise climbing. Fang Yuan was using Wolf Soul Gu to temper his soul, to transform his soul to Wolfman Soul. But none of the Wolf Soul Gu he was using were rank 5, the most he used was rank 4. Using a rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu to purify 1,000-man soul was like pouring a bottle of ink in a lake. The efficiency of dyeing the whole lake was way too low. Fang Yuan had been searching for rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, but it was in vain. But even without rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, there was still one method. That was to use second watch Gu or third watch Gu to increase the time flow of his body, or enter the blessed land, to increase the speed of his cultivation. These methods could be used by others, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu Spring Autumn Cicada was slowly recovering with time. Before he becomes a Gu Immortal, this Gu would be like an executioner's blade hovering above his neck. My 1,000-man soul was accomplished using Danghun Mountain. Luopa Valley is on par with Danghun Mountain, if I could obtain it. For a moment, Fang Yuan had an impulse to change to Soul Path. If I can save Danghun Mountain and obtain Luopa Valley, with the huge foundation of 2 sacred lands of the Soul Path, cultivating Soul Path would truly be a wise choice, even having much more prospects than the Blood Path I cultivated in my past life. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. According to the directions given by Space Thought, Luopa Valley is quite far away. The matter of importance right now is saving Danghun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopa Valley. The battle is approaching. I also cannot casually abandon my current Strength Path and Enslavement Path foundation. Fang Yuan was relying on Enslavement Path and Strength Path to become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But his current strength was still far from allowing him to roam unhindered and invincible in the mortal world. One Shadow Sword expert was able to obstruct him. Although he had second aperture, cultivated strength and enslavement path, had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was involved in the fight for the imperial court, he still appeared insignificant. This was a whirlpool of war that involved the whole northern plains. If one was just a bit careless, even a rank 5 Gu master had the danger of dying. My enslavement path cultivation has achieved some success and can influence the whole situation, but it is clear that my attack is strong but defense is weak. On strength path aspect, it is still not enough for defending myself. It will be trouble once people like Emo Shirquang and Bian Xixian get near to me. I have to be much more careful in this battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the imminent great battle, Fang Yuan did not have raging battle intent like others. It could be said that Cunning Gentleman was doing him a small favor, letting him stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while trying to refine nauseous crying baby Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal to handle all kinds of matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal disposed of large amounts of gruel mud from Danghun Mountain every day to prolong Danghun Mountain's vitality as much as possible. Starry clouds covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land. The scale of starlight fireflies had expanded by 3 times of before, and there were even 50 to 60 more starlight firefly Gu than Little Hu Immortal's initial assessment. Being able to get this many starlight firefly goo in this short period of time was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered and exited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using Stargate goo for a long time, which caused the amount of starlight firefly goo to dwindle. Now, starlight firefly goo expanded in numbers once more, alleviating his pressure. At the western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of pink rabbits were reproducing. Since Fang Yuan had transferred the wolf groups to northern plains, the pressure on the pink rabbits had decreased. Thus their numbers was quickly expanding. After Little Hu Immortal reported these news, Fang Yuan immediately made her transfer large amounts of water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western parts to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbits were still expanding wildly. To prevent a rabbit calamity, Little Hu Immortal had put up a large group of pink rabbits for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A few days ago, Fang Yuan was most concerned about the hairy men who were momentarily placed at the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's home grounds. Now there was a group of hairy men who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two sides fought for their territories, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal secretly helped the hairy men win against a Stoneman tribe, and sold the Stoneman captives to Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect kept on trying to make transactions for the guts goo, but were always refused by Little Hu Immortal. Fang Zhang requested to see Fang Yuan several times as a negotiation representative, but was also refused. As for Treasure Yellow Heaven, another batch of gruel mud was sold, gaining another remnant recipe of Immortal Goo gruel mud. The remnant recipes of Immortal Goo Fang Yuan had sold before was once again resold by Little Hu Immortal after a gap of some time, obtaining 11 Immortal Essence Stones. When the same goo recipe is sold multiple times in Treasure Yellow Heaven and more goo immortals obtain it, its treasure light will decrease. Thus, this method could not be treated as a long-term source of income. This was like a gold mine which was already mostly mined. The profits in the future would continue to decrease and not be worthy of too much expectations. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dongfang Yuliang personally wrote a war challenge and sent it to He Lulan. He Lulan was shocked and asked his subordinates, "Has the rear army of Dongfang tribe arrived already?" Cunning Gentleman's son Shirhan answered, "Their rear army is still 5,000 li away, building the 5th defensive line." He Lulan gave a sinister smile. Dongfang tribe's military strength was originally lower than ours, and they still dare to split their forces. Sun Shirhan also smiled. Dongfang Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait until our rear army converges. Our military strength will greatly surpass theirs, and at that time, we can crush through their whole army in one move. Baleful light flickered in He Lulan's eyes. He had a personal grudge with Dongfang Yuliang. When he went adventuring to gain experience in his youth, he saw Dongfang Qingyu and drooled over her beauty, but he was taught a lesson by Dongfang Yuliang and had suffered quite a bit. He really wanted to take revenge, but he was not someone who was easily controlled by emotions. Even a fool can see through this Dongfang lad's intention. He wants to battle, but I won't give him the chance. How long till my rear army arrives? He Lulan asked. Approximated 3 days. Wang tribe leader answered from the side. Good. I will write a letter to Dongfang Yuliang to change the date to 4 days later. He Lulan laughed loudly. Dongfang Yuliang received the letter and skimmed through it. Dongfang Alliance's higher-ups were filled with fury. He Lulan had written nonsense, proclaiming he was giving 3 days of time to Dongfang Yuliang in magnanimity, and hoped Dongfang Yuliang would live up to this good intent and enjoy the last days of his life. The crowd shouted for war one after another, but Dongfang Yuliang calmly smiled. Everyone, do not be impatient. This letter was already within my expectations. I have deduced many times over these days and have come up with a plan. Please listen to the details. For days were gone in an instant. In this day of battle, it was a day of fine weather with blue sky spreading to the distant horizon. Knee-length grass grew lushly. The two sides moved in formation that reached 100 li, raising banners with tightly packed troops. A twin-headed hill-sized rhino carried the main tent on its back. On the main tent was He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Hao Ji Lu Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader and other experts. Fang Yuan's position was naturally at the topmost left side of the main seat. Cunning gentleman's son Shi Han was standing behind He Lu Lan with a loyal expression. He had already become He Lu Lan's trusted aide. The wind whistled, causing the banners to flutter wildly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance from his seat, seeing the tight and disciplined formation of Dongfang tribe with their main tent resting on a white cloud, floating in midair. One could vaguely see Dongfang Yuliang sitting on the central seat in the main tent with officials and fierce experts sitting on his left and right. Just from their disposition, they did not appear any weaker than He Lu Lan's side. At this moment, He Lu Lan's loud laughter rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha ha ha! This battle will signify the first step my He tribe takes towards the ownership of the imperial court and ruling the northern plains. Everyone who wants to go forward and make the first challenge. His words had just landed when a group of Gu masters rose one after another, shouting or vouching for themselves to request to be sent to battle. He Lu Lan's gaze traveled through the group and landed on one of them. Pan Ping, you shall go. Pan Ping was tall and buff. His hair was reddish-yellow. On his waist was a scimitar with gold edge and silver handle. He laughed heartily when chosen, and just as he was about to agree, a loud shout came from the enemy. Junior Tang Miao Ming has heard of the aspiring name of the Grand Wolf King for a long time. I have specifically come to get a pointer or two. Dongfang Yuliang has guts. He actually chose to challenge us first. That is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, a rank 4 middle stage Gu master. She actually directly challenged Lord Wolf King. They must be planning something. For a moment, everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, waiting for the Wolf King's response. The two armies were poised for battle. He tribe had been about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dongfang Yuliang was the first to send Tang Miao Ming. Tang Miao Ming was Tang tribe's specially cultivated enslavement path female Gu master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she did not have any notable achievements in history. However, Dongfang Yuliang specially sent her to directly challenge Wolf King, so it was clear he had a specific plan against Fang Yuan, and Tang Miao Ming was one part of it. Wisdom Path Gu masters were like this, with plans within plans. The people fighting against Wisdom Path Gu masters would not sense it at the start, but by the time they realized it, they would be deep under already. Tang Miao Ming's public challenge attracted everyone's gazes towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at leisure as he drank wine and slowly placed down the wine cup, then looked at He Lu Lan. Alliance leader? Then should I take the challenge? He Lu Lan laughed heartily, pleased at Fang Yuan asking him before the battle. Let these experts look at Brother Shan Yin's might and be awed. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and used a Gu worm to transmit his voice outside. Little girl, your bravery in challenging me deserves praises, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late. In front of the formation, Tang Miao Ming clenched her hands, which were soaked with sweat. Her lovely body shuddered at Fang Yuan's words, and her thoughts began to unfold at a rapid speed. Wolf King replied, he is truly arrogant, just like Alliance leader Dongfang expected. Now I should act according to his plan and use words to force him to battle with only 100 beast group against my similar-sized fox group. But what is the meaning of his last sentence? Dongfang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been observing the situation. Tang Miao Ming was an enslavement path expert he accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dongfang Yuliang learned the details, he found that Tang Miao Ming was very good at fighting with small-scale fox groups. Her skill at this aspect was quite deep, and adding in her set of supporting Gu worms, she could even match an enslavement path master. Dongfang Yuliang immediately thought of using Tang Miao Ming to openly scheme against Wolf King Changshan Yin. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply set in people's hearts. If he was beaten under everyone's gaze, it would definitely greatly raise their morale. What was even more matching was that Wolf King Changshan Yin was very arrogant. Tang Miao Ming was his junior and a female. As long as she was putting herself in a lower position, even Changshan Yin would also find it embarrassing to bully a junior in front of everyone. Changshan Yin, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. As long as you come out to fight, Tang Miaoming will definitely give you a great surprise. Dongfang Yuliang was inwardly excited but also had a doubt. It is getting late? What is he talking about? Not only Dongfang Yuliang, but others also had doubts. But Fang Yuan's next sentence immediately answered their doubts. It is getting late. Quickly start the battle. I still need to eat my lunch after it. Come. Those who want to challenge me, all of you come out. After he finished speaking, he stood and then waved his hand from the main tent. Howl! 500,000 wolves howled together. The explosive wolf howls resounded through the skies. Their vigor was so majestic that even the wind stopped for a moment and all the experts shocked. Brother Shanin, what are you? He Lulan's hand slipped and the fine wine in his cup spilled down on his robe. Could it be the Wolf King is thinking? Dongfang Yu Liang's pupils shrunk, his expression paling. Following, 500,000 wolf group rushed forward like a majestic tide towards the opposite army. My God! Wolf tide! This is a wolf tide. Chang Shan-in, he is making a direct attack. He has sent all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in a chaos. The enormous momentum from the wolf group shook them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive goo worms were activated. For a moment, countless light barriers with all kinds of color shone among Dongfang Alliance army. Some just shielded one person while some shielded a large patch of land. Some formed into armors while some caused the earth to bulge and form into earth walls. Tang Miao Ming's face was as pale as paper. She was standing between the two armies, and with the wolf group rushing forward, she would be the first they would charge into. Facing the endless wolf tide, she felt like she was a small wooden boat in a vast sea about to be swallowed by a shocking tide. Damn it! The Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I came forward to challenge him and only brought 1,000 beast group. Tang Miaoming was shocked and also furious. Normally speaking, before a battle began, there would be a battle between experts in between the armies. This was an old practice in northern plains. In the battle between Goo Master experts, not only would the winner's side's morale greatly increase, they could also understand the strength of the other side and be more prepared later. At the same time, this expert challenge could also build friendship. Once the battle ended, the losing side's Goo Masters would have a way out when they surrendered. The challenge between experts. The moment Fang Yuan raised his hand, he used all his wolf groups and directly cut apart the round of expert challenging. Wolf King, do you know the rules? For a moment, countless people from both sides roared and questioned in their mind. The two armies were not too far apart. The wolf group's rush was quick and soon crossed this distance and unfolded an intense battle against Dongfang army. Attack! Don't be in a daze. The wolf group has attacked. Kill! Slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, move together. Fight alongside each other. A clamor erupted within Dongfang army. All kinds of colorful lights, rolling stones, golden lights, wooden spikes, water steam, wind blades and so on landed among the wolf group, causing enormous casualties in Fang Yuan's wolf group instantly. He tribe army was still standing on their spot, looking dumbfoundedly at the frenzied battle situation in the other side. Brother Shan-in. He Lulan stared with wide eyes at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at Fatty He. Dongfang Yuliang is a rank 5 wisdom path Goo master. Since he initiated the expert challenge, he must definitely have had gathered a lot of intel to help him in making deductions. And it was the talented alliance leader who directly told me to make my move. He Lulan's eyes widened even more. He had commanded Fang Yuan to make a move, but it was not to make such a big move. Clearly, Fang Yuan had intentionally distorted his intention, but he could not bicker with Fang Yuan at this critical juncture. Move! All army charge! Attack! Attack! He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned around towards the front, fiercely waving his hand and giving his command. Orders from Alliance Leader. All army charge. Orders from Alliance Leader. All army charge. The command was conveyed from top to bottom. The great army began to move slowly. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers followed the wolf group in charging towards the other side. Tang Miao Ming manipulated her fox group, changing the formation again and again to firmly protect herself. She was worthy of being the person Dongfang Yuliang had chosen. Under the charge of the Wolf Tide, with just 1,000 beast group, she continuously changed the formation to keep on resisting the charge. Her fox group surrounded her, forming a round formation. The formation kept on rotating with a natural flow to it, like a millstone or a reef. The incoming wolf group was like a tide, attacking wave after wave, but it could not break through the round formation of the fox group. However, Tang Miao Ming did not have the least bit of joy on her face. She was even shouting madly in her mind, "This damned Wolf King is simply a lunatic. Damn it. I might be able to hold on for now, but with this, I cannot move a single step. Someone save me. Save me, eh." Suddenly, Tang Miao Ming's body stiffened. Her complexion went completely white, her eyes showing fear and despair. In front of her, the He tribe army was gradually starting to move before her, quickly increasing their speed. Under the cover of the wolf group, they showed an earth-shattering influence and power of violence. Tang Miao Ming momentarily lost her senses and the round formation of the fox group immediately collapsed. The two-headed rhinoceros came rushing over with explosive sounds. As He Lulan looked on from above, his heart received a slight jolt at Tang Miao Ming's beauty. "Who will capture this woman for me?" He had just spoken when Pan Ping shot out. Pan Ping made a few jumps and fiercely charged to Tang Miao Ming's side, moving rapidly. In a short few moments, he smoothly captured Tang Miao Ming. He Lulan nodded with satisfaction at this scene, then turned his gaze towards the front. "Dong Fong lad." He gave a malevolent smile, his eyes burning with the flame of revenge. After a short time, the two armies officially started the battle. A large chaotic battle had begun. With Fong Yuan's one move, this great battle that had just started had entered its climax. "Beast!" Facing the incoming night wolves, Tang Fong furiously shouted and poured his primeval essence into fire pellet goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball shot forward, bringing a gale with it. This orange pellet fire struck the night wolf. The night wolf whimpered and rolled around the ground, but its whole body burned with the fire before shortly dying. "Kill!" Tang Fong breathed roughly and was about to charge forward when he was blocked by a Tang tribe elder. "Third young master, don't rush ahead. The tribe leader has commanded you to return back quickly, but big sister has been captured." Tang Fong stared wide. He did not want to turn back. His big sister was Tang Miao Ming. "Third young master, rushing forward like this will only lead to your death," the elder hastily persuaded. "Damn it!" Tang Fong gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling his powerlessness. He was Tang tribe's genius, and he was only 22 but had already reached rank 3. Yet this rank 3 battle strength that could have controlled the situation in the past was now so minute in this great battle. The rank 3 battle strength that was normally hard to be seen were all present in this battlefield. Rank 3 Gu Masters were reduced to mid-level strength. Above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts, and even more higher were the rank 5 experts. "Big sister, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you." Tang Fong calmed down and swore in his mind as he retreated. "Humph. Leaving whenever you want? Leave behind your life." Right at this time, a rank 3 Gu Master of Wang tribe rushed over. "It is Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly. I will hold him back." The Tang tribe elder instantly recognized the enemy. Wang Jiang's fiancée Luo Yufeng had been snatched by Tang tribe, so he had deep hatred towards them. And now, in this large battle, he naturally would not let this chance for revenge go. Such situations were not few. In this world, people would have gratitude, grudges, and hatred. Now, those with grudges could let out their grudges, and those with hatred could repay their hatred. Tang tribe, the humiliation back then, I will repay it double today. Wang Jiang had a malevolent expression on his face as he gave a deep shout. His whole body inflated like a black bear as he violently smashed towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong was startled and furious at Wang Jiang's fierce momentum, and had the intention to battle with his life. Pellet fire goo. He pushed his right palm and an orange fire shot towards Wang Jiang. The fire made an arc in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Wang Jiang felt the burning heat before the fire even struck him. But he just laughed nastily and actually opened his mouth, without any intent to dodge. Gulp! He swallowed the pellet fire. This is rank 4 swallow fire goo. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow fire goo was not an offensive goo but a storage goo. But using goo always relied on a goo master's wits. Who was to say storage goo could not be used for battle? Tang tribe always prioritized fire path goo worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 swallow fire goo, so he could use it against Tang tribe sometime in the future. Wang Jiang, we will help you. At this time, 2 goo masters rushed over, both with rank 3 cultivation. Tang Fong and the Tang tribe elders' expression turned pale. The swallow fire goo could already restrict them. Now the other side had 3 people occupying a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly. I will hold them back. The Tang tribe elder saw the critical situation and stood up to fight to give Tang Fong an opportunity to escape. Tang Fong was not a conceited man. He gnashed his teeth and turned around to leave. Elder, hold on. I will quickly come back with reinforcements. Chase! Wang Jiang and the 2 others naturally were not willing to let Tang Fong escape safely. But who could have thought the Tang tribe elder that remained was a defensive goo master and moreover, had a rank 3 rare goo slow steps. As this goo's name implied, it could slow down goo master speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the 2 others were slowed down and could only give up on Tang Fong. Then, with a belly filled with anger, attacked the Tang tribe elder. The Tang tribe elder could not fend off against the numbers although he had slow steps goo. First, he was struck by Wang Jiang's punch. Then his arm was severed by wind blade. Finally, a snowball turned him into an ice sculpture, killing him. Elder! Tang Fong watched with tearful red eyes. When he came back with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this elder. The flames of hatred raged in his heart, but he could not find his enemies. The battlefield was in chaos. Large numbers of wolves rushed forward and created a havoc. Besides them, there were fox groups, war crabs, bats and other beasts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All kinds of attacks streaked through the sky and landed on the ground. Rocks were smashed, flames ablazed, ice spread, lightning dazzled the eyes. Goo masters shouted and screamed. Some attacked while some retreated. Some were rushing to reinforce while some were defending. A great chaotic battle between hundreds of thousands of people was enough to fill a range of thousands of miles. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous blue wave with the momentum of covering the sky descended like an evil flood dragon. Large numbers of wolves and goo masters were swept by the enormous wave. This part of the battlefield was instantly cleared up, several large puddles forming in this cleared grassland. A goo master arrogantly stood in the center of the battlefield while laughing wildly. It is Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupils shrunk as he recognized this man. Retreat, this person is a rank 4 upper stage expert. He is a demon. Many surviving rank 3 goo masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's fierce gaze swept through the battlefield and landed on Tang Fong's side, who had the highest numbers. These rank 3 goo masters were moving battle merits to Water Demon, representing a bountiful reward after the war. Water Demon licked his dried lips with his scarlet tongue, a bloodthirsty killing intent filling his face. Consider it your bad luck to have ran into me. Water Demon laughed loudly as he fiercely pushed forward his 2 palms. Rank for Waterfall Goo. Boom! In an instant, an enormous torrent bubbled and charged towards Tang Fong and his group with an immense momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt he was like a single person facing a tsunami, feeling he was facing a great catastrophe alone. Third young master, we will hold it back. Retreat quickly. Several elders who had been accompanying Tang Fong gnashed their teeth and stood in front of Tang Fong. They combined their strength and were finally able to hold back this waterfall. Leave! The elders' urging caused Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on. I will get father to come rescue you. He gnashed his teeth and finally chose to leave. Gagaga. Water Demon laughed wildly and engaged in the battle with the several Tang tribe elders. His offense surged forward, his water abilities charged forward with huge momentum as he used his power to overwhelm the elders, and although the Tang tribe elders had many people, they were falling into a disadvantage and it was becoming difficult for them to hold back Water Demon. After several moves, an elder lost his life at Water Demon's hands. After dozen or so moves, only one elder remained, with the rest dead. Water Demon laughed sinisterly, and was just about to make the final move when suddenly a cold killing intent pounced on him. His plentiful battle experience had given Hao Ji Lu an intuitive feeling towards danger. He did not even look and immediately retreated backwards, giving up the battle contribution that was within his reach without any hesitation. Whoosh! A soft ripping sound echoed, and right at the instant of his retreat, a four-leaf wind blade crossed through the air and brushed past him. The wind blade kept on rotating, making a long arc through the battlefield. Everything that it passed through, whether it were humans or beasts, were cut through. Blood flew and limbs scattered. The light green wind blade spiraled a long arc in the air before flying back to its master. "It is you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng." The sinister smile on Water Demon gradually disappeared, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were called Wind and Water Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Previously, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern areas of northern plains, while Wind Demon wreaked havoc in the western areas, their fame echoing with each other. But later, Dongfang Yuliang devised 3 escapement scheme to subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's subordinate and sided with Dongfang tribe. "Water Demon, your laughter is too ear-piercing. Lord has ordered me to bring an end to your life." Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng was clothed in green clothes, hovering in midair, grasping the wind blade that had returned. The wind blade only had 3 sides remaining from the consumption in the way, but with Wind Demon pouring in primeval essence again, it gradually began to recover back to the previous 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved once they were sent. Wind Demon played with the wind blade like some toy. He clearly had extraordinary wind manipulation skill. "Humph. It seems you have been taught pretty well by your master over these years, seeing nothing worthwhile around you." Water Demon laughed sinisterly, gazing at Wind Demon like a falcon. Wind Demon's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He swung his palm and shot out the 4-leaf wind blade, and at the same time he also charged towards Water Demon. "Come!" Water Demon was at ease, a huge wave rising from below his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards Wind Demon. Boom! A huge explosion echoed. Wind screamed madly and water waves surged high, unfolding an intense battle of rank for level experts. Surrounding Gu Masters hurriedly retreated, and soon a special battlefield was formed for the battle of Wind and Water Demons. As time passed by, not only these 2 other rank 4 Gu Master experts also found their opponents. Dozen or so battle rings emerged one after another in the chaotic battlefield. These battle rings were not set in place, but instead moved with the battle between the experts. With the battle of higher-level forces, the whole battlefield began to become clear. First of all was the large battle rings for the fight of the rank 4 experts. Surrounding these large battle rings were small-scale battle rings where rank 3 Gu Masters fought. And beyond that were the fights between groups of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu Masters. Fang Yuan took this chance to assemble his wolf group. The 2 armies faced off against each other, creating a deadlock. Usually, the side which broke through this balance would obtain the initiative, which would accumulate into advantage. After their dominance was accumulated enough, it would change into victory momentum. Both He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang knew this. Thus, their gaze landed on their elite troop. These elite troops that were either made of 300-400 soldiers or 500-600, had received strict training to deploy their Gu Worm together and create a formidable attack in an instant. They were the weapons to rampage the battlefield, the trump cards of their commander. Not every tribe had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan's side had 5 divisions of elite troops, while Dongfang Yuliang had 6. Dongfang Yuliang first deployed 100 Blossoms elite troop. This was Hua tribe's elite troop, who were quite weak at attacking and defending, but were specialized at healing. With this division of elite troop moving out, They immediately healed large groups of wounded and stabilized the situation, providing a great assistance to Dong Fong's side's base-level Gu masters. He Lulan looked at this scene from the main tent and snorted, commanding Blue Butterfly Elite Troop to attack 100 Blossoms Elite Troop. The Blue Butterfly Elite Troop that contained 500 soldiers who detoured the rank 4 Gu Masters' battle rings and easily pierced through the battlefield, charging towards 100 Blossoms Elite Troop. Just when it looked like they were about to succeed, 3 elite troops charged in separately from east, south and west, surrounding the Blue Butterfly Elite Troop. Dongfang Yuliang had already planned for this and sent 100 Blossoms Elite Troop as the bait while making these 3 elite troops lie in ambush. He Lulan naturally was not willing to see the annihilation of Blue Butterfly Elite Troop, immediately sending other elite troop divisions as reinforcements. Each elite troops of the two sides quickly converged and formed into several lines of encirclement. The situation once again entered a deadlock. Lord Tribe Leader, let me go forward and crush them. Dongfang she could not restrain anymore as he requested to be sent to battle. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head and did not permit him. Dongfang she was Dongfang Tribe's Feather Arrow Elite Troops commander with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He Tribe's Black Banner Elite Troop did not move, this Flower Feather Elite Troop could not be sent out. Dongfang Yuliang slowly swept his gaze through the battlefield and placated Dongfang Shi. Elder, she does not need to be impatient. This is not the time for you to take the stage. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he calmly smiled and turned towards the 3 enslavement path Gu Masters. It is time for you to show your strength. These 3 were precisely Yi Xianming, Wei Xian, and Jiang Wanshan. At Dongfang Yuliang's words, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Wan Xian glanced at each other before nodding and activating their Gu. Rank 3 Jin Heart Gu to enhance the spirit. Rank 2 Heart Sound Gu to strengthen the voice of one's heart. Rank 2 Harmony Gu, the harmonization of one's heart and voice. Rank 3 Flying Soul Gu, the soul can leave the body. Rank 3 Soul Chain Gu, souls can be interlinked. Rank 4 Soul Combination Gu, 3 souls can be linked and fused as one. Killer Move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Boom! A soundless explosion burst out, as the 3 Gu Masters' souls flew out of their bodies and merged together into a complete entity in the air. For a moment, in the radius of 200 li, all Gu Masters with at least 500 man soul could feel a strong pressure spreading and weighing down on their souls. The Gu Masters with less than 500 man soul, however, could not sense anything. This pressure, it is already at the level of 1,400 man soul, as expected of 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and gazed towards Dongfang Tribe's main tent. He had 1,000 man soul originally, but there was injuries from the soul explosion, though he was able to escape from most of its force. His soul strength had fell to 800 man soul, and after these days of recuperation, it had recovered to 900 man soul level. 900 man soul naturally was not able to match against the other side's 1,400 man soul. Unfortunately, there are many eyes within the Alliance army. I cannot get rid of them. Otherwise, I would have gone to Danghun Mountain and used Guts Gu to easily heal all the injuries on my soul. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed while mobilizing the wolf group. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves formed into an enormous force that charged towards the enemy army like a raging river. Wolf King, let us experience your brilliance today. Wan Xian, Yi Xianming, and Jiang Wanshan simultaneously spoke. Because their souls were temporarily merged together, their every movement was done simultaneously and was completely in sync. Under their command, large numbers steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, and big chi crabs flocked together, forming into a firm defensive line within several breaths of time. The wolf group fiercely smashed into this defensive line, like a flood striking the dam. Sharp wolf fangs and claws collided intensely against the firm crab shells. Fang Yuan snorted and gazed afar while standing on the twin-headed rhino. Under his exquisite control, the whole wolf group formed into waves after waves of offense. The defensive formation formed by the crabs soon was on the verge of collapsing. This is the 9-layered wave charge. Quick! Reinforce me. My crab group won't be able to persist longer. Wan Xian had just thought of this when the other two felt it. Under the effect of 3 hearts combination soul, they were just like one person. Any thought would be immediately known by the others. No need to worry. My crocodile group is coming. Yi Xianming's expression was unshaken as an excited battle intent emerged in his concentrated gaze. The enemy is the famous Wolf King. Being able to fight with such an existence, this life was really not in vain. Under his control, large numbers of 6-legs crocodile, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles soon rushed to the front line. After the addition of these new forces, the defensive line that was on the brink of collapsing showed a sign of being indestructible. Whether it be crabs or crocodiles, they are both beasts excelling in defense. At the same time, under the 3 hearts combination soul, they are like 3 people merged together, increasing their beast commanding skills greatly, directly reaching master level. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. There was no signs of irritation due to not getting any results. Suddenly, he stopped the fierce attacks and wisely chose to slow down the offense. He was not wholeheartedly controlling the beast group. Instead, he divided half of his concentration to observe the battlefield. His enemies were not these 3 people, neither Jiang, Wei nor Yi. As a person of importance who could influence the whole battlefield, he was extremely likely to encounter another assassination attempt from Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the battle started, Shadow Sword expert was nowhere to be seen and was likely observing Fang Yuan from the darkness, looking for a good opportunity to kill him. It was only that beside Fang Yuan was the rank 5 Gu master He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert had not revealed herself. Right at this time, a large group of blood-colored bats emerged above the wolf group. These bats possessed 4 wings. The wings were sharp and firm like knives. Under the attack of the bat group, large numbers of casualties started appearing among the wolf group. The crocodile and crab groups took this chance to attack, pushing forward their battle line by 100 steps. Sure enough, it is Jiang Wanshan's Bladewing Blood Bats group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He was not a bit surprised. With the intel from He tribe, he had a rather good understanding of the enemy Gu master experts. Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement path masters under him. So Fang Yuan had guessed Dongfang Yuliang would use 3 hearts combination soul to deal with him. And the candidates to use this killer move were extremely likely to be the strongest 3 enslavement path Gu masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probe, these 3 were sure enough Jiang Wanshan, Wan Xian and Yi Xianming. Bladewing Bloodbat's offense were extremely violent, changing the direction of this part of the battlefield the moment they joined the fray. The wolf group that had been occupying the upper hand was being defeated bit by bit, while crocodile group and crab group seized the chance to attack. Mud crabs, small chi crabs, big chi crabs, steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, 6-legs crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles and shadow plunder crocodiles formed into a large mixed army that stretched out like an open steel fist, defeating the wolves in its way and charging straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to logic, enslavement path Gu masters would find it hard-pressed to cooperate with each other. A mixed beast group would usually impede each other, making 1 + 1 less than 2. But Wei, Jiang and Yi, these 3 merged their souls with 3 hearts combination soul and were like one person, forming a qualitative effect of having 1 + 1 greater than 2. Brother Shan Yin. Facing the mixed beast group's strong charge, He Lulan could not help feeling some pressure, and his expression turned dark. If they let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use Black Banner elite troop earlier than scheduled. But if he did so, they would not be able to contain Dongfang Yuliang's Feather Arrow elite troop. The scales of victory was slowly inclining towards the other side. Fang Yuan said to He Lulan in a low voice, "The other has Bladewing Bloodbats group which has very sharp offensive power, and my wolf group is unable to do aerial attacks. More importantly, the other side has used 3 hearts combination soul to achieve 1,000-man soul and are able to lead this mixed beast group as if they were one person. If we can break through this killer move, the mixed group will disperse without even putting up any fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashing rapidly in his eyes as he made a decision. "Brother Shan Yin, Concentrate on the battle. I will resolve this quickly. He suddenly extended his arm that was the size of an ordinary person's thigh. His right palm formed a claw while his palm faced upward. Rank 5 aura rose fiercely while the primeval essence in his aperture fell rapidly, pouring into 4 different goo. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, while my He tribe has dark vortex. He Lulan smiled sinisterly, an intense killing intent raging in his heart. Whoosh! A pitch-black stream rose in the air and rotated once before flowing towards He Lulan's palm. Following the second stream, third stream, fourth stream. In a blink of an eye, large numbers of dark streams were created one after another and converged in He Lulan's right claw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark streams rose and merged with each other, creating a wild gale. These finger-sized dark streams pressed at each other and formed a dark speck of light. As large numbers of dark streams continued to pour into it, the dark speck of light gradually inflated, forming a fist-sized dark sphere. The dark sphere seemed to have immeasurable depth in it, as if the night was condensed into it, even absorbing the light around it, causing a terrified feeling to grow in people. He Lulan, however, revealed an extremely excitement and a mad killing intent when he looked at this dark sphere. Dongfang lad, take this! He Lulan suddenly shouted and disappeared from his place. The next moment, he appeared above the enemy main tent. Go and die! He Lulan let out a crazed laughter and flipped over his wrist. As if he was holding 1,000 jun of weight, he exerted all his strength to slowly push the dark sphere towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small dark sphere madly expanded and in several breaths of time, had expanded to size of a small hill. The pitch-black giant sphere pressed down with a seemingly slow speed but was actually very fast. It covered the light of the sun and casted a giant darkness on the ground. Before the giant sphere even struck, all the Goo Master experts in the main tent felt terror like they were facing a calamity. They looked at the pressing giant sphere and felt heaviness as if lead was poured into their body. They wanted to retreat but were barely able to move. Damn it! It is He tribe's killer move Dark Vortex. Retreat! Retreat! Goo Masters exclaimed in shock, not having even a trace of intent to resist. Wei Xian and the other 2 had a despairing look on their face. They were under 3 hearts combination soul state and would require at least 2-3 minutes to get rid of this killer move. The corners of Dongfang Yu Liang's lips, however, curled up. He looked towards the sky, the dark sphere growing bigger and bigger in his sight, but his expression was a scene of calmness. Sure enough, like I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting so long for your move. He slightly raised his right foot and lightly pressed on the white cloud below his feet. The originally tranquil white cloud crazily surged as clouds and mists burst out in blink of an eye like boiling water, and formed into an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly rose up like a giant open mouth and swallowed the dark sphere. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious. At this moment, he realized he had fallen for Dongfang Yuliang's scheme. Dongfang Yuliang had meticulously arranged this trap, waiting for He Lulan to come crashing in. Let me teach you, this is the killer move I spent 3 years of my life to plan meticulously. Cloud Whirlpool. It was specially created to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost just like many years back. Dongfang Yuliang proclaimed his victory. Damn it! He Lulan gnashed his teeth, his forehead filled with sweat. He wanted to pull back, but the cloud whirlpool was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's lips became even bigger as he summoned Dong Pakong, Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of Goo Worm, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Hearing his command, the shadow sword expert who had been concealing herself for a long time turned into a dark shadow and moved while wriggling in the shadows on the ground. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of the twin-headed rhino. And at the same time, a flash of lightning broke through the air and crossed the battlefield, instantly arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dispersed and turned into a valiant man, who then pounced towards Fang Yuan. Flying lightning Dong Pakong, shadow sword expert Bien Si Xian. In an instant, Both He Lulan and Fang Yuan had fallen into danger. Three Hearts combination soul killer move was only bait to lure He Lulan into attacking. Then, Dongfang Yuliang was able to leisurely unfold his trump card, a killer move that was specially designed to restrict Dark Vortex and trap He Lulan. He Lulan had been at the main tent, but now he was trapped. The defense around Fang Yuan had suddenly decreased by a very large amount. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixin appeared and charged into the main tent to once again assassinate Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would greatly incline towards Dongfang Alliance army. To make sure this beheading the leader tactic succeeded, Dongfang Yuliang had not only arranged Shadow Sword expert, but also an even stronger Gu master. He was Dong Pequang, known as Flying Lightning, one of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had not made a move even in the chaotic battle earlier, patiently waiting till now to shock the world with one move. Protect Wolf King. Sneaky bastards. Don't think you can have your way. Wolf King, leave quickly. 6 rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up one after another, trying to hold off Dong Pequang and Bian Xixin. Scram! Dong Pequang coldly shouted, lightning suddenly crackling around him. The 3 Gu masters who were blocking him were struck by the lightning. Their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 instantly died while 1 was heavily injured. Hee hee. Bian Xixin chuckled softly. Her body turned into a shadow and quickly moved like a poisonous snake through the Gu masters blocking her, and moved past them. What? Such speed. Is this Shadow Sword expert's true strength? The 3 Gu masters were shocked. They gazed back only to see Bian Xixin's seductive back figure. They wanted to chase but found they could not move at all. Their hands and feet were tied up by a dark shadow, firmly binding them to the spot. Facing the above and under pincer attack from Dong Pequang and Shadow Sword expert, Fang Yuan paled, his gaze revealing a frantic look as he retreated in panic and shouted, "Quick! Someone come protect me! Wolf King, no need to worry. He Xiu Yi will guard you." One person stood behind Fang Yuan, clothed in black and had unshaken expression. He walked forward few steps and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "Courting death!" Dong Pequang shouted. The lightning over his body crackled violently and turned into a battle spear which he then stabbed towards He Xiu Yi. Bian Xixin snorted and flicked her wrist lightly, immediately throwing out a torrent of shadow swords. He Xiu Yi's expression did not change at this combined attack from 2 experts. He put together his palms in front of his chest and transferred his primeval essence. Boom! Next instant, his defense was fully activated. 56 flying bone shields flew together and blocked in front of him. A green halo flew above his head and illuminated a range of 100 steps. Black iron-like metallic light formed a set of thick armor which then covered him from top to bottom. 9 ghost faces whimpered and wept as they revolved around him. At the same time, a dark brown oil wind breezed in between the flying bone shields. Dong Pequang's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying shields and made a hole through the dark brown oil wind, but was blocked by the black armor. Bian Xixin's shadow swords bombarded upon the shields, shattering 18 shields but were thwarted by the oil wind. The shadow swords seemed to have fallen into a swamp as their momentum dispersed and were no longer a threat. He Xiu Yi was He Lulan's expert and also one of the 3 commanders of Black Banner Elite Troop, an expert in defense. Facing the defense-specialized He Xiu Yi, Dong Pequang and Bian Xixin were actually delayed for a while, unable to break through. He Xiu Yi had suffered a terrible defeat during the battle with Mo Shi Kuang. It did not mean he was weak, but the enemy was too strong. A top expert in the whole of Northern Plains in this struggle for Imperial Court. Now, facing the combined strength of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, He Xiu Yi shielded here and there, firmly protecting Fang Yuan who was behind him for dozen moves. His Gu set had complementing Gu worms focused on defense and had been carefully chosen. Dong Pequang and Bian Xixin tried to break through multiple times, but it was all a failure. The aftermath of this battle caused severe pain to the twin-headed rhino. The giant rhinoceros screamed in pain and stamped its feet, recklessly charging in the battlefield without considering allies or enemies. He Xiuyi's expression turned heavier. His primeval essence was quickly depleting because of this intense battle, already reaching the bottom. While the other side had 2 people and their primeval essence consumption was half that of He Xiuyi. He Xiuyi was now confronted with a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue to defend to death without caring about his primeval essence expenditure and hoping He Lulan or others would come in time to support him. But now the twin-headed rhino was crazily rampaging and had already traveled far away. How high was the possibility for the reinforcements to cross the battlefield and arrive in time? Second option was to conserve his primeval essence. But with this, his defense would fall and the chance for the enemies to break through would increase dramatically. In case they were able to move past him, Fang Yuan, who was behind him, would be in grave danger. What should I choose? A hesitating look flashed in He Xiuyi's eyes, but was soon replaced by resolve. He began to slowly cut down on defense and was no longer very active in facing the enemy's attacks. Dong Pequang and Bian Xixin immediately sensed the change in He Xiuyi. They attacked several times and took some risks, and were about to succeed. Even if Wolf King had an important identity that concerned the whole situation, even if He Xiuyi was appointed by He Lulan to defend Changshanin, but at this critical juncture when he was at risk, He Xiuyi was not able to give up his own life. If it was Lord He Lulan behind me, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshanin is just an outsider, always acting so arrogant and looking down on me. Why should I sacrifice my life for such a person? Even if Wolf King dies, we still have the Black Banner army and are still a match for the enemy. Yes, I need to save myself and continue to render my service to the tribe. He Xiuyi's thoughts surged rapidly to justify himself and gradually began to have a clear conscience. He was originally guarding Fang Yuan, but now was only looking after himself, thus his primeval essence consumption immediately slowed. Now is the time. Overlapping shadow goo. Suddenly, Bian Xixin noticed a gap in the defense. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she grabbed this chance and activated the goo worm Dongfang Yuliang had lent her. This overlapping shadow goo was a rank 4 rare goo which was very difficult to find in the market, and its price was comparable to many rank 5 goo. Initially, Bian Xixin had agreed with Dongfang Yuliang for this goo to be her reward once she assassinated Fang Yuan. But Bian Xixin's assassination failed, and the brain explosion goo she had struck with was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her proud nature, she would naturally not accept this overlapping shadow goo. But before this battle, Dongfang Yuliang had lent her this goo of his own initiative, just to be on the safe side. Overlapping shadow goo might only be a rank 4 goo to others, but to Bian Xixin, it could raise her battle strength explosively and was even more precious than rank 5 goo to her. Under the use of overlapping shadow goo, Bian Xixin's multiple shadow swords overlaid upon each other, and in just a second, only one sword remained of the overflowing shadow swords. This shadow sword was as dark as the abyss and was like a solid object. All the offensive power of the shadow swords had been overlaid together in it. Bian Xixin pierced the sword forward. The sword easily broke through He Xiuyi's defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and pierced towards Wolf King. The defense that had lasted for a long time was finally broken. Dong Pequang let out a breath of relief at this scene. He continued to hold back He Xiuyi to provide a chance to Bian Xixin. But He Xiuyi could not care about this, as he already had an intent to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword expert was charging towards Changshan, this was the chance for him to retreat. Why would he not take this chance? Thus, he quickly retreated and directly jumped off from twin-headed Rhino's back. Dong Pequang looked at He Xiuyi's fleeing figure in shock. He hesitated for a moment before thinking that it was better to quickly kill Wolf King. So he did not chase He Xiuyi. But when he gazed back, he saw Bian Xixin's shadow sword had already pierced into Changshan Yin's chest. Bian Xixin pierced it so deep that only the hilt of the shadow sword remained on the outside. The sword had pierced through Fang Yuan's chest, and large part of it stuck out through his back. Wolf King, remember. The one who killed you is shadow sword expert Bian Xixin. Bian Xixin's eyes turned red, excitement filling her face. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout the northern plains, died by her hands. This glory, this brilliant battle achievement, caused her whole body to shudder in happiness. It's over. Dong Pakwang also raised his brows in joy. Wolf King has died. My army has now the upper hand and victory is within grasp. Far away, Dong Fong Yuliang, who was observing the battle with a detective Gu, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and smiled calmly at He Lulan, who was competing with the Cloud Whirlpool. He Lulan, Chang Shan-yin has been beheaded. Now stop and admit your defeat. I will give you the position of a general and also an opportunity to enter the imperial court. But what made him surprised was He Lulan not only did not fly into a rage, but instead revealed a malevolent smile. Dong Fong Yuliang, look carefully with your dog eyes. Right at this time, Bian Xixin and Dong Pakwang's shocked exclamations rose from the twin-headed rhino's back. What? Dong Fong Yuliang had a very bad feeling and immediately used his investigative Gu to gaze ahead. He saw Chang Shan-yin had already turned into a puddle of water. Several Gu worms flew out with only a water image Gu remaining in the water, which was almost pierced into two by the shadow sword with only a thin layer of skin holding its body. This was the water image Gu of water demon Hao Ji Lu. Previously, he had used water image Gu in the hero's assembly to deceive everyone by passing it off as the genuine body, and was able to kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before this great battle, Fang Yuan had taken this method into consideration and made a plan with He Lulan. To prevent news from leaking out, this arrangement was only known to the three of them. Fang Yuan's true body had never been in the main tent, but was instead hiding in a corner of the battlefield. With Wolf Care Gu, he had been observing the battlefield and commanding the wolf group to fight. The dialogues with He Lulan previously was also a facade prepared by using a series of Gu worms. Damn it! This is a fake. Where is the real Chang Shan-yin? Bian Xixin and Dong Pakwang's expressions turned extremely unsightly. They had fought so hard for such a long time, but the result was that they were tricked. From the back of the twin-headed rhino, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning looked around everywhere. In the chaotic battlefield, dozen or so rank 4 Gu masters had formed their own battle rings, out of which 3 matches were finished. He Tribe 1-2 while Dong Fong Tribe 1-1. Several divisions of elite troops were still fighting against each other, and because of Dong Fong Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was on the losing end in this aspect. The battle of Wolf Group with Crocodile, Crab and Bat Group was also in a deadlock. There was no sign of Fang Yuan. No one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xixin and Dong Pakwang searched in vain, their expression turning several shades darker. Dong Fong Yuliang soon accepted the fact of this failure. He smiled brightly. This is somewhat interesting, but still within my expectations. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will be revealed and sooner or later, we will find his position. He Lulan, your loss has only been momentarily delayed. Ha ha ha. He Lulan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter containing a disdainful intent. Dong Fong child, you really think I was restrained by you? Saying so, the skin on his whole body turned pitch dark like the night. At the same time, endless black smoke oozed out of the pores on his body. The black smoke surged and soon covered his whole body. In just moments, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke with smoke rising in spirals. When looked from outside, one would only see a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. A very ominous feeling welled up in Dong Fong Yuliang's heart. A thought to retreat immediately crossed in his mind. However, although the cloud whirlpool was restricting the dark vortex and restraining He Lulan, in another aspect, was it not same as the dark vortex restricting cloud whirlpool? The next instant, He Lulan turned into black smoke and actually entered into the dark vortex. Not good. Dong Fong Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was already too late. The dark giant sphere that was as big as a small hill was originally being slowly swallowed bit by the cloud whirlpool. But suddenly, the dark vortex rapidly shrunk. The cloud vortex was unable to react in time and quickly contracted with the flow of the dark vortex. But next instant, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, instead of saying expansion, it is better to call it explosion. Dong Fong Yuliang was overwhelmed. There was no sound, it was a soundless explosion. The cloud whirlpool could only hold for 3 breaths before it was burst by the dark vortex. The dark giant sphere continually enlarged and swallowed everything, be it humans or beasts, like a prehistoric giant monster. Only when it covered a radius of 10 li did the semicircular dark sphere disappear. There was no sound wave like that of a normal explosion, and also no wind force was generated. This strange tyrannical explosion had the nature of corrosion with the ability to melt everything. After the dark vortex disappeared, 10 li of battlefield was completely cleared, with only He Lu Lan remaining in the air and Dongfang Yuliang, who was in a deep crater on the ground. All the remaining humans or beasts within the radius of the explosion of the dark vortex were eroded into nothingness. He Lu Lan looked down at Dongfang Yuliang with extreme exhaustion. He was gasping for breath and his whole body was soaked in dark red blood. But the corners of his lips had curled up into a crazed, sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Yuliang. Since you can think of this cloud whirlpool killer move to restrict dark vortex, I can also improve on my killer move. How is it? How is the taste of the banquet I prepared for you meticulously? This is a trump card which I have been concealing all along, not even letting my kin know. He Lu Lan laughed wildly, his laughter echoing throughout the whole battlefield. For a moment, his aura pressed down on his surroundings. Even the Gu masters in the battle could not help but gaze towards him. When they saw He Lu Lan occupying the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale surged high, while Dongfang tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy pressure on their heart. The generals were the source of courage of the troops. The fight between He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yuliang was crucial to the soldiers. It was very important and was not only a matter that concerned an individual life or death, but would influence this great battlefield. Cough cough. He Lu Lan was laughing wildly, when suddenly he spurted out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Although this move was very powerful, it would also cause self-harm. It was classified as a self-harming move, and no matter what the result, once it was activated, most of the Gu worms that formed the dark vortex killer move would die. Once Gu worms died, the Gu masters would naturally suffer from backlash. But this move was already very profitable. In one move, He Lu Lan not only escaped from the trap, he was able to counterpressure Dongfang Yuliang and also kill Wei Xin, Jiang Wanshan, and Yi Xianming, who were in 3 hearts combination soul state. With these 3 people dead, the mixed beast group immediately began to fight against each other, with there being no one to guide them. Just like Fang Yuan said before, they crumbled. With this mixed beast group rushing everywhere and attacking recklessly, the battlefield turned even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang rose up slowly with a solemn expression. He Lu Lan had kept this move extremely confidential. Dongfang Yuliang did not even have a trace of any relevant clue, so he had not expected for the killer move to be improved with such terrifying destructive power. As a matter of fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xin, and Jiang Wangshan, which could directly transfer these 3 to the rear of the battlefield. However, when He Lu Lan was improving on his killer move, he added a space path Gu as well. Thus, when the dark vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's methods lost their effectiveness. Dongfang Yuliang, it is still not late for you to accept your defeat. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and forget all my past hatred, and appoint you as my first military advisor. He Lu Lan tried to make Dongfang Yuliang surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang coldly smiled. He Lu Lan's lustful nature was widely known and had already been coveting after his sister Dongfang Qingyu. Dongfang Yuliang might surrender to other forces, but he would never choose to pledge allegiance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan, you are really too optimistic. Even if your side is occupying the upper hand, you are still a long way from victory. Come, let us fight. 7-star light. Dongfang Yuliang softly shouted. 7 lights swiftly rose up beside him. These 7 lights had different colors, continually rotating around his body, drawing a beautiful light orbit. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. These 7 lights had different effects, and under their empowerment, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Gu. Whoosh! Countless thoughts gushed out as bright as starlight. The radiance of these star thoughts could not be covered even by the sunlight. A sea of star thoughts rose up to the air, and within few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the air, starlights merged into one and formed a large patch of star cloud which surged forward with great momentum. "Hey Lu Lan, take this!" Dongfang Yuliang shouted and shot the star thoughts beside him towards He Lu Lan. Such an enormous scale of star thoughts burst through the wind with astonishing grandeur. Humph! A trace of fear flashed past the depths of He Lu Lan's pupils. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Each Gu Master path had its own attacking methods. A path without any attacking methods would be eliminated and vanish in the passage of history. Many years ago, He Lu Lan and Dongfang Yuliang had crossed swords. At that time, just a scale of several thousand star thoughts was enough to make He Lu Lan suffer greatly. Star thoughts were very fast and would directly attack the enemy's mind from any direction possible, and were very difficult to guard against. So many star thoughts. It seems Dongfang Yuliang really intends to bet his life. Creating so many star thoughts without any restriction, it is already no longer as simple as injuring soul or body. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My state is not good now. I had better avoid it first. He Lu Lan had thoughts of retreating when he looked at such a large scale of star thoughts. He disappeared from the spot, appearing 1,000 steps away. But star thoughts were as fast as lightning as they chased after He Lu Lan without giving up. He Lu Lan snorted, healing himself while continually dodging. The enormous star cloud formed from the star thoughts continued to chase after He Lu Lan, devastating everything in its path. Some Gu masters with weak willpower were directly struck into idiocy by the star thoughts. Most of the Gu masters whose minds were struck by star thoughts immediately felt dizzy and could not keep standing stably. Only few Gu master experts with firm willpower moved their thoughts to destroy the external star thoughts. But because of these Gu masters resisting the star thoughts, the intense battle had slowed down. Rank 4 Gu masters could rampage through the battlefield, but once a rank 5 Gu master moved, they could influence the whole situation. Dongfang Yuliang made an all-out attack, pressing down He Lu Lan into disadvantage. The star cloud formed from the majestic star thoughts became the first force to dominate the battlefield. Although star thoughts exhausted rapidly, the star thoughts Dongfang Yuliang created were extremely fast. As time passed, the size of the star cloud did not decrease, but instead slightly increased. Almost everyone in the battlefield were concentrating on the star cloud. When the star cloud neared, most of the Gu masters would choose to flee, afraid of being struck into idiocy. However, Dongfang Yuliang did not have the least bit of joy and was instead filled with worry. He Lu Lan's movement Gu was outstanding. Even star thoughts could not catch up. Dongfang Yuliang knew clearly there were 2 people who were the most significant in He Alliance army, He Lu Lan and Chang Shan-yin. Right now, He Lu Lan was escaping faster than a rabbit while Chang Shan-yin was hiding somewhere, meticulously suppressing his soul and only using a portion to control the wolf group. The chance of bringing him out in the light in this chaotic battlefield was extremely minute. Since it is so, I shall destroy your elite troops. I want to see if you can still keep on enduring. A cold glint flashed in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. The star thought cloud suddenly changed direction and charged towards the battle rings of the elite troops. These elite troops were at least of rank 2 cultivation with rank 3 Gu masters as their leaders. They had numerical advantage but could never be Dongfang Yuliang's match. Under the special consideration of Star Thought Cloud, He Tribe's Blue Butterfly elite troop immediately collapsed with countless casualties. My elite troop! At this sight, Yi Tribe leader shouted in heartache. Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang slightly raised his brows and mobilized Star Thought Cloud to attack War Dog elite troop. War Dog elite troop was immediately disrupted and the surrounding elite troops took this chance to besiege them, killing this elite troop quickly and easily. My War Dog elite troop! Wang Tribe leader's body trembled in heartache. Who knew how much resources and energy Wang Tribe had used to cultivate this elite troop? Such precious battle force was destroyed within moments. Still not coming out to rescue them? Dongfang Yuliang's brows furrowed deeper. Killing 2 elite troops one after another had caused a huge consumption in the Star Thoughts, If not for him continually creating new star thoughts, the star thought cloud would have already been used up. Despite the empowerment from 7-star lights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt an intense weakness at this moment. Strands of white began to appear in his bluish-black hair. Kill, kill. I want to see how long you can maintain this killer move. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in some corner enjoying this scene through wolf care goo while smiling coldly. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would be able to collect after the battle. Anyway, as long as they obtained victory at the end, he still held the qualification to enter imperial court. Dongfang Yuliang was trying to force Fang Yuan out by slaughtering the elite troops, but it will only happen in his sweet dreams. The battle continued. Because of Dongfang Yuliang using all his strength to attack and slaughtering 3 elite troops one after another, Dongfang tribe began to occupy upper hand. Kill! Let us kill all these He tribe thugs. Kill all the men, and take all the women to our camp. Dongfang Alliance Army's morale surged high, their offense becoming fiercer as they beat back He tribe allied army without giving them room for breather. However, the originator of this momentum, Dongfang Yuliang, was somewhat worried. Although we look to be moving towards victory, my side has already shown our trump cards. My killer move 7-star lights won't last for long. If I still can't force He Lulan and Chang Shanin out, then... Dongfang Yuliang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he thought of this. His clear and incisive eyes gazed towards the mid-army of He tribe where Black Banner elite troop was stationed. This division of elite troop had formidable strength, far surpassing others. Till now, this precious force had not made any move and was holding their position. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze moved towards a specific corner of the battlefield. Gu tribe Gu masters were gathered there with Gu Guang and the rest being blood-soaked and fighting bravely. Dongfang Yuliang expressionlessly split the star thought cloud into 2. One half moved towards Black Banner elite troop, while the other half moved towards Gu tribe. Seeing the invasion of the star cloud, Black Banner Army's 3 commanders paled. Defend! All forces activate Gu together. The commanders sent the command and all the heads of the Black Banner elite troop put all their efforts in activating Gu. Battle Thought Gu was similar to Star Thought Gu and Empty Thought Gu, and was also one of the Wisdom Path Gu worms. All the different ranking commanders of Black Banner elite troop coordinated to activate rank 3 to rank 4 Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were meant to be used on Black Banner elite troop. During the Battle Thought Gu would enter their brain and surge their battle intent, making them fearless. Star Thought Cloud pounced towards them. Red thoughts emerged above the Black Banner elite troop. There were few of these battle thoughts, but with them guarding beside the Black Banner elite troop, the elite troop was able to forcibly resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He tribe is indeed worthy of being a super tribe. The quality of their elite troop is far beyond that of other tribes' elite troops. Fang Yuan inwardly praised at this sight. These Black Banner elite troop belonged to He tribe completely and would keep on accumulating their strength during peaceful times. The Gu masters in this troop were carefully selected elites, and with the large amounts of training and enormous resources invested in them, they were able to form into a trump card. Each of them had firm willpower and possessed the ability to resist the thought's impact by themselves. Now, with the protection of battle thoughts added, the devastation of Star Thought Cloud was restrained for the first time. Naturally, there was a crucial reason for this. Dongfang Yuliang had not used all his strength in this and had divided the Star Thought Cloud into 2, only using half of it to attack Black Banner elite troop. Black Banner elite troop's breathtaking performance shocked the people, forming a clear contrast with the other devastated elite troops. While on the Gu tribe's side, miserable screams kept on ringing out. They were being slaughtered under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts. Fang Yuan watched this indifferently. He was able to use Wolf Care Gu very proficiently, allowing him to see Gu tribe's miserable condition clearly. Gu tribe was no more than one of his chess pieces to disguise his identity. As the chess master, why would he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang waited patiently for a while, secretly observing with his detection Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made any move to rescue the Gu tribe, he would be able to pinpoint Fang Yuan's exact location through the soul fluctuations. But, no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make any move. Such cold and heartless action of Wolf King made Dong Fang Yuliang feel a chill down his spine. On the contrary, when He Lulan saw his Black Banner elite troop showing signs of not being able to hold off anymore, he quickly made his move. Dong Fang Yuliang, die! He shouted with a grandeur that looked like he had already recovered from the backlash. Dong Fang Yuliang snorted. Large numbers of new star thoughts emerged above his head and charged towards He Lulan. The two collided in the mid-air, exchanging many moves. For a time, the victor or the loser could not be determined. With He Lulan's interference, the star thought cloud that was causing troubles for Black Banner elite troop had no more support, and completely disappeared after causing mayhem for a while. The battlefield that had turned chaotic for a while again entered a deadlock. A smaller part of the dozen or so rank 4 battle rings had already ended with the result ending in death or injuries. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still fighting. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and Flying Lightning Dong Pekong, however, were moving back and forth in the battlefield. These two both had outstanding movement Gu, and even when they were blocked by rank 4 Gu masters, they were able to easily get past them. They were continuously searching for Fang Yuan's traces, but unfortunately Fang Yuan kept on hiding without making any moves, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, a male and a female, were sipping tea while observing the smoke image on the center of the table. The smoke image kept on surging, showing the scenes of the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The scenes were extremely clear, showing minute details of every corner. The female Gu Immortal Tan Baiya looked away and smiled towards the male Gu Immortal Dong Fang Chong Fan. Looks like this battle will be determined by the battle between Dong Fang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side wins will be the side that will occupy the upper hand. Dong Fang Yuliang, this young man is pretty good, being able to bring the battle into a stalemate while having weaker military forces than He tribe. It seems Brother Chong Fan's guidance is quite effective. Dong Fang Chong Fan had an ancient noble appearance, with eyes that intermittently flashed with all kinds of colors. This soul wisdom path Gu Immortal of Dong Fang tribe indifferently shook his head and said with indifference, "Actually, I only said 2 to 3 sentences to Dong Fang Yuliang. But this young lad is indeed good and quite interesting." After returning, he wantonly proclaimed this and rose up borrowing my prestige. He has some talent and also puts in great efforts. I have already promised him that as long as he can be the lord of the imperial court, I will heal his little sister and nurture him as one of my successors. Become the lord of imperial court? Tan Baiya was slightly dazed before smiling. Please forgive little sister for being blunt. In this round of the imperial court contest, I am afraid Dong Fang tribe does not have a high chance. Within the several popular candidates this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is thought to have a high chance by everyone. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai has secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already an open secret in the circle. Yi Lui tribe might be part of the Huang Jin family and one of the super tribes of Northern Plains, but they haven't gained ownership of imperial court for the last 8 rounds. Because of this, Yi Lui Lai has been made fun of by He Chung of He tribe in these days. He is probably mobilizing Immortal Gu this time to regain face. Dong Fang Chong Fan chuckled after he finished speaking. His chuckle seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya sipped tea and said, "Yes, speaking of He Chung, He Lulan is his 27th concubine's child. This is his son, so he has been actively supporting from behind because of sentiment and principle. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the popular candidates. Historically speaking, the struggle for the imperial court is no more than a competition between several large Huang Jin family tribes. Those that are able to be the lord of imperial court have immense support from behind. From what I see, He Lulan's chances are much higher than your tribe's Dong Fang Yuliang." Dong Fang Chong Fan, however, slowly shook his head. Tan Baiya's eyes flashed with a trace of interest at this. "What is it? Could it be Brother Chong Fan also privately gave an immortal Gu to Dong Fang Yuliang? Or maybe you set up some arrangements to ensure Dong Fang Yuliang becomes the lord of imperial court?" Wisdom Path Gu Masters had the ability to scheme deeply and make deductions. Most Gu Immortals have either experienced this personally or have heard of it. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in numbers. Dongfang Changfan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Master of Northern Plains. If he had secretly made arrangements, and as long as it did not openly break the game rules for the fight for Imperial Court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great probability of success. However, Dongfang Changfan negated Tan Baiye's conjecture. No. During this round's competition for Imperial Court, Ma tribe has enormous momentum and could be said to have 1 foot on the throne of Imperial Court. Why would I Dongfang Changfan do pointless work? He, Dongfang Changfan, was already old and did not have much time left. He had calculated that the time of his death was around the corner, and thus for the tribe and also for his legacy to be continued, the matter of importance was to choose and nurture his successor. The fight for the Imperial Court was secondary. Not all Gu Masters could become Wisdom Path Gu Masters by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dongfang Changfan was very pleased with Dongfang Yuliang's talents and even was slightly fearful. What made him even more pleased was Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sick little sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness, and as long as he grasped this hold on him, he would not need to worry about Dongfang Yuliang's loyalty. The fight for the Imperial Court was only a plan he set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang was defeated, he would definitely come to beg him to save his little sister. This was akin to him gaining a hold on Dongfang Yuliang of the latter's own initiative. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeds by fluke, that would also be an unexpected surprise. Even though he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to heal his little sister, who is to say if she would be cured completely? Tan Baiye was surprised. What is this? Brother Changfan, you actually are optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large-scale tribe with quite extraordinary military strength, but they don't have an Gu Immortal Supreme Elder. Dongfang Changfan seemed to be waiting for this question as he leisurely replied, Sister Baiye, you are unaware that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe to give them support. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, that group of demonic path Gu Immortals? Tan Baiye's complexion sank as the news had quite a huge impact on her. She closely looked at Dongfang Changfan. Brother Changfan, how did you know this? Dongfang Changfan proudly smiled. I personally deduced this. You are the first one to know of it. Tan Baiye immediately believed most of it. Dongfang Changfan was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. This deduction he made personally should be equal to the truth. She also knew his details and knew he did not have any reason to deceive her. Moreover, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group of demonic path Gu Immortals had always been coveting after 88 Truyang building. This time, they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to get their hands on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. Such things had happened many times in the past as well. Thinking of this, she could not remain seated anymore. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder and was secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. In case Lu Wenwu obtained the throne of Imperial Court, it would be an extremely big help to her status in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had severely affected her arrangement. She naturally could not be tolerant and stood up. Brother Changfan, this matter is of grave importance. Demonic path Gu Immortals are jackals and wolves. The others are still in the dark. Little sister will go inform them. Please forgive little sister for taking her leave. Go, go. Dongfang Changfan slowly nodded and opened the door of the Blessed Land. After Tan Baiye left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Changfan's face that had no change like an ancient well showed a hint of a smile. This discussion was a scheme he had made for Tan Baiye. Tan Baiye was also an astute Gu Immortal, but since she was involved herself and also had her own expectations from this, she could be easily plotted against. Dongfang Changfan's gaze moved towards the smoke image where some changes had appeared in the battle. After a long fight, Dongfang Yuliang was slowly unable to hold up and began to retreat. With the main chief commander retreating, the army morale instantly fell and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, also began to retreat. The army was rattled but retreated without rushing. They had clearly received a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this. Thus he had spent a lot of care in planning the retreat prior to the battle. Dongfang army slowly retreated while counter-attacking occasionally. Many Gu masters of He tribe were instead the ones to lose their lives due to carelessness. Wind demon, you gutless rat, wanna run? Water demon Hao Ji-Lu shouted. His body was filled with injuries and was soaked in blood. Wind demon scoffed but did not reply, instead retreating silently, firmly acting on Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line the army had constructed before was several hundreds of li farther. As long as they could retreat to the defense line, they would have time to get some rest and recover their strength. At that time, it would be He tribe army's turn to feel a headache, and this bad start would only be a small detail. However, right at this time, wolf groups suddenly howled and gathered together, once again forming into a wolf tide that unfolded a death charge towards Dongfang army. The wolf group was different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives while the wolf group could charge on without fearing death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's heart was tearing as he looked at this. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties and panic soon spread in the army, continuing to show signs of crumbling. Fang Yuan used 80% of his master-level enslavement attainment. The people who looked at it were dazzled as the assault came in waves after waves, unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud which under the cleansing of the wolf tide, broke apart piece by piece. The strong soul fluctuations revealed Fang Yuan's position. But Fang Yuan was already in the open now. He was standing on the calm twin-headed rhino with many Gu master experts gathering beside him. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Dongfang Yuliang gnashed his teeth, his eyes seemingly breathing fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced the ruthlessness and the ferocity of Fang Yuan. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had only acted twice in this battle. The first time he moved, he directly created the all-out war, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to have no place to be used. And now, the second time he moved, was the time when Dongfang army was its weakest, throwing stones at them when they were having difficulties. Right now, the Gu masters almost had no primeval essence in their aperture, having risked their lives for so long. Although they still had strength to battle, they were perishing together with the wolves. Fang Yuan's wolf group also had severe losses. But this was already a great profit. His wolves could be easily replenished. There were many wolves in northern plains. But the sacrifice the other side had to make were precious Gu masters. Dongfang army suffered huge losses within a short period of time, and they abandoned the large numbers of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run! It will be too late if we don't go now. The situation Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about finally happened. Dongfang Alliance army collapsed with no intent to battle, only concentrating on escaping. He tribe army took this chance to unfold a cruel massacre. Dongfang Yuliang gnashed his teeth and promptly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to hold back the enemy. The experts turned around and dealt a heavy blow, restraining the momentum of He tribe army. But this did not last long as He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts took the stage and hindered the Dongfang tribe's experts. Dongfang Yuliang made a move again, but was pinned down by He Lulan. Seeing his side troops chasing after the enemy and having the momentum in unfolding cruel massacre, Fang Yuan stopped and summoned the wolf group beside him. This move immediately won favorable impression from the Black Banner elite troops commander who was beside him. In his view, this was a great chance for Wolf King to get battle contributions, but the latter instead gave these battle achievements to others. This commander praised Fang Yuan openly. Fang Yuan knew the other party was trying to express goodwill. He Xiuyi had been appointed as his bodyguard, but Xiuyi deserted him in the face of danger, and if not for the water image Gu, he would have already been dead. However, Fang Yuan never counted on someone else's protection. He only relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiuyi was He Lulan's trusted general, and because of this, he would not be able to do anything to He Xiuyi if he raised this topic. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to be in such pointless internal friction. He casually replied, secretly hinting the commander that he did not put this matter in heart. Only then did the commander let out a breath of relief, secretly feeling. Though Wolf King was arrogant, he was truly magnanimous and extraordinary. Finally, Dongfang army made a mad run to the first defense line, paying a disastrous price for this. 20% of the whole army had died during the first battle, but 50% had died during the chase by the wolf group and the enemy. The remaining 30% who were injured and disabled managed to run to the defense line. Among the rank 4 experts, 2 died in the process of holding back He tribe army. The He tribe army chased without stopping, but they were shot through by the feather arrow elite troops who were standing on the defense walls and lost hundreds of people before running away in sorry figures. This was the elite troop that the Dongfang tribe had cultivated by spending a lot of care and resources. They were not any weaker than the Black Banner elite troop. He tribe's Gu masters tried to charge through 3 times but were shot back into retreat by the feather arrow elite troop. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters to charge forward, but they were trapped by Dongfang Yuliang's arrangement and lost 3 experts. Lord Alliance leader, the enemy is relying on their location to defend and they occupy the geographical advantage. Our side has fought hard for long. We don't have sufficient primeval essence to keep on fighting. It would be better to retreat for now and make new plans. The group of experts returned to the main tent where cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan suggested this idea. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had his previous life memories and knew Dongfang Yuliang was very good at handling messy situations, winning against stronger opponents as the weaker side. If they delayed for long, the amount of intel he would receive would increase and it would be more unfavorable for He tribe. This time, there was Fang Yuan's interference which led to the He tribe occupying a greater dominance than in his previous life. But Dongfang Yuliang, who was in a good shape, was an enormous threat. To deal with Dongfang Yuliang, the best way was to continue attacking, without giving him the chance to scheme and calculate. He Lulan pondered on cunning gentleman's suggestion in silence. He had crossed hands with Dongfang Yuliang before and was well acquainted with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. He did not want to let go of this chance in front of him, and thus his gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan proudly smiled and said to He Lulan, "He tribe leader does not need to worry. I can guarantee you that I will break this defense line in just a quarter of an hour." The crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise while cunning gentlemen sneered, feeling Fang Yuan was boasting. He Lulan, however, was joyous. "Then I shall see the Wolf King's ability." The wolf group once again gathered together and unfolded an endless charge at Dongfang tribe's first line of defense. The Dongfang tribe defended very tightly and in just moments, wolf corpses littered under the walls. He tribe's troops were overwhelmed at this sight. Fang Yuan was simply sending the wolf group to their death, disregarding the sacrifices. Especially the feather arrow elite troop. They were experts at long-distance attacks and were with the direction of the wind from the walls. Rank 4 experts acted as emergency response group, moving everywhere. As long as an area showed signs of falling, they would move one after another to avert the disaster. Dongfang tribe's defense line was truly like a fortress. Fang Yuan scoffed while continuously activating Wolf Howl Gu and creating shocking variations in the assault. Every variation brought an enormous threat to the defense line. This high intensity of battle caused enormous sacrifices in the wolf group. 280,000 wolves had died in a short period of time. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he commanded the wolf group from the twin-headed rhinoceros's back. The gazes the crowd in the main tent looked at him quietly changed. Wolf King's ruthlessness caused fear to emerge in these people. Such a majestic and fierce wolf tide gave them a feeling of being insignificant. Wolf King Chong Shan In, such a ruthless heart you have. Do you want to spare none? Dongfang Yu Liang's expression was heavy. The large numbers of sacrifices in the wolf group were exchanged with intense consumption of primeval essence of Dongfang army. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would rather give up on He Lulan to take Chong Shan Yin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold up anymore, and the wolf group's offense made them so exhausted that they did not even have time to take a breather, much less recover their primeval essence. Retreat! Helplessly, Dongfang Yuliang could only send down the command to retreat. Just like Fang Yuan proclaimed, after a quarter of an hour, Dongfang tribe's first line of defense was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of crippled Gu masters to cover their retreat, and led the remaining troops to escape towards the second defense line in the fastest speed possible. My wolf group is very exhausted and is not fit to chase them anymore. Fang Yuan withdrew his wolf group and made way to give He tribe army the chance to move. This action won him almost everyone's good impressions. I have sustained some injuries in this battle, you guys chase them and kill them all. But be careful, that Dongfang lad definitely has some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, and instead sent Hao Jilu, Pan Ping, the Wang tribe leader and others to chase. The crowd excitedly crossed over the broken defense line and moved in pursuit. But the troops had just crossed over the defense line when an intense explosion suddenly burst out. Boom! Just like the crackling of a thunder, dozens of Gu masters were instantly fried, leaving behind flesh and broken limbs on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, large numbers of explosions exploded in a chain reaction, covering the whole defense line. The troops who went to chase immediately suffered huge losses and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato Gu. Dongfang Yu Liang buried large numbers of them under the defense line. The investigative Gu masters returned to report in the main tent. I can see it. He Lu Lan's expression was extremely dark as he waved his hand for the investigative Gu masters to take their leave. He was not stupid and immediately realized he had been schemed by Dongfang Yu Liang. Setting up so many charred thunder potato Gu would require a long time. This time was actually given by He Lu Lan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yu Liang had purposely sent a challenge letter to start the war. In retaliation, He Lu Lan listened to cunning gentleman's words and delayed it for several days, only starting the battle after his rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yu Liang the chance to put this plan in action. The explosions continued without an end, inflicting many casualties among the He tribe army. The most crucial point was that their pursuit had stopped. The He tribe army could only watch as the Dongfang tribe's remnant troops safely escaped. Charred thunder potato Gu might only be a rank 2 Gu with limited power, but there was just too many of it. Besides this, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato Gu and a few rank 4 thunderclap potato Gu mixed among them. Even if Gu masters were able to activate defensive Gu and preserve their life, their primeval essence would be greatly consumed. There were only a few Gu masters who had flying Gu worms. Even if these people could catch up to the enemy, their strength was weak and would instead be giving Dongfang tribe the opportunity to kill them. The Gu masters who had been worked up and excited to establish merits finally returned to the camp in a sorry figure, full of injuries. We have already gained a huge victory today. Dongfang lad is only delaying his death. I can still have the pleasure of killing him later. He Lu Lan pacified himself and began to handle the post-war affairs. Cleaning the battlefield, healing the injured, listing the battle merits. These were all complicated affairs that required energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally was not willing to waste his precious time on this. He casually gave an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. He had established huge contributions in this battle, and although he only moved a few times, each time was crucial. In front of his military success and position of strength, even cunning gentlemen kept quiet, much less anyone else. The Wolf King was not injured by the blast? Dongfang Yu Liang listened to the battle information from the detective Gu master and felt quite regretful. Through this battle, he placed Fang Yuan as the #1 enemy with threat even higher than He Lu Lan. Chang Shan Yin was extremely cunning and vicious, not even caring about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only at rank 4 peak stage, he was much more troublesome than He Lu Lan. Dongfang Yu Liang had originally calculated that the chance for Changshan Yin to mobilize his wolf group to chase them was very high. But his meticulously prepared trap did not even ensnare a single wolf, and instead killed large numbers of He tribe's Gu masters. A Gu master's life was much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yu Liang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who were experts at deductions and schemes, a strong and powerful enemy was not troublesome. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he was not conceited, and instead was a very calm opponent. Such opponents were a thorn in the neck. It was precisely because of Fang Yuan's few times of making a move that caused Dongfang army to fall from slightly losing position to utter defeat. From this, a gap appeared in the two sides where the He tribe was in a clear superiority and Dongfang army was in a disadvantage, in a worsening situation. Looking at this battle coming to an end, in Ni you blessed land, Dong Fang Chong Fan retracted his gaze and collected the smoke on the table into his sleeves. Even without a need to deduce, he could tell that Dongfang Yuliang was already in an absolute disadvantage after this battle. Unless He Lulan made a great mistake, Dongfang Yuliang's hopes of advancing to imperial court had become very minute. However, Dongfang Yuliang had performed remarkably in the battle, even creating a stalemate with his comparatively weaker military force. He had made full use of all the cards available to him, especially his move in protecting the tribe's strength, which caused there to not be a single loss in Feather Arrow elite troop. This is his loyalty towards the tribe. Now, it is a test to see how well he deals with this messy situation. Dong Fang Chong Fan slowly closed his eyes, very pleased with this point. Other tribes' casualties were their matters. It was okay as long as Dong Fang tribe's losses were not large. The struggle for the imperial court by itself was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One of the objectives was to preserve his bloodline while weakening the other tribes. The red cloud surged in the air, giving Fang Yuan a burning hot feeling. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a mat with his eyes closed, his mind holding the fire cloud together. It is time. He inwardly calculated the time and slowly opened his eyes, after which he took out a wine vat. The wine vat was filled with dark blue liquid, giving off a shine like the reflection of the moon on the sea. Descend. Fang Yuan softly spoke and the fire cloud in the air slowly fell down, pouring completely into the wine vat. For a moment, the contact of fire and water along with their merging produced thick black smoke. The black smoke rapidly pervaded the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his own fingers as if he was in a dark night. With a shift of his mind, the wine vat suddenly let out an attraction force that completely absorbed all the black smoke within a few breaths of time. The room was bright once again with a vague sweetness remaining in the air. Fang Yuan repeatedly flicked his finger, throwing goo worm after goo worm into the wine vat. The wine vat kept on shaking for 2-3 minutes before finally calming down. Fang Yuan gazed into the wine vat and only saw black mud inside. Those goo worms he had thrown inside had completely merged together, forming a semi-finished product that was concealed in the center of the black mud. Rise! Fang Yuan cautiously poured his primeval essence. The surface of the black mud broke open and a thin, delicate sprout grew out of it. The delicate sprout was glossy green and grew rapidly, already growing into a small sapling in an instant. The sapling grew thicker with a visible speed, slowly growing upwards. Conversely, the black mud in the wine vat rapidly decreased. When the black mud decreased to 80%, the small tree stopped growing. The crown of the tree had formed into a tight shape, like a clenched green fist. Open! Fang Yuan gave a light shout and simultaneously poured in large amounts of primeval essence into the tree. The green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval body with a dark brown carapace. A majestic horn was on its head, which made it look thick and powerful. It had 4 pairs of long, strong legs, and its whole body emitted a glossy metallic luster. One look at it was enough for anyone to know that it was not an ordinary goo. A trace of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was precisely the all-out effort goo which he had failed to advance 3 times before, finally succeeding in this 4th try. Fang Yuan carefully observed, examining the differences in before and after the refinement. Rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it was from the southern border, it received the region's restriction and was suppressed to rank 2. Rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs and was larger in size, over 2 times bigger than its rank 3 counterpart. And because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo and did not suffer from suppression, thus letting out a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has immediately recovered for the most part. I will have to make preparations for its rank 5 recipe. Fortunately, I now possess a blessed land and can connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and also have some connection with Langya Blessed Land. There is hope in getting hold of all-out effort goo's rank 5 recipe. Fong Yuan stored this new all-out effort goo into his aperture and cleaned the room once before coming out of the large lizard house goo. Outside was a bright and beautiful scene. Large numbers of goo masters were moving back and forth between countless tents, hurrying about their respective affairs. Some were going to supply camps to exchange for goo worms, some were returning after cleaning up the battlefield, and some were building up defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the great battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe's army kept its patience, cleaning up the battlefield every day, making details of battle merits and healing the injured. These serious and diverse affairs caused the army higher-ups to be extremely busy. A mountain of paperworks had piled up on He Lulan's table. Cunning Gentleman was given heavy responsibilities and was so busy that he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and his face had become pale as paper. Each of the tribe leaders were also very busy, rushing about to fight for the benefits of their respective tribes. As people holding top positions, they naturally had their own duty and responsibility. In this period of time, Guguang also looked for Fong Yuan several times, hoping Fong Yuan would come out for Gu tribe's benefits. But Fong Yuan ignored and refused to see him, only concentrating in cultivating. In this time, they appeared to be free and unconstrained like those demonic path Gu masters. For the most part, they did not receive any implications and only looked after themselves. Apart from checking whether their battle merits had not been embezzled, they were either healing their injuries or using battle merits to exchange for new Gu worms, actively preparing for war. The treatment abilities of this world was far above that on Earth. On Earth, amputated limbs would mean becoming a disabled. If fingers were cut off, the fingers would need to be preserved and transplanted within a set period of time. And this transplantation had a chance of failure. But in this world, even if one's limbs were completely cut off, they could be directly grown under the healing effects of Gu worms. Basically, as long as the Gu masters were not inflicted with troublesome injuries, they could be healed. Thus, although only a short period of 8 days had passed, the number of injured in He Tribe army had already decreased by 80%, among which most had recovered the ability to fight. As one went nearer towards the supply camps, they would discover a bigger stream of people. Over these days, large numbers of Gu masters came here to exchange their battle merits for goods. The supply camps became the most busy place in the whole camp. They opened 15 large tents in a row, with each tent occupying at least 3.25 acres, and over 1,000 Gu masters were working to serve people. But even so, the supply camp was packed with people and every tent was crowded and clamorous. Subordinate greets Lord Wolf King. Please come this way, Lord. When Fong Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a professional female Gu master led him to a Gu house with a smile on her face. As long as there was an organization, there would be hierarchy, upper and lower levels, and also difference in treatments. Fong Yuan belonged to the upper layer in the whole army, and the treatment he received would naturally be different from ordinary people. Lord Wolf King is mighty. You are the first in the battle merit list in this battle. The young and beautiful female Gu master handed a scroll to Fong Yuan with a look of worship. Fong Yuan gently pulled apart the 2 ends of the scroll and saw Changshan Yin at the very start. After his name was the amount of battle merit, which was a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, denoting over 100,000 characters. Fong Yuan only roughly glanced at it. In this world, battle merits were easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of Gu worms that could monitor or capture images. In every large battle, every tribe would use large numbers of Gu worms to record the whole process of the battle. Besides the purpose of calculating the battle merits, it was more importantly for assimilating experience, gathering intel, probing the enemy's real details, and understanding one's own side's deficiencies. Besides this, many Gu masters would also use their own Gu worms to record their own battle. With all these details and images of every corner, the battle merits would be calculated again and again to verify the correct statistic. Fong Yuan opened the scroll further. Under his name was He Lulan. His battle merit was over 80,000. He Lulan fought and pinned down Dongfang Yuliang, who was the strongest expert in the enemy's side. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming, and Wan Shan, who were under 3 hearts combination soul, getting rid of the mixed beast group. This was an enormous battle contribution. Under He Lulan was Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping and so on with tens of thousands as their battle merits. As Fang Yuan went further down, the battle merits became less and less. After the top 10, the battle merits fell down to over 9,000. After the top 20, the battle merits fell down to around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded 106 people altogether, with most having around 3,000 battle merits. It was clear this scroll was the list of the highest battle merits achiever. The complete battle merit list was erected in the 15 large tents and was as large as defense walls, with large numbers of swimward goo used on them. Thus, the characters on the surface of the large list would flicker time to time, showing the change in the battle merits. The battle merit statistics had started from the moment the battle started, and would keep on being maintained. Some goo masters would exchange their battle merits for goo worms. Thus their battle merits would fall. Some goo masters' battle merits would instead continue to rise. Especially healing goo masters, they would have considerable gains in the post-war. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side. The female goo master had been observing his expression and at this moment, she handed over a goo worm. This goo worm looked like a ladybug with square carapace, protruding edges while the middle part was sunken like a window frame. This was rank 4 East Window Goo and Information Path Goo, used to store information. Previously at Langya Blessed Land, when Fang Yuan asked for the information on 88 Truyang Building, the Langya Land Spirit had given him an East Window Goo. Fang Yuan took the East Window Goo and held it in his hand, pouring primeval essence into it. East Window Goo gave off a glimmer, and an enormous amount of information poured into Fang Yuan's mind. There was a large number of goods including goo worms from every path, beasts, vegetation, primeval stones, variant men, goo recipes and so on. These goods were put up by all tribes, and according to rules as the alliance leader, He tribe put forward the maximum number of goods, no less than half of all these goods. Soon, Fang Yuan discovered many things he wanted to purchase from these goods. Although Fang Yuan could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven through Little Hu Immortal, the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transactions between great sects and clans, which used immortal essence stones as the currency. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current state. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Yen Shi, who was coveting after Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 goo to raise his strength, he would need to buy Northern Plains goo worms. If he did that, it would definitely provide an important evidence to this Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Thus, the supply camp was much more suitable to the current Fang Yuan than Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among my Strength Path Goo worms, All Out Effort Goo has been raised to rank 4 and has adapted to Northern Plains. But I still have rank 3 Strength Chi Goo, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder Goo, Self-Reliance Goo as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength, Expend Strength Goo and Charging Crash Goo. These goo are all from southern border and is under region suppression in the Northern Plains. To remove the region suppression, I would need to advance these goo to higher rank in Northern Plains. But to do so would mean too much investment. There was a probability of failure in goo refinement. Even though Fang Yuan had close to master level skill in refinement path, he was not exempted from this probability. The rank for all-out effort goo he refined had failed several times before succeeding. The refinement of nauseous crying baby goo failed for over 10 times, yet it still did not succeed in the end. The higher the rank of the goo, the higher the probability of failing the refinement. This was especially so for rank 5 goo as those were very challenging and difficult to refine, with the probability of success usually being less than 1 in 1,000. Advancing Bitter Strength Goo, Expend Strength Goo and Charging Crash Goo to rank 5 was a huge project. Fang Yuan would need to use large amounts of materials and goo worms. Thus, often only the goo immortals who had blessed lands had the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 goo. It was very hard for mortals to bear such a price. Thus, in the mortal world, a lot of rank 5 goo masters did not even have one rank 5 goo. Only people like He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang, who had the support of a large force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 goo. In the information provided by East Window Goo, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 goo that could be exchanged with battle merits. My enslavement path goo originated from Changshan In, almost all are rank 4 and it will be extremely difficult to raise them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I need to concentrate on gathering goo recipes, just in case. As for my strength path goo, those originate from southern border. Rather than refining them, it might be better to make direct purchases. After all, these goo are not my vital goo, so if the refinement fails, they will perish. And if I want to refine again, I will have to accumulate them again. Fong Yuan's plan was the same as the choice many foreign region goo masters sensibly made in the troubled times that were to come in the future. He made his choice. There was only one rank 5 goo among the goods. But there were many rank 4 goo including bitter strength goo, Tusita flower and primeval elder goo. But there was no charging crash goo. Fong Yuan could only opt for the next best choice and choose 2 pairs of rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, intending to fuse them himself. Self-reliance goo was a perfect match for strength path goo masters, and a rare goo at that. In He Tribe's enormous list of goods, there was one self-reliance goo, but unfortunately it was only at rank 2, even lower than Fong Yuan's. Rank 3 self-reliance goo could reach a price of 45,000 primeval stones, which corresponded to 4,500 battle merits. A rank 4 self-reliance goo's price could be compared to a rank 5 goo, and had a very low possibility of appearing in the exchange list. Fong Yuan pondered and bought this rank 2 self-reliance goo as well. If there was truly no other way, he could only try to refine it. If the self-reliance goo was like this, then there was no need to even mention strength chi goo. Strength chi goo was already extinct in the mortal markets, and Fong Yuan's strength chi goo was obtained by reverse refining rank 4 atmosphere goo. But the atmosphere goo was rank 4 and was not a mainstream goo and was also very rare on top of that. If Fong Yuan wanted to obtain strength chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains atmosphere goo and reverse refine it to rank 3 strength chi goo. He had rank 5 cultivation now. Rank 3 strength chi goo was not suitable for him anymore. Rank 3 goo's help to him now was extremely small. Since there is no expend strength goo, then so be it. After all, this goo is used for restricting strength path and has few applications. If I don't have strength chi goo, it will truly be miserable. I will be lacking long-range attack methods and land in the most common predicament of present-age strength path goo masters. Strength chi goo might not be treated as a core goo, but it was extremely important to strength path goo masters. So I can only try to gather rank 4 and rank 5 recipes of strength chi goo for now. Chi path has already died out. Treasure Yellow Heaven has them, but the prices are definitely high. Perhaps my greatest hope is in Langya Blessed Land. But Langya Land spirit is not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price if I want to obtain the recipe. Just when Fong Yuan was inwardly vexed about this problem, he suddenly had a realization. Wrong. His mind received a slight jolt. Even if my strength path doesn't have long-ranged attack methods, my enslavement path can make up for it. My situation is no longer the same now. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate enslavement and strength path. They can complement each other. Fong Yuan's view suddenly cleared up. Although he was someone who had been reborn and was meticulous, it was unavoidable for even him to have times of habitual thinking. He only had 1 aperture in his previous life, and even though he had touched upon other paths, it was mostly after he became a goo immortal. But now, he was already cultivating 2 paths as immortal. Enslavement path goo masters are most afraid of beheading the leader tactics. I can use strength path to defend. On the contrary, strength path's weakness can be filled by using enslavement path. Strength chi goo, there is no need for it. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path goo masters was easily resolved. Following after this, Fong Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path goo and large numbers of goo refinement materials. These space path goo and materials were preparations to enter Luopa Valley later on. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had sealed Luopa Valley back then. If one wanted to enter, normal methods wouldn't work. One must have a rank 5 open door goo. Open door goo could let the fated ones enter Luopa Valley. But to close the passage would require refining a rank 5 close door goo to prevent the exposure of the passage and others entering in. Lord Wolf King actually exchanged for so many strength path goo and space path goo, and there are also huge amounts of goo refinement materials. The goods Fong Yuan wanted to exchange for caused this female Gu master to be inwardly surprised. Exchanging for Strength Path Gu was still reasonable. After all, Strength Path might be declining, but it consumed less primeval essence. In case primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it could act as a Gu master's last support. Thus, in northern plains where battles occurred frequently, almost all the Gu masters cultivated some Strength Path Gu. But what is Lord Wolf King going to do with these Space Path Gu? Maybe he wants to use Space Path Gu to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Gu masters are often restrained by beheading leader tactics. There are also these astonishing amounts of Gu refinement materials. Is Lord Wolf King interested towards refinement path? Or maybe he is researching a completely new enslavement path Gu. The female Gu master was full of doubts but did not express them. She was very aware that rashly inquiring about these secrets was an extremely great offense to the Gu master. Thus, she did not reveal any curiosity on her face, concentrating only on handling these exchanges. Fong Yuan soon saw his battle merits decreased by over half on the battle list, immediately falling down from first position. Lord Wolf King, these goods you exchanged for will be sent to you one by one today and will be completely delivered by dawn. The female Gu master informed in a soft voice. Fong Yuan nodded and was just about to leave when this female Gu master said in a low voice, Lord Wolf King, please wait a moment. Here is a Gu recipe which is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specifically told me to hold it for you. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. There was no need to even guess. The female Gu master before him was definitely He Tribe's Gu master. In such an important place like the supply camp, He Lulan could only be at ease if he placed his men inside. Listening to the female Gu master's words, Fong Yuan realized this was He Lulan's goodwill towards him. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiu-yi deserting in the face of danger, and that Fong Yuan let the bygones be bygones, so He Lulan was secretly reciprocating for it. Fong Yuan immediately felt some interest, and after understanding about the details, he found that this Gu recipe was truly very suitable for him. This was a Gu recipe of Lurking Soul Coat Gu. Lurking Soul Coat Gu had only one ability, and that was to cover soul fluctuations. Previously, Fong Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield and had to mobilize the wolf group without being able to use his full strength to prevent being discovered. But with this Gu, he could completely cover his soul fluctuations and mobilize the wolf group with his whole strength while hiding. This Gu recipe went all the way from rank 1 to rank 5, thus it had very high price. Fong Yuan used all his remaining battle merits and barely obtained it. He skimmed through the Gu recipe once and saw the difficulty in refining this Gu was not high, but there were monumental amount of refinement procedures. Moreover, the cost involved was not low. Especially one procedure among them required a large number of fresh beast skins as Gu refinement materials. Tribe Leader has said himself that if Lord Wolf King feels like the Gu refinement is too complicated, you can ask the refinement path Gu masters to do it. You only need to pay equivalent battle merits to them. If Lord Wolf King has insufficient battle merits, you can borrow 500,000. The female Gu master timely suggested. Primeval stones were the currency during normal times. But during battles, because of Gu masters using a large number of primeval stones to restore their primeval essence, refine new Gu or so on, primeval stones were in scarcity. At such times, battle merits were often used as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other regions. Borrowing battle merits naturally was not a treatment given to ordinary people. Fong Yuan, however, was a crucial battle strength as he could directly raise the strength of the whole He tribe army by himself. Thus He Lulan was happy to actively promote such actions secretly. Fong Yuan nodded and borrowed 500,000 battle merits on the spot. With this, his battle merits went into negative, falling down to the last position on the large battle merit list. The Gu masters who saw this scene in the 15 large tents exclaimed in surprise. In the enormous battle merit list that was as large as defense walls, the negative 500,000 which was written in scarlet was exceptionally dazzling. From first to last, such a huge discrepancy caused people to be greatly taken aback. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually quieting down. The Wolf King's strength and status made them involuntarily accept this fact. Soon after, several assignments that came from the Wolf King caused the quietened discussions to again turn into a clamor. The assignments were capturing wolves, gathering souls, peeling off wolf skins and processing them, along with large numbers of goo refinement assignments. Once completed, could give them a lot of battle merits. These assignments quickly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, concentrating mainly on strength path. Because of turtle jade wolf skin goo, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, Fang Yuan's strength path broke through the 100 June strength barrier, and he had already successively received 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat goo. But to push to rank 5, this amount was still far from enough. He tribe army rested and reorganized for a week more before pulling up the camp and pushing forward towards Dongfang tribe's defense line. The battle began once more. Dongfang Yuliang relied on tall and firm defense walls to defend tightly, and along with repeated clever plans, he was able to push off the battle to the limit, causing great trouble to He tribe. But it was still very difficult for him to make up for the large gap created by the first battle. The 5 defense lines Dongfang army had built was broken through by He tribe in a row. In the end, the Dongfang army had retreated to the final defense line, in the central zone of Chaofu, and were firmly surrounded by He tribe. Dongfang Yuliang, you are surrounded, your loss is already determined. A wise man submits to fate. As long as you surrender, my army's main military advisor position will still be yours. He Lulan stood high on his twin-headed rhino, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Facing He Lulan's offer of submission, Dongfang Yuliang went silent. He was standing on the walls, looking at the black enemy troops. The wind blew his hair and his clothes fluttered lightly in the air. He sighed lightly. Even though he had many brilliant schemes and always held the initiative with his predictions, the difference between the two sides was just too overwhelming. In the end, they reached this stage. Wisdom Path was not invincible. Throughout history, there were a great number of Goo Master Path and styles, even Chi Path and Strength Path, which were dominant in a point in time, did not manage to cause other paths to go into extinction, becoming the sole path of the Goo Master world. Every path had its strengths and weaknesses, especially when Goo Master paths were established on the basis of resources. As times changed and environments changed, when the resources that Goo Masters needed to cultivate dwindled, that particular path's vitality would go down. Any Goo Master familiar with history would know that throughout the long river of time countless paths were buried. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the immemorial era, until this day. Even though they were always low on numbers, such an established path could be said to be independent already. In this world, there were no invincible paths, only invincible Goo Masters. But to be truly invincible, there were only 10 in history. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Goo Master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal realm, he was far from invincible. Even though he had his self-created killer move 7-star light, the primeval essence expenditure of it was too great, it could not be sustained. Against a huge force like He tribe, he was already feeling overpowered and outnumbered. If I was an enslavement path Goo Master, there might be a chance of salvaging it. But even enslavement path would need to be worried of beheading the leader tactic. Even Wolf King Chongshan Yin does not dare to venture out alone, leading his wolves to leave the main troops. Thus, only by ascending to Goo Immortal can one rule above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu came forward to battle. Wind Demon, come out and die! He shouted out his enemy's name. Wind Demon was furious, growling, Hao Ji Lu, don't be arrogant. Saying so, he leapt from the defense walls, activating his goo while in mid-air, as 2 4-leaf wind blades formed, shooting out. All you can use are old tricks. Water Demon laughed, not dodging as he charged head-on. Bam bam bam. The water and wind demons had battled for dozens of rounds. They were very familiar with each other. Thus, the moment they fought, it reached the climax. Wind blades and water bullets flew on both sides, colliding in mid-air as they exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp and focused on penetrating and kiting, while Water Demon engaged in frontal assault, overwhelming the enemy. The two were established characters. Now that they were engaging with each other, they were displaying great strength as the battle could not be decided easily. The Gu masters from both armies focused their attention on these two people. The strength of a rank 4 Gu master was well known by all, but now, it still gave them a great sense of fear and trepidation. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Demon's condition was not good. There were times where a Gu master's strength fluctuated. Like now, the conclusion had already been decided. Being surrounded by He tribe heavily, Dongfang tribe's warriors had low morale. Wind Demon was affected too. Seeing his rival of equal strength suppressed by himself, Water Demon shouted in joy as he attacked even more fiercely. The general was the courage of the soldiers. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale surged, as Dongfang Alliance army sank into silence on the defense wall. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily as he sent another rank 4 expert into battle. Dongfang Yu Liang sent a person to deal with him. But the battle between these two Gu masters was not as intense as the battle between demons. Not only was the commotion smaller, they even talked in the middle of battle, talking about their ancestors' time and their alliance marriage. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression became uglier as He Lulan's smile became deeper. Dongfang Alliance army had low morale. The troops had lost their sense of belonging. All the forces in the alliance were starting to find a way out of their predicament. He tribe army's morale was high. All the rank 4 experts requested to battle. He Lulan laughed as he approved all their requests. Quickly, before the two armies, 12 battle rings were created. I am Pan Ping. Who will battle me? Pan Ping carried a fierce aura as he became the 13th person to enter the battlefield after getting He Lulan's permission. Dongfang Yu Liang was silent. By now, the rank 4 experts under him had mostly perished. Many experts were worried for the present and future. They were no longer giving it their all, but instead hiding their strength. Although when the alliance was made, all the leaders and experts used the poison Bao Gu, the content of the vow was not strict. There were many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, although they would want to tie the large tribes closely to them, other forces were not idiots. Thus, the content of the poison vow had been passed down for numerous generations, created through many collective agreements. As Pan Ping requested for battle, Dongfang Yu Liang found that he had no one to summon already. He thought about it before sending an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader is order my father to battle. In the camp behind the defense walls, Tang Fong saw this messenger and his expression turned ugly, his eyes almost blowing fire. In the earlier battle, in order to protect his tribesmen, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 He tribe Gu masters and suffered grave injuries. After that, he had been bedridden. He had not even recovered now. This is the alliance leader's orders. Are you trying to defy it? I know your tribe leader is injured and bedridden. But there are so many bedridden tribe leaders. After getting the alliance leader's orders, didn't they participate too? The messenger's words were rigid as he looked at Tang Fong with disdain. You! Tang Fong was furious, shouting. They are pretending to be injured. My father is truly heavily injured. All right, son, enough. As the Tang tribe leader, I have to participate in this battle. At this time, the pale Tang tribe leader walked out. Humph, as long as you obey the orders. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted as he walked away. But father, your body? Tang Fong was extremely worried. No matter. Tang tribe leader patted his son's shoulders. I have been recuperating these days. My injuries are mostly healed. Today's battle might be the last. If I do not participate, it would be detrimental to our tribe and our reputation. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then you have to be careful, father. Sister is still with them. If there is a chance, I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned as he walked out of the tent. He came to the defense walls as he met Dongfang Yu Liang, before going to the battlefield, starting the battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fong stood at the edge of the wall, staring at his father. Young tribe leader, we will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has some poison in him, today's battle is different. Everyone will not go all out. A Tang tribe elder consoled. Tang Fong looked at his father battling on par with Pan Ping. with neither giving it their all, and the worry in his heart dissipated. But at this moment, Pan Ping burst out and drew the scimitar by his waist. Everyone saw a bright white light flash past quickly. The next moment, Tang tribe leader was beheaded. Ah, father! Tang Fong was stunned before crying out painfully. This had occurred too suddenly. Both sides were shocked for a few breaths' time before starting to discuss fervently. Tang tribe leader Tang, you has been taken down by me Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light as he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted. Tang Fong's vision turned dark as he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see anything clearly. I wonder what goo or killer move Pan Ping used? Pan Ping killed an expert on the same level as him. He gained great fame as even the resting Fong Yuan opened his eyes slightly to give him a glance. Northern Plains was huge, it was a land of battles. Countless wars and battles created numerous experts. These experts might have some unknown trump cards that they had been hiding forever. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, his reputation was not very high. Among the rank 4 Gu master, he was not outstanding. But after this battle, he rose to fame by stepping on Tang tribe leader's corpse. Pan Ping's expression was shining like flowers as he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed loudly, ordering his men to bring his wine cup and gave the delicious wine to Pan Ping as a reward. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for the reward. Pan Ping stood in the main tent, drinking the wine in one pulp. His gaze was full of anticipation as his expression was lively. He got this goo by accident. Once, there was a market set up by a few tribes. He saw this scimitar and thought it was beautiful, thus he bought it out of interest. But to think that when he was toying with it, he found the secret in this scimitar. On the blade of this scimitar, there was a cold light. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort before finally refining this goo. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had executed many strong foes for him. It had an extremely sharp attack. He had great expectations for this imperial court contest. Originally, during He tribe and Dongfang army's first battle, he had requested to be the first to battle. At that time, he was planning on using this goo to slay a strong enemy, gaining fame immediately. But Tang Miao Ming called out the Wolf King Chong Shan Yin and challenged him. It obstructed his plans. What's worse was, Fong Yuan did not go with the norm. He attacked directly and skipped the challenge, directly causing the war between both sides. The chance that Pan Ping was looking for was gone like that. Although there were battles later, it was not the environment that Pan Ping was hoping for. But today's battle was a huge chance. Tang tribe leader, Tang Yu, is an established character. After this battle, my status will rise and I would become He tribe's #1 general. After all, Water Demon Hao Jilu had greater reputation, but he had not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Chong Shan Yin, he is an enslavement path Gu master. There is no point competing with him. Pan Ping looked around, feeling that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The happiness in his heart rose again. This is the feeling of a top dog one. Hee. One day, I, Pan Ping, will have my name resound all over Northern Plains. He shouted in his heart. And I, you blessed land. A long jade-layered walkway led the way along the lake surface towards a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there was a light rain and soothing wind. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from bottom to top. The name of Niu1 came from this. After the female Gu Immortal Tan Bai Ye, there was a new guest in the blessed land. Junior He Bai pays respect to Senior Dong Fong. The person who came looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a true rank 6 Gu Immortal. It has been 70 years since we last met. Back then, you were still He tribe leader, a step away from entering the imperial court. He Bai stood on the stone bench, bowing slightly. I am ashamed. Back then I was greatly supported by my tribe, but I lost by one move and Lu tribe emerged victorious. He. Dong Fong Chong Fan laughed. That's right. The Lu tribe leader back then, Lu Yifeng, had unprecedented talent. He was a genius barely seen in 100 years. Senior has good memory. Junior is full of admiration. Dong Fangchong Fan shook his head. Us Wisdom Path Gu Masters will always collect every single information we can get in order to make our deductions. Although Lu Yifeng was glaringly talented, he failed when charging towards Gu Immortal Realm. Among the people of that generation, the one who remained standing at the end was Yu, commonly known as Hey Tribe Rockmanda. Senior is too kind. This junior was lucky. No need to put yourself down. Becoming a Gu Immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu Masters, not even one might succeed. Sigh, to speak the truth, I have observed many juniors these years, and now my hopes are on this child. Dong Fangchong Fan pointed with his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the stone bench, reflecting the real-time battle situation in Northern Plains. Chao Fu. Coincidentally, the two Gu Immortals saw Pan Ping flash his scimitar as he beheaded Tang tribe leader. Hei Bai frowned, lightly gasping. This is interesting. If I did not see wrongly, this is the Soul Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu is unique. Once activated, it can ignore all defenses of the same level. This was created by the Gu Immortal Blade Demon. It has a strange form, merely a flash of blade light, and has to be kept on a blade. This Gu eats blades as food, and the blade it resides in will gradually shrink and turn into dust. Dong Fangchong Fan nodded. That's right, Soul Blade Gu can reach rank 6 at most. Back then, Blade Demon used the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to hold his own. No one dared to trifle with him. But eventually, he lost to Butterfly Sword Immortal. Blade Demon died in battle, and his blessed land was consumed by Butterfly Sword Immortal. The recipe of Soul Blade Gu was not passed down, but now there are still many Soul Blade Gu in the mortal realm. These were handed out when Blade Demon disguised as Immortal and traveled the world back then. It seems this lucky lad obtained one of the gifts from Blade Demon back then. Senior is wise. I have learnt much today, Hei Bai said with admiration. Dong Fangchong Fan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He had glorious battle results his whole life. Numerous Gu Immortals suffered from his schemes. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already declining like the setting sun. When he became a Gu Immortal, he single-handedly held them up as he made many schemes against his enemies. He had great methods and eventually caused Dongfang tribe to rise up again. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a great power in Northern Plains undoubtedly, and the pillar of support for Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was at its end. He was eager to leave his inheritance. In the past, Dong Fangchong Fan had high expectations, and many did not meet his requirements. Now, Dongfang Yuliang might not have met all his expectations, but he was the best candidate out of them all. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, even for Dongfang tribe, which was a super tribe, one of the largest force in Northern Plains. Of course, a part of the reason was that the Righteous Path Gu Immortal secretly colluded to restrict the selling of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Chong Fan. Similarly, demonic Gu Immortals who were schemed against by Dongfang Chong Fan hated him to the bones. Dongfang Chong Fan schemed against numerous people, but at the end of his life, he was ganged up on collectively by his enemies. He was clear about this. He had offended too many Gu Immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him live longer. Hei Bai understood. This meeting with Dongfang Chong Fan would be the last time he could see this legendary Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The rainbow smoke on the stone bench displayed the battle situation perfectly, showing it to them without any lack of clarity. Dongfang army, while already weaker in terms of power, got into an even worse situation after Tang tribe leader was killed by Pan Ping. Eventually, Dongfang Yuliang challenged He Lulan, entering the battle himself. He wanted to use his own strength to fight for a bit of chance and hope. But eventually he could not emerge victorious as he and He Lulan ended in a draw. When night descended, He Lulan ordered a collective attack. At night, night wolves surge in battle strength. The wolf tide came waves after waves. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they broke through Dongfang army's final line of defense. Dongfang army had low morale and the troops were not united. Even though Dongfang Yuliang made many preparations, the defensive line only lasted for 7 minutes before being taken down. Helpless, Dongfang Yuliang could only surrender. At this point, He tribe and Dongfang tribe's battle ended. as He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang's personal grudge ended in He Lulan's victory. This young man, Dongfang Yuliang, has few flaws, except that he cares too much for his sister. In order to protect her safety, he made a portion of the troops stay at the back to protect his sister. Thus, Dongfang army became far weaker than He tribe, even though they were already disadvantaged to begin with. If not for this, the first battle's victory might not have been like this. Hee. This is embarrassing to show you. Hey bye. Dongfang Chong fans smile lightly at this rainbow smoke. After He tribe army stabilized the battle situation, they entered the camp and starting to take over captives and clean up the battlefield. Winning and losing is part of battle. If we failed this time, there is always next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the strength of his tribe well. He did it even better than I would. His affection and protective nature towards this tribe is very precious. He Bai said. That's right. Dongfang Chong fan's tone was rueful. So be it if other tribe members die, but we are all descendants of Ancestor Giant Sun. Back then when Ancestor set up the imperial court, he had one motive, that was to weaken other tribes and preserve our bloodline. Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away when his lifespan was expended. In this world, what can truly be immortal and indestructible? He Bai did not speak. He only listened silently. Dongfang Chong fan soothed his emotions, laughing softly as he stretched out his palm towards He Bai. All right, let's get to business. Yes. He Bai took out a list from his storage goo and handed it over to Dongfang Chong fan. There was a great amount of content on the list. There was a huge amount of resources listed. Dongfang tribe lost in this imperial court contest and became He tribe's captive. According to Zhang Sun Immortal Venerable's rules, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were super tribes. They had more than one Gu immortal. The contest between two giant forces, this imperial court contest, was merely a game. Most importantly, these battles would weaken other tribes and expand one's own tribe, recruiting and choosing new talents. This grand scheme engulfing all of Northern Plains was naturally not created by Dongfang tribe or He tribe's Gu immortals. It was created by one of the 10 supreme invincible beings, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Dongfang Chongfan received the list and started browsing through. The resources on this list were not only a great amount, there were also many aspects that it touched on, like some specialty Gu worms that only Dongfang tribe had, or some newly created Gu recipes. But Dongfang Chongfan did not show any indignance. He nodded lightly and agreed. Winner takes all. Since we failed, a small price is but fair. We will go with this. Loser pays the price. This was the rule that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set. In history, there were some times when tribes were unwilling to pay this price, but they all ended up being wiped out. But now, not a single tribe dared to violate the rule. This was the rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe refused to obey it, they would be ostracized and become the target of all others. A giant light ring suddenly appeared in the night sky of the battlefield. After the light ring stabilized, a giant light door of about 60 meters was formed. The light shone across 1,000 li. As it opened, a jade light path was formed. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held a token as she landed before He Lulan under everyone's gaze. I am the envoy. I am here to bring back Dongfang tribe, she said expressionlessly with a cold tone. The two finished their business on the spot. After checking the battle reparation, He Lulan's brows were uplifted. He had earned a fortune. Using so much resources, he could equip more Gu masters and especially the tribes that surrendered. After taking them in, his military strength would surge by at least 50% of the original. We will meet again. Since the results were decided, Dongfang Yuliang had no lingering emotions. He bid farewell to He Lulan calmly and led his tribesmen on the light road, entering the door. Because they absorbed a lot of tribes, Dongfang tribe's size expanded by 30%. How great! Even if they lost, they can still hide from the blizzard inside the blessed land. There's no choice. They are a super clan. There are Gu immortals shielding them. Alright, concentrate, it is a turning point for us after submitting to Hey Tribe. As long as we win a few battles, our losses would be recuperated. If we are fortunate enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we would have a chance of striking it rich. Everyone looked at the light ring on the air as they discussed. Fang Yuan watched this silently. This 10-year blizzard involves the entire northern plains, causing numerous homes to be destroyed and countless people to rise up from battle. It was a contest of the top predators, a game that they engage in together. Some people immerse themselves in it and chase after fame. Some cry in grief, feeling extreme pain. As for Fang Yuan, as a person within this giant game, he would watch coldly as he make his own plans. Such is life. The law of the jungle, it is truly fantastic. In the camp there was silence. On a bright red table, books were stacked highly into a pile. At times, wind would blow through the window and carry the fragrance of the grass with it, as it flips the top few pages of the documents. It was a bright and sunny day outside. At times, sounds of battle horses or hump wolves could be heard from far away. This, in fact, intensified the silence in the camp. As Ma Tribe's young tribe leader, Maring Jie was sitting on his cushion as he lowered his head, helping his father settle the administrative matters of the Alliance army. Ever since Ma Tribe unleashed a sneak attack and exterminated Fei Tribe, their largest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly had been removed. Thereafter, at Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma Tribe suppressed Chang Tribe to become the Alliance leader. After taking the poison vow, Ma Tribe's military force rose to 600,000. They were at the peak of their strength. After that, Ma Tribe ventured west, going southwest from Tianchuan. Along the way, they found beast groups or stubborn forces to train their troops, sharpening their battle strength. Because of the continuous battles and the absorption of defeated tribes, they expanded once more and their morale was surging. Right now, Ma Tribe had arrived at Mirror Lake and found an equal Song Tribe Alliance army. At the moment, Ma Tribe was building their first line of defense. Report. At this moment, the investigative Gu master from outside the tent reported. Maring Jie's eyes shone with brilliance. He knew that this would definitely be some important military information. Thus, he placed down his documents and called, "Come in." The exhausted investigative Gu master heard the call and was about to enter, but the guard outside stopped him. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes. Don't dirty the carpet inside." The investigative Gu master apologized profusely. After changing his shoes, he entered the tent. Upon seeing Maring Jie, he kneeled down on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. "I have brought important information regarding Yu Tian." He reported a summary of the events that happened, and after Maring Jie made some inquiries, about 15 minutes later, he left. Hey Tribe defeated Dong Fang Tribe. That is the first crucial victory they had. Maring Jie's heart was slightly heavy. The Imperial Court contest had occurred for many times. At his level, he was already clear of the rules of this game. He knew the importance of victory. After Hey Tribe defeated Dong Fang Tribe, they would receive a huge amount of compensation. These compensation would include Dong Fang Tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as an ocean of battle resources. As long as they make good use of these gains, and take in the captives, Hey Tribe Army's battle strength would rise by 5 times. In all the past Imperial Court contests, the first battle is the most crucial. Once the first fight is won, the foundations would be earned. Those who lost the first fight would almost certainly be eliminated. Very few could reverse the situation. Hey Tribe has already won their first battle, while we Ma Tribe and Song Tribe are still at a stalemate. Fei Kai carefully came to the tent entrance, trying not to make any noise. The 2 guarding Gu masters gave him a look before diverting their gaze. After Fei Tribe was wiped out, the blur Fei Kai was chosen by Maring Jie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the terrible fates of his tribesmen. His daily job was to manage the shoes outside the tent. Maring Jie was a clean freak. Every guest that entered his tent would need to change their shoes, so as to not dirty his elegant and beautiful carpet. After every guest wears the shoes provided, Fei Kai would need to wash it before placing it back in. But this time it was different. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes in front of his chest. No one noticed this tiny action of his. Fei Kai managed to leave without any problems, and after 10 tenths, he came to the water pond. He squatted beside the pond as he started washing the worn shoes. He was extremely focused and did not even notice that there was one person behind him. "Hey, big dummy. Why are you so serious in washing shoes?" A small hand patted Fei Kai's shoulders roughly. Fei Kai was shocked. Turning around, he saw a girl that resembled jade with pinkish skin and a pair of crystal-clear eyes. It was Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun used her tiger-wolf-sheep analogy and conceived Zhao tribe leader to leave. After some hurdles, they arrived at Ma tribe camp without casualties and was welcomed by Ma tribe leader. Zhao tribe managed to join Ma tribe army and was highly regarded by Ma tribe higher-ups and received warm hospitality. "It is you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and showed an innocent smile. After his father was killed, he sunk into endless grief. By chance, he became Ma Yingjie's personal servant and was ostracized by the old servants. Thus he did not have a single friend. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him many times, but he acknowledged her as his only friend. Thus when he saw her, he was overjoyed. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something for you." Fei Kai lowered his volume, moving his head towards Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away, muttering unhappily, "Hey blockhead, don't come so close. Do you know that there should be prudency between sexes?" Fei Kai almost fell into the water after being pushed, but he did not mind it. He secretly pulled his shirt and exposed the shoes that he were hiding, asking as if he was looking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun gave him a look of disdain. "A pair of stinky shoes. They've obviously been worn before. Stupid blockhead, why are you so dumb? You actually gave me something like this. It doesn't even fit me, and I wouldn't wear this pair of stinky shoes anyway." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say you were lacking primeval stones earlier? This pair of shoes is exquisite and beautiful. We can sell it in the black market and exchange it for primeval stones." Zhao Lianyun's brows lifted, looking at Fei Kai in another light. "Oh wow, blockhead. You actually thought of abusing your position and smuggling public property? Amazing, I never thought you would think of this. But how much can this pair of shoes sell for? My daily pocket money is 10 times of the shoes. I appreciate it, but you should sell it. Change your tattered and dirty clothes." Fei Kai rubbed his nose, shaking his head. "No need, my clothes are still wearable. Actually, I did not think of this. Those old servants always do this. Since there is a large number of shoes constantly worn by different Gu masters, and Lord Young tribe leader loves cleanliness so much, he always changes the shoes together at set intervals." Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Snakes and rats have their own way of living. Servants might have low statuses, but they also have their own way of living. Especially someone like Fei Kai, although he is a servant and lost his freedom, he got close to Ma Yingjie and was most likely the first person to receive information from Ma tribe higher-ups. Zhao tribe had entered Ma tribe's army. Zhao Lianyun purposely got close to Fei Kai because she also had the intentions of gathering intel. At this time, a commotion could be heard. "Where is Fei Kai? Get out here now. Fei Kai, you're in trouble now. You dared to take young tribe leader's shoes." Young tribe leader wanted to walk around the camp, but realized his shoes were gone. "Fei Kai, you are too daring. You are unforgivable," a bunch of old servants shouted arrogantly, coming out of the entrance as they searched for Fei Kai's whereabouts. Fei Kai's expression paled. "Oh no, I have been discovered. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly leave, this has nothing to do with you. I cannot implicate you. I will go ask for forgiveness from young tribe leader." "Forgiveness my ass," Zhao Lianyun shouted, her expression turning ugly. "You fool. You have been plotted against and you don't even know it. Quickly follow me and run." "Ah!" Fei Kai had no idea what's going on, but as Zhao Lianyun pulled him, they entered a narrow alley. "Damn it! This path has been blocked off." Zhao Lianyun relied on her familiarity of the area and brought Fei Kai around, finding 4 exits, but 3 were blocked. "Lady Xiao Yun, quickly go. It will be too late otherwise." Fei Kai was getting dizzy from moving around. He had lost his sense of direction. He was anxious as he did not want to get his only friend into trouble. Zhao Lianyun stomped her feet in anger, howling in her heart. Was it easy for me to find an insider to provide information? In this day and age, where can I find such a dummy like Fei Kai? These old servants are all shrewd snakes. They will request for money when I want a bit of information, and they would even give half-truth information. Humph! They are jealous of this newcomer Fei Kai and wants to get rid of him. As expected, any place with humans will have conflicts and thus schemes. No way. I cannot take this lying down. You are courting death if you want to harm my informant. Zhao Lianyun's expression was full of uncertainty as she tried her best to think of a solution, while the old servants' voices could be heard. He's not here. I've searched the water pond. He's not there either. Did he leave? How can that be? We were following him. I'm sure he came here. We have not searched there yet. Go. Hearing the old servant's footsteps, Zhao Lianyun thought of a solution amidst the anxiety. Big dummy. You were truly lucky. I just bought some silk from the market, Zhao Lianyun said as she took out some high-grade silk from her pockets. This silk was meant to be made into clothes for her. Big dummy. Listen to my instructions and do as I say. This might benefit you greatly. Zhao Lianyun placed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Ah! Fei Kai was dumbstruck. Zhao Lianyun quickly told him about her plans. After a dozen breaths' time, Fei Kai walked out and was discovered by the servants. They were overjoyed, encircling him as Fei Kai clenched his fists, beating them to a pulp like he was crazy. He's revolting. Revolting. This dog slave dared to attack us seniors. Fei Kai, you are in huge trouble. Young tribe leader is looking for you. We came to arrest you, but you dared to resist. Fei Kai shouted. Young tribe leader is looking for me. I will go on my own. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you lowly scum.